Αγαπητοί φίλοι,
Friends, good morning from Peloponnese, from the beautiful prefecture of Ilia in Pyrgos. We are really glad to be here in the 5th year of Agribusiness Forum that today is taking place at this very beautiful area. So it is our great pleasure to welcome you at the Agribusiness Forum Peloponnese, which is taking place in Pyrgos, Ilia. And we are starting today at the 3rd of June, and we will complete the forum tomorrow, on Saturday. We are going to talk about the agri-food systems of Peloponnese for all. This year's event is taking place at an era that, apart from the climate crisis, which has been affecting our planet's ecosystem severely, the recent developments, I'm talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine, create crucial questions regarding food security, adequacy, and the resilience of the agri-food systems around the world. Peloponnese, and more specifically Ilia, are an important part of the agri-food sector of our country. Now they have to implement strategies adapted to the challenges of our era. On the one hand, the climate change, and the other hand, the food security, that will be able to secure the sustainability of agricultural production and safeguard the prosperity of the local societies. Precision farming, environmental protection, high-yield crops, financing tools, human capital, prevention and risk prevention and risk management, synergies between the primary sector, research and the businesses are amongst the issues that will be discussed in this year's Agribusiness Forum, which is taking place in Western Greece, in Ilia. All those discussions will be also broadcasted online in real time. So, in the 7 sessions that will be conducted today and tomorrow, 35 important speakers from the 3 sectors of science, production and businesses will define the challenges, will make substantial proposals for the future of the agri-food systems of Peloponnese in this digital era. The forum will be completed tomorrow with a field visit on a very innovative winery with organic wines with zero carbon footprint. So, this forum is taking place with the help of 3 very important institutions. On the one hand, the region of Western Greece and the head of the region, Mr. Farmakis. On the other hand, the city of Pyrgos and its mayor, Mr. Antonakopoulos. And last but not least, the University of Patras and the rector, Mr. Bouras, and the 2 vice rectors, Mr. Dimopoulos and Mr. Bouras, who all together have helped us in order to organize this event, Agribusiness Forum of Peloponnese. And we do hope to come again and again and every year to organize this forum here in Peloponnese, apart from Athens, Thessaly and Macedonia. When it comes to the agri-food supply chain, we try to become a hub of networking, promotion of collaborations, and information. We always try to talk about cutting edge issues, to collaborate with organizations not only of a national and regional but also international activity, such as the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, UN Women, the Embassy of the Netherlands, the Ministries of Agricultural Development, Food, and also the Ministry for Environment and Energy. Agribusiness organizes conferences, forums, educational seminars, as well as travels in very specific countries, such as the Netherlands, in order to give the opportunity for transfer of know-how for sustainable and profitable agri-food systems, not only in Greece but also around the world. It will be completed with a series of events. Amongst others, in August, we're going to go to 11 field visits with institutional stakeholders. Then, on the 14th of October, the Agribusiness Thessaly, and we will conclude this year on the 15th of November with the 5th International Agribusiness Forum in Athens. Our greatest forum where a lot of stakeholders will come and participate in the works of this forum. I have to say that all the stakeholders, such as the municipality, the university, the region, not only here in Peloponnese but also in the other Greek places that we organize, it is different to be able to experience this forum physically. Now, I will ask you to watch with me 2 minutes videos of what took place at the 4th International Agri-Business Forum.
Αυτό λοιπόν ήταν τα πεπραγμένα.
We have watched a short video of what happened in Athens last year. And of course, we will prepare a video about this agribusiness forum of Peloponnese after the end of the conference. It will be produced by Ionian TV and Estros, our dear partners that will help us, that have helped us organize not only this event but also the live streaming. So in 2 weeks rather, after the end of the forum, we will have a short video for what is taking place here today. Tomorrow we are going to do a field visit, and I am mentioning this now because I would kindly ask you until 2 o'clock this afternoon, those of you who want to come together, you have to register in the secretariat of the forum in order to save your place. And Sakis and Dionysia Prinziki, our hosts, will be able then to prepare and host us in the best possible way. 1 month before reaching this point, we have produced a very nice spot that was broadcasted by the channel. So let us watch together our promotional efforts regarding this event.
Το Agribusiness
So, before continuing with the first session of today's agenda, I would like to inform you all, those of you who are here today, but also those of you who are watching this virtually, online. We are not only trying to give you information, but we are trying to boost the dialogue and conversations. We want to help you network with each other, which is why at the end of its session, the moderators will give the floor to you, to the audience, in order to ask questions regarding what we have heard at the panel. And those of you who watch us online, you can send your questions electronically. That will give the opportunity to the moderator to ask your questions too. We want to have this exchange of Q&A. We are welcoming your questions. So, as I have said, we couldn't have done it without the support of the region of Western Macedonia, Mr. Farmakis, Mr. Adonakopoulos, the mayor of Pyrgos, and the University of Patras. So, I want to thank our valuable partners, but also we couldn't have done it without the National Bank of Greece and Corteva. They are here well represented, and right now I would like to give the floor to my friend and business partner, Mr. Farmakis, in order to inaugurate, let's say, this forum. Mr. Farmakis, Mr. Head of the Region, you have the floor.
Αξιότιμοι προσκεκλημένοι, φίλες και φίλοι, πρώτα απ' όλα να συγχαρώ και εγώ από αυτό το βήμα τους διοργανωτές για την πραγματικά ουσιαστική προσπάθεια της οποίας σήμερα γινόμαστε κοινωνοί. Και είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά για μένα να βρίσκομαι εδώ στην έναρξη των εργασιών του 5ου Agribusiness Forum, το οποίο έχουμε τη χαρά να φιλοξενούμε εδώ, στον Πύργο, στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Προσπαθώντας να προσεγγίσω στην ουσία της τη θεματολογία του συνεδρίου μέσα από αυτό το σύντομο χαιρετισμό, θα ήθελα να εκφράσω την βαθιά πεποίθηση που είχαμε εξ αρχής ως Περιφερειακή Αρχή, αλλά και εγώ προσωπικά, για τη μεγάλη αλλαγή που έχουμε ανάγκη.
Big change regarding the way in which local administration should address and seize the primary sector as well as the challenges that are relevant to it. It is clear the primary sector is very important, and this goes beyond the limits of its region. And we know that the impact is not limited to the region alone. I have to tell you that the primary sector is closely linked to the international developments, and those developments can have either a positive or a negative impact. What have we learned from the major health crisis of the pandemic, and what are we still learning from the war that is still raging in our region, giving rise to major risks and crises that remain unsurpassed? I believe that one of the major lessons drawn is the importance, the significance of a robust primary sector that will be more resilient as possible towards crisis. And I believe that the European strategic text that kept mentioning the term resilience could have never been more timely and accurate. And now we see that the way is already paved. Maybe we are in a delay. And I have to say that maybe the most important crisis is yet to come. I mean that it's still developing, and I'm talking about the climate crisis that threatens to change the world as we know it today. This is why we, since day one, decided to undertake essential activities. We want to stand by the side of farmers, because today farmers are something different compared to what they were 20 or even 10 years ago. We have new smart technologies, digitalization of the various production means and tools have brought about a change in the agri-food sector. They have also renewed the reality and the daily life of farmers, as well as all those involved in the food supply chain from farm to fork. Our main pursuit here is to capitalize on all available means. In that way, the region of Western Greece will be a substantial supporter of the new changes and the revolution that has come in the processing and the production of those products. I don't want to bore you with details, but I would just like to make a short reference to key figures that are worth to be mentioned. The region of Western Greece, through the 2014-2020 rural program and the implementation of all the measures aiming at supporting the farmers, has provided financial funds out of the 152 million euro, and the overall available public expenditure is being divested gradually through the rural development program. So we're talking about 152 million euro given to the farmers. If you look into the details, you will see that we rank among the first places all around Greece. In collaboration with the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, we have managed in certain cases to increase those financial resources. This was the case recently with the application of the 6.1 measure of the Rural Development Program that has to do with new or young farmers, and we managed to increase public expenditure by 19 million euro. meaning that now we have 163 million euro available, and those are figures that are important because they represent the aid and support given to farmers, people who make a living out of the primary sector and invest in the primary sector, to the people that have improved our region, that have made everything in this region more sustainable. Apart from that, the region of Western Greece takes part in 10 co-funded European programs. Our goal is to support farming, to restore the imbalances with supply and demand, to protect the revenue of the farmers, to ensure the quality of all the products as well as the promotion of those products to important target markets. This means that we can further boost the brand name of our region's products. On top of that, one could add the rebranding activities in order to reposition ourselves in the conscience of the worldwide public. We are the Olympian land. We are the land of history and civilization, the land that produces top quality agri-food products, combining lifelong tradition with modern means. Apart from the Olympian land, we also have the Olympian food and diet, and that's the next step, the next goal we have set for our region. So we have ensured a funding for the promotion of local wines, markets of Japan and Korea. We try to boost innovation in olive oil production processes and to promote that through new channels of distribution across the Adriatic and the Mediterranean seas, with specific resources and specific programs that we have been using from the previous programming period. Apart from that, through programs that we're currently planning and with the collaboration with the Agri-Food Cooperative of Western Greece, we want to promote the local strawberry in the French and German markets. We want to have table olives, part of the US and UK and Canada tables, again, through the same processes I mentioned before about our wines. And thanks to our organized and concerted efforts, we also support our local fisheries. We promote our eels and very small fish in markets of the USA, Germany and France. So you understand that despite all adversities, and you know that those adversities are due to the international landscape I described before. And despite all those adversities, which are numerous and sometimes we feel like we're overwhelmed by them, we should not forget that there is still light at the end of the tunnel, as long as there is a plan, a will and conviction that we will get there. The qualitative and quantitative development of the agri-food sector of our region is a major bet for us. And this is why we want to be there. We want to take part in all the major exhibition events, both inside and outside our country. We try to highlight and promote our exceptional products. We have already submitted our files for the characterizations of protected appellation of origin, a protected geographical indication, and we have also submitted those things for 10 additional local products. And let me say that a few days ago we had a negative development regarding the trial before the Council of State, further to an appeal submitted by the Kalamon olives. And according to this decision, that has not still been written down clearly, so I cannot make any comments on the substance of this decision. Anyway, this means that the ministerial decision that would allow all Western Greece producers that farm olives of the variety Kalamon to enter the markets, having this additional value of their product. This particular development is a very negative one, and this has a repercussion not only for the producers of the region. I have to say that Western Greece producers account for approximately 50% of the olives of Kalamon produced all around Greece. If you compare that to the olives of Kalamon that are produced in the Messenia region specifically, you can realize what these numbers mean. We talk about a turnover of exported products of more than 200 million euro, thus rendering Kalamon olives a national product. We need to revisit this development. We need to see how we can address that, because we need to protect this product, and this needs to be interpreted away from any local rivalries or competition. Let me now return to what I was saying before. There are still a few steps to be taken. We need to have a cool mind in order to address a major issue of our primary sector. We want to protect and support producers. This is why we support the soil laboratory that has its headquarters in Ilia. We have already undertaken initiatives, we have already submitted the various folders to RE, and we have created a photovoltaics park in Mesologi in order to ensure that 140,000 farmers and 300,000 citizens of all around Western Greece, Nitola Karnania and Ilia won't have to bear the cost of energy, with the participation of the local authorities and administration, as well as bodies that are involved in the land reclamation works. So we need to support our farmers, the people who need to consume this energy in order to water their farms. We want to give them their freedom energy-wise. And those are bets that we set in order to win. I was raised in a rural area, and I have been finding myself among farmers since the day I remember myself. So I'm very well aware of all the struggles, of all the adversities, and the imperative necessity of upgrading our land. We keep going. We hope that western region of Greece will hold a key role both in the mountains, the seas, and the farms, and it's something that we owe to all those whose land we have inherited. Thank you so much. I wish every success to the 5th Agribusiness Forum.
Thank you very much, Governor, for your speech. This was not just mere words. Your introduction included figures, strategy, and plan. And also, you spoke from the heart. I would like to say that during this conference, there is simultaneous interpreting. We have two beautiful ladies, Faye and Maria, behind the wall in the interpreting booth that are interpreting from Greek to English. And the interpretation can be heard not only here but also online. So now I would like to give the floor to my dear friend Takis Antonakopoulos, the mayor of Pyrgos. So, dear mayor, you have the floor. We know that Pyrgos, apart from being a host town, I know that you have here in Skafidya one of the best beaches of this area. I know that all the beaches here have blue flags, but okay, nevertheless, you have the floor. Good morning. I hope that you really like our area. For those of you who come here for the first time, we find ourselves between Agios Ilias and Skafidya. We have all around this area beaches with blue flags. I will start using an example that the governor mentioned. Well, I'm talking about the court decision when it comes to the oil of calamon. This laurel that you have on your table comes with branches from this tree, from this olive tree, and you can see how green it is. We olives here have the best possible soil and they are facing towards the sea. And when we're talking about this crown, which is made with the leaves of the olives of our area, symbol of the Olympic Games. I'm saying that because I want to stress that we are a small country, and all those, how can I say them, local fights, apart from the fact that show our deep wish to be the center of the universe, do not help us to grow, do not help us to collaborate and bring our power together in order to move forward. We should leave our egos aside, but the isolation is not always the best solution. Secondly, I want to talk about the topic of the examinations of the green language, that good nutrition helps not only the health of the citizens of the world, but also the health of the planet. And this is relevant to Greece because we are the country that is in a very favorable geographic position, and therefore all our products are of an excellent quality. Of course, one might ask, which are the criteria for the products to be exported in the markets? Where tomatoes that are served in katakolo comes from the Netherlands. And especially in July and August, we do not collect our tomatoes, we do not harvest them because it is not profitable. So you understand that we are importing tomatoes from the Netherlands because the world hub, if you wish, or the world market for food and flour products is the Netherlands. Potatoes. Potatoes are very expensive in Greece. And why does it happen? Because we do not produce seeds for agricultural products. Because the European Union, in order to give you a subsidy, you will have to use a very specific seed. So all the local varieties do not receive help from the European Union. The fertilizers are imported at their great majority, because pesticides and other farm supplies are also imported. Because energy, our energy also in Greece is very costly. We pay a high price of energy. And unfortunately, farmers do not enjoy prestige in the Greek society. And we believe that the Greek state should always pay us and that we shouldn't work really hard. And this is why we cannot find people to work on the agricultural economy. No one is harvesting the olives. We do not harvesting our olives in order to make this wonderful olive oil with the excellent characteristics, the excellent quality characteristics. And of course, we tend to forget the added value that Greek olive oil has got, because it has all those great connotations. The fact that this crown made from olive branches was given as an award to the Olympic Games. We did not make an effort. We do not harvest our olives. We do not harvest our strawberries. We will not be able to do any farming at all. And why does it happen? Because the European Union, in my opinion, has some disadvantages. And we have to speak the truth at any level, because we are always at a loss. On a national level, because our neighbor did not recognize our prime minister. Our prime minister and we don't know if our neighboring country might invade Greece, as happened with Russia and the Ukraine. Nobody knows what is going to happen. And what about our products? What about the agri-food sector? 4%, if memory serves me right, is the contribution of farming to the GDP. In a country that we haven't really understood what food security and adequacy is all about. We know that we will have a problem apart from the democracy deficit that we have. I don't know if the banks and the financial institutions will be able to help us towards this direction. I'm not sure. Banks have created this model, the European Central Bank. And instead of punishing the bank is going to punish the people. How does it work? Is there any democratic control and monitoring to the College of Commissioners or at the European Central Bank? They have this pretense of democracy, but unfortunately what is happening is that we keep celebrating our catastrophe. We keep celebrating on a growth model that had made humans as inhumans. You understand that all those problems and challenges of our society have been really deteriorating. Our planet is asking for help. Wars taking place in the center of Europe, but all hail the system. The system is king. Do not touch the system. And we all bear our respective responsibilities. And since we're talking about the Western Europe, that they do everything correct, and we have sometimes inferiority complexes that Greeks may not be very good. Some of the food crises, such as the mad cow disease, such as the unsuitable oils that were found, all those food crises come from these northern countries and not from the scapegoats at the south of Europe. And unfortunately, nobody is speaking about those issues. That's truth. We tend to bury our problems under the carpet, and this is why this is a very timely discussion. And we keep discussing these issues again and again, and maybe the people that are responsible for this problem may come here and talk. I'm not sure if the decision-making centers want our agricultural products to be qualitative. They just care about figures and numbers, because people have to have access to cheap food and in order to be able to consume and pay consumer products. Unfortunately, this is the reality. Right now, they want to stop the subsidies to specific products of the South because the European Union says, I will stop giving you money, you will have to be competitive, you will have to work hard. But since the energy is very expensive, how can our farmers be able to export? How can we do that? How can we do that if you do not allow us to cultivate our local varieties? I lag behind. Oh no, this is not your fault. You did not adopt all the new measures. We will punish you. And I say to you, my friends, is this how a family should work? Is this how a family should run? And after this conference, I invite you to watch at this sea, to watch at those islands, to walk around this beautiful scenery in order to understand how we have diminished and degraded our own powers and our own advantages. Because these people and this land have given birth to democracy at this part of the world in Greece. And the Olympic Games and the Olympic values also were born here, nearby. And for millions of years, the humanity as a whole has adopted those values. However, right now we are in the Peloponnese, in the part of northern Greece, of western Greece, in Ilia, in Pyrgos, in the Olympian land. That gave birth to the values of the Olympic Games. We want to give priority to social solidarity. We are at the region where the revolution against the Turks started, and we are the people who have great biodiversity. Our biodiversity is the first in Greece. And everything that you may imagine can grow here, but now they are trying to convince us to change the things that we grow. They have tried to convince us to stop growing black raisin. And we stopped growing raisins because we wanted to get the money, the subsidies. And we are abandoning the cultivation of the black raisin in order to grow spargles. We keep forgetting that this land has always been producing oil, wine, produce, and black raisin, and we want to abandon those traditional varieties in order to grow other species that are not endemic in our country, because spargel, let's say, has a good price. The European Union has got specific agreements with countries outside the European Union in order to buy all those products cheap. You understand that the southern part of the Europe is considered to be second-rate citizens. We are not part of the Great Northern Alliance. They believe that we don't have such a high IQ. What about the Mediterranean countries? We have given birth to the basis of the civilization. I don't want to bore you with other details. I just want to say that food is the first indication of a people's civilization. I'm saying all that because I am a citizen of the Southern Europe. I am angry, and I know that always the dilemma is socialism or barbarity. And I want to ask you this question. I want to pose you with this dilemma: civilization or barbarity? Do we really have a democracy in this society right now? This is a question that I'm asking you. Do we have a representative from the university here? Yes, welcome. I would like to wish you to enjoy your stay here. No one can take that away from us. No one can take our beautiful place away from us. We have Greek people such as Mr. Angelopoulos who chose this area in order to invest here. But they cannot also find personnel. They cannot find people to work. We cannot find labor from our tourism, which is our hard industry. We cannot find people to work on our farms, and since it is and we know that the farming industry is that will allow us to survive in the upcoming food security and adequacy crisis. So have a nice day. Apologize for being a little bit pessimistic, but in order to resolve a problem, we should face reality. If we do not face reality, we will not be able to find a good solution, because I feel that we are in a vicious circle. We keep discussing the same things again and again, and nothing happens. I hope that the conclusions from this forum will be able to be communicated to the people in charge. Rest assured that we will use the conclusion of this conference, because municipality is not only a red tape institution. We are a social institution, because dialogue is not wanted. Have a nice day. I would like to wish you the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Δήμαρχε, επειδή σίγουρα τα συμπεράσματα...
We know that conclusions are vital, especially for an event that has a pronounced business and sectoral orientation. The University of Patras, as a scientific partner of this event, is going to generate the conclusions and write down the conclusions of the conference, and those conclusions will be notified to the competent bodies. You are included, the region as well. And the same applies to the competent ministries I mentioned before. They're all in close collaboration with Agribusiness. It is in this context, and given that you are sitting next to the banks, like I said before, you will also have the opportunity to network and discuss with each other. Now, let's start with our first session. And I would like to give the floor to Miss Angeliki Kavga. She is an associate professor at the University of Patras. We have elaborated the agenda of this conference together, so I would like to give her the floor in order to start with the first session. You have the floor.
Καλημέρα σας και από μένα.
Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for the wonderful hospitality, and I will make the introduction of the first session straight away. It focuses on precision farming, a dynamic process for the future of agriculture. This is a session that was created considering the pace at which new technologies infiltrate production. We know that traditional approaches to farming and conventional farming are no longer able to meet the needs of the increasing food demand. The Agri-Food 4 term means a bundle of innovative and revolutionary technologies. I'm talking about Internet of Things, big-scale data analysis, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc. All these things are relevant to primary sector, food processing and trade, and we expect this technology infiltration to increase the agri-food quantities and further facilitate their trade. In general, precision farming is a new perception, a new method of farming. This is cutting-edge technology for farmers and can offer solutions to important problems that have to do with the productivity and competitiveness of the sector. At the end of the day, this is what can ensure the sustainability of agricultural holdings. And precision farming focuses on how we can save renewable energy sources, how we can optimize production coefficient. I'm talking about water, plant protection products, reproductive material, etc., in order to cut back on the cost of production and increase the yield with a view to protecting the environment, adjusting to the latest data, the latest reality that has been brought forward by the climate change crisis. So, in light of what I mentioned before, we are here to discuss all the problems, the possibilities, and we will be joined by 4 distinguished researchers, businessmen, professors, and our first speaker, Mr. Foundas, is a resource management and agricultural engineering at the Athens Agricultural University. His research focuses on precision farming. Mr. Thomas Bartzanas, he is also an associate professor at the Agricultural University of Athens and head of the Laboratory of Farm Structures. His research focuses on the development, evaluation and implementation of new technologies in closed farming systems. I'm talking about greenhouses where conditions are controlled, breeding buildings, and everything that is needed in order to produce, having control over the environment. Miss Christina Legaki, she is the country leader of Corteva AgriScience Hellas. They operate in farming, they have a long-standing experience, and she has a long-standing experience in business management. She has been holding managerial positions in companies that promote the various stages of the agricultural production. And last but not least, Mr. Kokinas, he is the president of the agricultural cooperative Nileas at Messinia. Since 1995, he has been actively and professionally involved in agricultural production, focusing on olive and wine farming. In 2001, he launched the initiative for the creation of Nileas Agricultural Cooperative, and since 2003, he is responsible for this model agricultural cooperative, has been the president ever since. As a result, Nileas is a highly active collaborative scheme and has now become an equally important partner in various programs. Okay, that's an overview of the 4 speakers. And now, Mr. Foundas, you have the floor. You're here to talk about the precision farming applications in the field. Thank you.
Γεια σας και από μένα. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω την...
Good morning. I would like to thank the organizing committee, Mr. Balakakis, Ms. Kavga and all the other fellow panelists for this honorary invitation. I would just like to say a few words very briefly about the following. Given that I have also participated in the previous Agribusiness Forum in Athens, and I have also attended the same event in Thessaly, I would like to personally congratulate Mr. Balakakis because he has been doing a wonderful job. I believe that the agri-food presence in his conferences is exceptional. I see that these conferences bring together important factors of society, business, and the sector in order to address the topic of agri-food. For the time being, I am sorry to say that apart from the Ministry for Rural Development, the rest of our political background does not pay special attention to agri-food. And at the same time, I believe that it's good to have the contribution and involvement of businesses and the sector. I have to say that in Thessaly we had more people, were more numerous. Okay, I come from Peloponnese, from Messinia municipality, and you all know, and the mayor before said that this area, especially Western Peloponnese, is a heaven. Is a paradise for everyone, but I'm afraid that it takes many years to bring people together to such a synergy. This is only the beginning, and I know that maybe it takes more time to some regions to develop to this direction. And after this introduction, allow me to say that my presentation will focus on precision farming. Ms. Kavga presented it very well. She is also involved in the sector. She is also teaching such a subject in the University of Patras. And I will try to show you what we're actually doing. Precision farming. Now, what is it all about? Actually, is a type of farming where we try to use all the data that we can measure thanks to numerous sensors, and in that way we're able to better understand agricultural holdings in order to make informed decisions. This is something that helps us better understand the differentiation. You all know that the various points in the same agricultural holding might differ from another. And okay, you might also have a garden in your houses and see that the various trees develop differently despite the fact that you might have planted them in the same way. This is what precision farming is all about. Precision farming tries to understand and interpret all those differences. Okay, we listen to many things about the food security, food crisis. How is this going to be addressed? Well, apart from the fact that those systems can become more productive, we also have technology stepping in. And that's a one-way street because we get to a point where we might reach the maximum of productivity and we need some help. And okay, I don't know if it's for good or bad or not, but this is something that will come from technology and thanks to technology. You can see here various things regarding development in the upcoming years, and over the next years we will see that the value of intelligent and smart agriculture will triple. And the question is, can we map all those things? Can we see the various parts of the crops and what it has yielded? Those are data that we need, And at the same time, we see all around the world the pattern of growth and development. Well, you can see that major developments and growth will come from Asia. China will overwhelm the world. And last year, I can tell you that we had 60% of scientific papers being published from China, and their quality was wonderful, even surpassing the European papers. So, like I said before, precision farming means that we're not going to make interventions across the entire land. We will try to identify the areas of similar characteristics. We will try to differentiate all these things. And we try to see whether we are able to capitalize on special and personalized, let's say, systems that are cutting edge. And precision farming is so much more than technology. Here you can see in Turkey. In 2019, in the neighboring country, this is a photo that was sent to me by a friend of me. This is from Turkey Da. And he says this is precision farming in Turkey. You can see here that they try to weed the things, the weed out all the weeds, and I'm afraid that they have numerous labor workers. And you know that precision farming is possible even without technology. It's a matter of difference in ways of thinking. Now, let me give you now some examples that we run. We will start with Corteva. They're one of the major sponsors. I think that now timing is very good because Corteva also supports our research group for the past 3 years. We are working on industrial tomato, and I see Kiknes industry, they're also here. And we work on industrial tomato and cotton. Last year we collaborated with 12 producers with more than 4,000 streamers. So we have 3 hybrids, the same applies to cotton. And what did we do? Every week, thanks to satellite images, we're able to download free of charge images from the Copernicus system. And there are many tools that are available for us to use, so practice makes perfect. Every week we would send to the company's agronomists those maps, and those maps would be then sent to the 110 producers, and they would see the development of their crops week by week. That was very effective because, you know, technology is always there. The question is how we can convey this message to the producers so that we can trigger and incentivize them. They really enjoyed the idea because they were able to see their own map, the comparison to the region average, and then that was sort of healthy competition between them. They were motivated to better water or look after their crops. So the most important part in farming is to consider the producer's psychology. I have been involved in precision farming for the past 25 years. It was back in 1998 when I was doing my master's degree in the United Kingdom. I had visited all 25 precision farmers in the UK back then. Today there are hundreds, and you should know technology is right in front of us. The question is to find the right way in order for those technologies to reach the producers. So we would give them maps like the ones you can see here. We had 3 different classes: low yield, medium yield and high yield. And every year we try to see how we can better capitalize on those things in order to improve the production. This year we will take it a step further. You can see the software on the left of the screen, and now producers will not have to wait from the agronomist to forward them the maps. They will log in the satellite system, they will have an overview of their land parcel, they will be able to see what's the development, and then you will see the curve on the right. This is a curve that can show you where you're standing compared to the other producers in the region. So they can log in every time they want, They can compare the maps, they can see how they have performed. That's the next step, and we hope that this will be equally successful. Some other examples. We have also run the Big Data Grapes EU-funded Horizon 2020 program. I have included examples from the region of the Peloponnese. We have the big data grapes, like you know, this is for grapes, for big data. I believe that the title is very elegant. The Agricultural University of Athens is also a partner in this project, and the same applies to the to the grape farming laboratory. Every year we would scan all the holdings, we had drones flying all over them, we would obtain the main images, and the main thing is that we're able to make the right correlation of the images. Early June we had all the data available so producers could make informed decisions. Another important thing that we have done has to do with the open-air broccoli cultures. This is at Marathona, Attica, and our goal was to be able to assess how mature broccoli were, as well as whether they were able to predict the production. Every week our field group would visit there. We were able to have an overview of both maturity and the production potential. As you know, when you're in your own region, you cannot help but showing something from your region. I come from Filiatra, Messenia, so I thought it would be nice to share a few of my examples. We have collaborated with Mr. Kokinas. He is also from Messenia as well. He speaks very vividly. I'm looking forward to listening to him. Now, at Filiatra, we grow watermelons. The same applies to Maliada here in Ilia. And every year we have the competition who is going to grow the watermelons first. Is it Amaliada or Filiatra? So we try to have this week by week competition. I have in-depth experience. I have worked in the watermelon farms. When I was a child, I would carry the watermelons to put them on the tracks. I have experience in that. And when it comes to harvesting of the watermelons, I know how difficult it is. You can see here that we have mapped the production. You can see that we have two different types of soil. And what did we do? We took 550 kilograms of watermelon, we brought them to our laboratory, and my colleague, Mr. Xanthopoulos, and myself, placed them under two different temperatures, and every week we would measure the qualitative characteristics, the content in sugar, as well as how crispy they were, and we saw the response of sugar at 10 and 20 Celsius degrees shows that we shouldn't store them in such a low temperature. You can see here in the area of Terpsithea, it is between Filiatra and Kyparissia, we had flowmeters in place in order to implement the precision farming here. You can see the results there. We have better results across all indicators, and we had a few losses, meaning the better they could water, the watermelons would pop, literally pop. 20% of them was lost if they would water them too much, and in that way we were able to protect them. Another program that we are currently running, thanks to the European Union, it's the ROPS for Crops program. We talk about the implementation of robotics in farming. We have this in-house generated software. We obtain visual information, we're able to identify the disease, we can process data, and all those things are registered in the database so that we can have a better evaluation and assessment of the real-time threat. That's something that we do in order to reduce the spray drift that is applied. Up to 1/5 of the overall volume of application goes off target. You can see here a real picture, and this is why we as a team try to run precise measurements. Here you can see our laboratories land at Sparta. We start to apply spray drones in order to see how they perform in practice. One of our PhD candidates has started researching on that. We try to measure how the spray drifts away from the target. on the basis of the weather conditions. When we spray, we want not to have too much air, too much wind, or no wind at all. We want something in the middle. You can see here that sometimes the spray drift can get up to 100 meters away from the target. We implement that in the farm. We put that on the tractor. Here you can see that in a vineyard, and then we can see how it is applied and how it can reduce this input. Now, my last 20 seconds will be dedicated to showing you a tomato that is thirsty because she is not grown in precision farming holding, whereas another one is more happy. This is something that can help our farming and our crops. They can be happier, they can yield more, they can perform better. Thank you so much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Φουντάη.
Very much, Mr. Funtas, for this very good presentation. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Kokinos to the floor. He's the president of the agricultural cooperative Nileos, based in Messinia. And he is going to talk about precision farming in olives farming. And since he is working at a cooperative form, I would like to ask him his opinion when it comes to this form of cooperation. And what do you think about the opinion of the farmers? Are they happy with these new cooperative forms of working? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So, precision farming in olive growing. We are a group of producers, a group of farmers that was founded in 2001 after trying to find in Western Messenia the best possible people, because we had the same concerns about our income, how we would be able to move forward. We had a lot of important problems back then, and some of them are still relevant. And we also have some new challenges to tackle. So, we were founded in 2001. We have 55 founding members. We have understood back then that this system about the integrated environmental management system could bring us forward. We have met Mr. Michalopoulos back in 2001, so we started with the best possible person, the best expert, in order to see what is happening with an integrated management system. He has advised us to focus on the environment in collaboration with a qualitative system. So next year, in 2003, we took the certifications ISO 2003, and we are the first group that combined olive growing with the environment. We did back then very innovative things, but this new common agricultural policy now asks for them more. Then we were registered in the EMAS register in 2008, and then we received the EPD certificate about the olive oil life cycle analysis, which showed that we produce olive oil with a negative carbon footprint. In an era where environment is very important, the olive growing can prove that not only don't we harm the environment, but we have a zero carbon footprint. But I'm talking about the traditional olive groves. Later, we participated in various European programs that gave us very good, valuable experience, such as LifeSage 10 on the environmental effects from oil growing, Life Olive Cream which received an award by the European Union, Prima Sustain Olive, but I wanted to speak about the ISO that gave me the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Fundas, Dr. Fundas, and I would say that he is one of the best scientists in precision farming, not only in Greece but also Europe, and he proposed me to participate in a great project that was planned. So, through this project, we got to know the precision farming. Since we used for the first time sensors, we applied internet on the olive grove with meteorological stations and with sensors that monitored humidity on air and on soil, and with some sensors that allowed us to understand, that allowed the farmer to understand what is happening from their homes. I want to say that our experience from this project was very important because we saw for the first time the use of new technologies and of precision farming and how they can help us in our work. At the same time, that happened in an era where, due to the climate change, there was a new disease for olive groves, which was unknown. That caused great problems because it degraded our production. So those sensors gave us the information about the humidity and the temperature in winter, so at a point we were able to do some predictions. Later on, we had the luck and the opportunity, with the aid of the institution of Captain Vasilis and Carmen Kostadakopoulos, and in collaboration with the American Farm School, to go from the research stage to the application stage. So we put sensors in our lands and the meteorological stations, but now we had also technical support by the American Farming School, and we reached the next level because information is good, but the point is how the farmer can make decisions based on that information. So today, our group is a recognized producers group for olive oil and for table olives. We participate as a partner in Prima Sustain Olive, a very important project because it focuses on the sustainability of the traditional olive grove, and we also participate at the cluster in Nova that is really interesting because apart from the implementation, we went a step further. We introduced extra sensors and meteorological stations in order to have a better information, because Peloponnese, and especially Messenia, is the fact that we have a lot of differences, important differences in the soil in very short distances, differences when it comes to humidity and temperature. However, what is precision farming? Is the application of new technologies in order to have good information that can be used in order to make good and timely decisions. All this technology gives information, but information are precise, and any decision is based on precise information. Here you can see a sensor for measuring the temperature and the humidity of the air and the soil, and here we had a test drone flight with Mr. Fundas, with Dr. Fundas, because we understood what a thermal camera may do, what information it may give to us, and how important are those information. And this is why precision farming doesn't have an end, because information have no start, no beginning. They are numerous. We had olive trees with a different shade of green, and that indicated that those trees may have a specific problem. Here you can see the maps with the sensors that have been put in the framework of Innova Cluster. Those are our goals and how precision farming can help us reach those goals. First of all, reduce the cost of production, something extremely important where the cost keeps rising. Especially this year we have seen that the fertilizers are very expensive, and we even had 200% increase in fertilizers and plant protection products. We want to increase the yield with implementing good practices and managing the inputs. Sometimes in our effort to increase our yields, at the same time we increase the inputs and at a point that we shouldn't. And this is how precision farming can help us manage our fields good in order to irrigate when it needs, to use the specific plant protection products when needed and at the dosage that is correct. Decrease the harm that we do to the environment. And when it comes to the mitigating the climate crisis, is very important, and it is the duty of every single farmer and of the group of farmers to reduce the effects of farming to the environment. Also, we want to stick to the regulation, to follow the laws, since farmers are always running and we keep becoming better and better because we have to face a legislation that keeps becoming more strict when it comes to food production and mitigating the climate crisis. It is, unfortunately, we don't get any education on how to tackle all those challenges. And this is why our group, have invested a lot in education. And we organize 30 seminars every year, targeted every time period, in order to allow our farmers get the information that they really need in order to tackle those challenges, and to have an olive oil, a product that will have nothing that it shouldn't. There is a new opinion of Germany in order to decrease hydrocarbons even better, something that makes us really uncomfortable because those limits are really low. And of course, to stick to the requirements of our clients. Organized farming is called upon to produce the best possible quality with the lowest possible cost and always adhering to the needs of the client. This needs a good management, of course, on behalf of the farmers, with farming practices that will allow us not to have any residue. So precision farming gives us information in order to make olive trees are a Mediterranean plant that is affected by climate change. I just want to give you an example that 25 years ago, with by spraying 2 times, we could harvest the fruit very well. But now, with the increase of humidity and temperature, we have even 7 sprayings, even 7 interventions. And you understand that if the intervention is close to harvesting, one should be very careful in order not to leave residue. But of course, it also increases the cost of production. But how can precision farming help? It allows us to have data, meteorological data of humidity and temperature of the soil. It can allow us to target the diseases and to irrigate at the same time and according to the needs of the crops. The drillings are common, are shared. For example, I should use the water on Tuesday, so you understand that we irrigate based on the calendar and not based on the needs of the trees. So when farmers have common drillings is to introduce another way of management in order to allow for targeted irrigation according to the needs of the trees. So, which are the factors of success? Because as Dr. Fundas said earlier, technology has numerous applications and can solve a lot of problems. However, how we can use it for the best possible results? First and foremost is for the group to have willingness, to be open to test those tools. If the farmers do not want to use it, then the applications will stay at the shelves. First of all, we should understand that technology and precision farming gives solution is the first step and the most important step in order to adopt it. So the group should be numerous in order to be able to bear the cost of precision farming. How can the group own that those tools? And the group should have an economy of scale, and this is something that doesn't happen in Greece, because we either have small groups or really large groups that do not produce any specific work and just want to get the subsidy. So the right size of the group of farmers is very important to educate the farmers in order to use the tools. If the farmers are not well educated to monitor the information from the computer or from the cell phone, then the tools are really useless and do not bring about the right results. And last but not least is the geotechnical support. So the expert is needed in order to translate the information that will allow the farmer to make the right decisions. And maybe right now we don't have the applications that allow the farmers to work by themselves. We need experts right now to give us advice and to translate the results for the farmers. The university helps us a lot. The University of Patras helps us a lot. And some conclusions that we can draw from our experience: Greek farming lags behind compared to farming of other countries. Structural problems, and we are not well organized. Our production is not well organized. Precision farming is not a miracle maker, but it is a very good tool that will allow us to reach our goals. The applications are numerous and can give opportunities and solutions to a lot of problems. However, in order to bring about results, precision farming needs organization of the production. This is something that we forget saying. How can a single farmer use all those tools? In order for those systems to work, they need a platform. This platform is an organized form of farming, not the traditional cooperative that has got a mill and works from then on. We're talking about organized farming on the field. From what we have heard earlier from Mrs. Kavga, since in Greece we lag behind in organized farming, I think that it is about time to take this seriously. We should not keep changing the law, but we should work on making the best cooperative model that will be very stable and very powerful. Unfortunately, the legal form of the cooperatives now that we have is not good enough. And I know that this is not a very simple issue. Now, an organization, a cooperative, is good when they are able to safeguard the prices and the income from the farmers. So we look at the tree, which is the price, and we don't look at the forest, which is the support package that the cooperative can offer to their members. Thank you very much. I remain at your decision for questions.
Now, when it comes to the development of on the elaboration of such an important topic, like the ones addressed by the previous speakers, I believe that Mr. Kokkinos has been the most competent people to talk about it. Now, the floor goes to Ms. Legaki. She's going to talk about the granular club and the application of digital technologies in the primary sector. Because Corteva, the company where she is the country leader, has developed a digital solutions portfolio that can help farmers make informed decisions that are based on data. Ms. Legaki, thank you for being here with us. We're looking forward to listening to your presentation. I would also like to thank you a lot, and I would like to start by saying the following. It was late 2018, early 2019, that Mr. Foudas came to us. We had a meeting, and I asked him, could you please come to our office and explain to us what digital farming is all about? So Mr. Foudas came to us, he explained everything wonderfully in layman terms, and we were really excited and enthusiastic about it. It was as if we were his students, we were all listening to him. He was putting it very simply, and I was like, okay, let's do it, let's start. Let's embark on this journey. We are a company that is well known for its support to the primary sector, so this is how our journey began. My first slide has to do with the challenges that we came across. I will start with that because that's the most difficult thing. We started establishing the program, so we found the right partners, and we start from the following motto. Innovation on its own is not enough. There are too many startups. But then what happens? We need to do something with that. I'm afraid that in Greece the market is extremely small. All those technologies require a bigger market or even a medium-sized market. We are a very small market that cannot capitalize on the economies of scale aspects. That, in combination with the high fragmentation in Greece, is very problematic. Okay, Mr. Foudas presented it very simply, but not as simple as one might think. It's complex. Agronomists and we as a team struggle to understand, to perceive that, to see how we can put it in practice. Those things are very expensive. Because there was the question of whether those services should be provided or being paid for, or a combination of the two. We as a company have invested a lot in the promotion and understanding of all those things, and we try to find ways to make those things simple and easy to understand in Greece. And then, okay, go out there, you might reach the producers, the network, you start the fight. I don't know anything about it, I don't understand it, I cannot use it, I don't have access to it, I don't have time, I don't have the right network. The digital divide is always present there. We can see that. And some people might have a computer, some others might not. Okay, the father are digitally illiterate, they don't know how to use a cell phone. Those things are real. And I will show you what we did. Those are the things that we keep listening about, and it is up to us to provide a solution. And sometimes people say that, okay, why use those digital solutions? I know my farm better than you. Why should I pay you? This is our daily life when it comes to digital solutions. But like I said, we're crazy enough, and this thing is a journey. So we decided to create a club where we want to include farmers, where we try to address numerous issues, we try to raise awareness, to provide information, to exchange ideas. You know, a problem that might be present in this village might also be present in the neighboring village. So we try to create a basis. We are extremely interested in new producers and young producers because they're innocent enough, they haven't worked a lot, And they're very much interested in that. And we're also interested in that, in bringing them on board, because they are the ones who can convince the older ones. But the question is how we can be smart about it. Now, we found another trick. We thought it would be nice to collaborate with bodies, with institutions, academia, anyway, institutions that have scientific knowledge about that, meaning that this reality can appear simpler than it is to the eyes of the producer. And okay, we know that it's not up to the Athens Observatory to do that. We are here to spread the word. So it's a journey, like I said again. So we try to give the right information at the right time to the right producer, depending on their needs. Of course, I have 50 agronomists supporting me who go and visit the producers, and they also share this information. But I'd like to assure you that we also have our second thoughts and doubts. I don't want to repeat the various advantages because the previous speakers have already spoken on that. Actually, Mr. Foudas has explained them all. Now, a few efforts that we make. Okay, some of them come at a cost for the producer. And I know that not everything can be given for free, because producers and everyone needs to respect the work performed by others, because all those services are supported and accompanied by extensive investment. We do realize that there are financing shortages from the side of the producers, but not everything can come free of charge. A price should be paid for our work, energy, investments. The rationale that everything is for free, there's no such thing actually for me. One of the first services we provide is in collaboration with Athens Observatory. We give them information updates on when is the best time to sow and when is the best time to go and do that in their farm. Okay, every producer that is part of the club can obtain this information, and this is an information that can be used to upon their discretion. Secondly, I think we have 10, if memory serves right, specialized agronomists in our club. They're qualified to fly the drones. We have them on our tracks, and the producer might give us a call, say if there's something wrong at this part of the land. Please come here and check it out. Okay, so the drone flies, we can see that this plant has dried out. We will intervene at this point and we will give an advice. In case of big, large-scale farming, it's necessary. And you know, there is this truth when you discuss crops like maize, the producers literally need to be dragged in their crops. Come with us in the middle of the crop so you can see what's going on. But here, it's easy for them to tell them the problem is located there. Go there, see what's happening, and you will know what it means losing a part of your parcel because irrigation has a problem, or because there are weeds, or anything else. And this is a service that has been very well received by the producers. Now, prefer fertilizers. Over the past 2 years, we have been testing all the things I am currently sharing with you, because we want to ensure that the solutions are valid, that we can deliver what we promise. Okay, you all know what happens with fertilizers. You are more competent than myself. Go into a producer, give them a specific service for their farm, for what they should use per zone, how to apply it. You know that this is very important for them, because in that way they can save on fertilizers, they can help their crops grow better. There's another problem, that you cannot prove always everything. Okay, you might have a good yield this year, next year might not be the same, and digital technology can help you. So you get only one chance per year. Okay, I will go through that very quickly because Mr. Fundans mentioned that, what we do in collaboration with the university. This year we are going to collaborate with industry because we want the industry to support your endeavor. This is what we want to boost this year. And we also have another project with ECETA regarding the possibility of certain diseases manifestation of your crops. You can go to the producer saying, okay, it's possible that this disease might set on. Look into that. You might spray or you should buy this or the other thing. This results in a reduction of the production cost and better quality of the yield. That's another unique program. I believe it is unique in Europe or even in the States. I'm talking about weeding in cotton crops, using an algorithm and a small robot that takes pictures every 2 or 3 years of the same cotton weed, so this can identify the specific weed. It will spray the weed alone, meaning that you save up to 75 to 90% in pesticides use. Of course, you do realize that this has a lower impact on the environment. This is sustainable agriculture. We talk about stewardship. But we do realize that this is an expensive piece of machinery. And this is where I say that, okay, we want the groups of producers on our side, because we know that it is an expensive technology. But given that this has been the first year, it has been the trial year, we have 2 such machines in Greece, and they do deliver what they promise. Producers are all excited because they are able to address weeds at low cost. Okay, there is a cost for this investment, but there's also the performance. Now, precision irrigation, that's another thing we offer. We give information to the producers what they need to irrigate, how much you should irrigate, and cost drops by 30% without any impact on the performance and the yield. Now, when it comes to cotton and the green worm, I don't want to bore you with too many details about that. Digital solutions have to do with silos regarding the storage of products. We collaborate with Cento. Okay, you have your production, it's placed in the silo, but then you tend to forget all about it. Why don't you install another sensor so that you can know what's happening inside the silo? Those things are simple, but it takes time for someone to get to know them, understand them, digest it. We have saved numerous silos thanks to this service. It's not a service actually, that's a product actually. It's a sensor, it comes at a cost, we know that. And our last is the digitization of forest cultures. Some of the previous speakers said that we want to know what happens on a tree-by-tree basis. What we offer, this is what we offer to our producers. They know what happens over time. 4 times a year, 5 times a year, as often as they need it. We have a drone flying all over the trees. Every tree is linked to a unique identifier. It is medical record of the tree, so we can monitor what happens on a tree-by-tree basis. We can track the changes, and at some point, given that you measure the size of the tree, at some point you can tell the producer, okay, you know, you shouldn't spray the same dose on all your trees. You need this amount for this tree, the other tree this amount. You don't need to spend money. So it's something that you build on that. And at the same time, you know how well every tree performs. You know which are those that have been ruined by ice, you know which are the trees that need more water, you can monitor the carbon footprint. All those things are important. That's a journey, like I said before. You keep adding pieces, that's all. I believe that I'm the only speaker so far that has respected their time. Thank you.
Κυρία Λεκάκη, σας ευχαριστούμε και...
Ms. Lagaki, thank you very much for respecting to the time schedule and the very substantial presentation. Very interesting information on various crops. I do agree with you that those services should be paid. And I do agree that there are two great clubs that we should invest on, the new farmers and the young farmers, both new and young farmers, those that are of a young age and those that are of an older age but they start now to work as farmers. Due to my relationship with the area, because our department is based in Amaliada, we had a lot of students that wanted to implement new applications and to really change and revolutionize the way that watermelons and olive trees are grown. Now let's talk about greenhouses with Dr. Thomas Bardzanas, who is, let's say, an expert on greenhouse systems and hydroponic crops and on vertical systems in Greece, and he will talk about he will focus on environmental sustainability of crops under shelter as well as the role of cutting-edge technologies. Greece right now has got 60,000 stremas of greenhouses, as happened before the crisis, and I think that we will keep having the same stremas in the future. So the crops under shelter are crops that smart farming and precision and smart farming will be very helpful. Mr. Bardzanas, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation, and I am really happy since I am here with you, and I am in an area that is really dynamic when it comes to the crops under shelter, and I am sure that in the future you will do even better. For a series of reasons that I will very shortly mention, such as the need for quality products, such as the demand, the difficulty to have quality crops, the fact that there is no water available in various areas, climate change with a lot of weather phenomena throughout the year, the energy issue, which is very now more timely than ever, and of course the various food scandals that are related with food safety. All those things can be summarized very well here. You can see here the farm-to-fork strategy that predicts a reduction in inputs until 2030. My previous colleagues talked about the technologies of smart farming. However, greenhouse as a production system is a system that can allow us to reduce the inputs and to be more environmental friendly. From all those technologies that target inputs, we have to see which are those inputs. Of course, the energy cost, and then PPT products, fertilizers, and water. Since sometimes some areas do not really have a lot of water. The greenhouse allows us to increase the indexes of technological yield and also to increase our yield. We can go from very simple greenhouses for smaller productions up to very contemporary greenhouses that will bring great yields. Of course, no technology alone cannot give the best possible result, and no technology is enough in order to safeguard yields. The right use of technology is that factor, the key factor for everything. Here you can see a wonderful picture that has been produced by the University of Wageningen from the Netherlands, and here you can see Almeria, which is an area in Spain with 400,000 stremas of greenhouses that are similar to the greenhouses that Mediterranean countries have. according to this diagram, if we increase the technological infrastructure, that will allow us to have a better yield, better profitability, but this is not something new, this is self-explanatory. However, according to that research, we have all those indexes, and it also talks about the right way of management of all those resources. And here you can see that going from an open field to the greenhouse and to the vertical farms, which is the solution of the future, you can see that the yield is increasing. And there is a better way of managing all those inputs. So very shortly, let's talk about some cutting-edge technologies that can be used and allow us to reduce the inputs. Apart from the various smart systems that you can see on your right, for example, algorithm in order to improve irrigation, greenhouse offers something unique. The water that is not used, and that I'm talking about the effluents, can be collected and reused, and thus achieving a very good use of the water. So when it comes to energy, I have to say that Greece has a lot of residues, not only from the farming but also from the livestock sector. If we would be able to use all those residues, that could be a great source of energy. I think that we should investigate more towards this direction. Greenhouse also allows us to have some straight energies, to have energy pumps that can be used for hot and cold water. In Netherlands, we have energy autonomous greenhouses with specific materials, covering materials that allow the sun to come inside, but at the same time can give us can collect some energy. You can see here pictures from Macedonia. There are vineyards, and the system is included also in the urban areas that allow us to disseminate the energy in the best possible way, to allocate the energy in sectors that are needed. They utilize the energy when they can. My friend and colleague Spiros Foudas had told me that a greenhouse is the absolute expression of precision farming, because everything is controlled. So some of the challenges that exist in open field do not exist in the greenhouses. Things are better since the conditions are pretty much controlled. Various robotic systems are applied and automations. Not only we don't have only research, but also we can use them right now. Vehicles that can harvest the fruit, but also do other works, and that machinery do not only have as a goal the harvesting per itself, but imagine a robot that will go through a greenhouse of 100 stremas, and apart from the work itself, it will have cameras, sensors, so it will monitor and register everything that is taking place in the greenhouse and giving valuable information at the management system. We have various insect-proof meshes and photoselective materials and various anti-drip coverings that can help us towards the direction. So apart from technologies and system, apart from the infrastructure, the key factor is the right planning. A right planning that should be done based on the type of the greenhouse, based on the area, based on the crops. So first of all, we have to plan the greenhouse, and we have the tools that can help us and take into consideration various parameters and to customize it for its specific area and for its specific crop in order to build it in the best possible way. Last but not least, I want to talk about the environmental sustainability. So we want to see which is the environmental footprint using the life cycle analysis method. And the results that you can hear here come from 3 different irrigation systems: open system, semi-closed system, and closed systems. And this is also self-explanatory that the closed system has the best possible results, but here we can see that it helps us mitigate the environmental crisis. Sometimes when we're talking about the life cycle analysis, but Greece doesn't have a national database for the greenhouse, and we don't have also measurements for the greenhouse gases. How can we understand what is going on since we don't have all those registers? However, it was my great pleasure that I saw an open call that included the development of those indexes, and this is something that we needed. Now, last but not least, I want to talk about a cooperative, since we know that we have to work together at the university. We have created such a company, a spin-off company, and 12 agro-technological companies participate there. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε και εμείς. Έχετε 3 λεπτά ακόμα από το χρόνο.
Much. You have 3 minutes, so you can ask. We can ask you more questions. Now, let's continue with the second part of this session, with some questions that I will ask first of all to our speakers, to my colleagues, and later on I will ask you questions from the people that watch us online or questions from the audience here.
Γιατί και εγώ είμαι...
I will start with you, Mr. Barjanas, because I am more familiar with the greenhouses. Right now, we have approximately 60,000 streamers in greenhouse. According to our experience, they have a low technological background. So this means that it is difficult to apply precision farming in those greenhouses, although we know that if we apply such a method, we can multiply their productivity. How do you think that we could move towards the second category of greenhouse that's technologically advanced? Thank you so much, Ms. Kavga, for this question. I'm not sure that we have 60,000 streamers in Greece. I believe that we have some way to go to get there. The majority of the cases are low technology greenhouses. It's not that they don't perform, that they don't produce, but they cannot produce the quantities or the amounts for which they are being created. It does not mean that we cannot implement smart technologies or precision technologies there. We know that we have some examples in Spain where, okay, technology might be low, but those things are being used. I'm talking about precision and smart farming. When the greenhouse is larger, when it is better equipped, you do realize that those things can be more easily implemented. But even in the case of low technology greenhouse, as we have in the region of the Peloponnese, we have small solutions. I'm talking about sensors and other models that can give answer to numerous problems that can translate in substantial savings for farmers and producers. Or maybe another reduction in the amount of water used for irrigation, or the use of other technologies, some specific anti-drip cover materials can lead to better protection of the crops from the enemies. I'm talking about diseases and weeds, meaning reduced use of chemicals, And we do have the solutions, but now producers can in that way see and accept the fact that they actually need those solutions. Apart from having all those technologies, we do realize that there's still a long way to go in order to convince and persuade producers that those solutions are what they need and they need to be implemented today. Okay, so our problem has to do with the penetration of those new technologies. And given what you said about Almeria in Spain, in a recent journey of mine, we were able to see those three categories of greenhouses. We have the low, medium and high technology greenhouses. I dare say that across all three categories that also include processing and packaging, and they address the entire spectrum of circular economy, we saw that those smart farming technologies were being used. It doesn't have to do with whether we talk about low, medium or any other type of technology greenhouse. And I see that our greenhouses are not being used since June until September, and in another recent trip at the Arabic Crete, Mr. Ferdinand might know that there's simply nothing there. They produce things, they're happy with that, and that's as far as their thought and brainstorming regarding future development might go. So they are resistant to things that are self-explanatory. In other countries, in Turkey, they have 440,000 streams of greenhouses. They have surpassed it. We used to rank 7th all around the world among the countries that produce greenhouse-based products. And today we are lagging behind and we're struggling, and we start importing products from Almeria. And the same applies with consultant services to the producers. Allow me to add that it's not that in Greece we have low technology greenhouses. Over the past 15 years, we have seen some important efforts being undertaken with big greenhouses that are equipped with cutting-edge technology. They have the possibility of generating big amounts of groceries, or implementing at the same time the circular economy principles. And let me now build on what you said before about summertime, because I also listened to what the mayor said this morning. He said that in July and August we have tomatoes staying in our field and we import, but maybe we import not because they are left there to rotten, but because we need other things to produce better or more tomatoes. Well, you all know, and I don't want to make a statement, that thanks to very cost-efficient cooling systems, we could have our greenhouses operating during the summer months. Yes, this requires a cooling system in place that can address the needs not only in July and August, but in order for you to produce the amounts that are being demanded, you need to install such cooling systems that should be in place and operate as early as late April. Now, Ms. Legaki, your presentation triggered me. We know that there are complaints about the fact that the use of technologies either in open fields or in greenhouses might lead to higher costs of investment. And I would like to ask you this on the basis of your experience, because you operate in the production sector. And they try to have those technologies penetrate. Do they have a higher ROI, a longer ROI? What happens there? My question goes to Mr. Kokinas. This solution you proposed comes at a cost for the producer. No, for the time being, no. There's no such thing. Because this is a project that was financed and And then we also participate in the Innova project, so this is given to producers free of charge. And we had to bear the cost in some other cases, but things are rather difficult. And when we ask them, would you like us to go one step further? Well, actually, we cannot have the information being based on the cost of all those solutions. That's why I talked about economies of scale, because we should have such a fraction that will allow for the technology to be included in your methods. That should be something relevant of the cost. I agree with you, and no matter how good company you are, you cannot offer all those things free of charge. There is a cost, and we do realize that small producers cannot bear this cost. Our network cannot afford investments, but producers should realize, on the other hand, that they're part of a chain, they're a link in the chain. New technologies are here to help them reduce their costs, increase their production and performance, but all the other links of the chain will benefit from that as well. So you do realize that it takes much work to do that. Yes, it's true, it is in this chain that we need to talk about training and education of the new or young farmers. Could you please elaborate on how you approach, because you're a company that offers consulting services as well to producers, or at least you try to do that. Can you help us, can you explain us what the response you have? Well, like I said, I want to make market research in order to ask what's the opinion of our producers for all those things. Young people that are second generation are undoubtedly invited in all our events, and we try to host all those meetings online and with leaflets and brochures. I'm afraid we don't have many young people embarking on the farming journey, so you do realize that this is a second or third generation farmers, and we try to support them as much as we can in order to ensure that farming will continue in Greece. If we don't have young people involved in the sector, then we'll have more important problems to address rather than digital illiteracy. I was discussing the other day with a producer about the robot I showed you for the spraying system, and I asked them, why don't you participate in a program that will help you finance that? Well, actually, if I do that, I will be able to use that only in my land. I won't be able to offer that elsewhere. So, okay, we might have this or the other producer taking or buying this machine, and then they need to be able to implement that more widely in the region. This is how we will be able to disseminate the benefit. Mr. Kokinos, we were discussing before starting the conference about the fact that until recently we had cheap labor of Balkan origin, but today there's a shortage of labor workers. So do you believe that this will give an impetus in moving faster, in investing in new technologies so as to compensate? I'm talking about technologies as the ones that were presented by Mr. Batzanos or the ones mentioned by Mr. Fundas, because the lack of labor workers is very important, and this problem keeps coming up. So I believe that this modernization of our equipment is an one-way street. Yes, it's true. I remember back in 1991, because this is where I started operating in agriculture, and this was the year that was marked by the arrival of numerous Albanian or other nationalities of workers. And from one overnight we were able to ensure that we had all the labor workers that we needed. This did give an impetus to the agriculture, Those were the square workers, meaning that I would go to the square and get the workers I need to come with me and work in my land. So we never thought that it was critical for us to have mechanical solutions at hand because we had labor workers. But now this ship has sailed. We can no longer find those labor workers. And okay, we need to address this issue for our members. This is what we try to convey through our cooperative. But you do realize that those labor workers are no longer cheap. We now have the transition costs. We also have the insurance costs. And at the same time, we have an important cost that will not allow us to cover our needs in an inexpensive way. So this is something that meant that industrialization comes at a cost. We know that the operators of the machines might not get tired as much as in the past, but we haven't taken any steps. And we don't use all those options, we don't capitalize on this human and tangible and intangible capital. In Spain, there are things that are different. In order to have those types of vineyards in Greece, we did that without disrupting the environment. We didn't eradicate the land. But when it comes to the form in which it happens today, we know that it is difficult for us to manage all these things. We have micro environment in Helia, Messenia and other regions where you need to harvest things in slopey lands. But technological solutions are there. They're in place. So you do realize that there's an imperative need to move towards this direction. I am confident, rather, that there are opportunities to encourage the creation of cooperatives, and at some point agriculture will be boosted by all these things. Okay, the crisis will be a pickle, but the next day will be better. However, we need a new form. We don't want to have this scattered, fragmented land. We need to enter a new era. Can I also ask you another question, Mr. Kokinos? Because I think it's a good opportunity. So you have a model producers group, and we know that the cooperatives in Greece have been faced with numerous challenges. So I would like to ask you this. How could all those things, if you could put in 2 words, to have those new cooperative schemes working, operating, being effective, approach the issue in a more holistic way to understand that the primary sector is the driving force of this country. It's not the secondary force, it's not the public, it's not all the other things that are currently happening. To my perspective, those are signs of decline. Actually, with all those numerous restaurants, catering services, and I'm afraid I cannot see the involvement of the primary sector. And we know that those cooperative schemes, I'm sorry, but I cannot find the right word, need to be more focused and targeted in order to address the challenges of tomorrow.
Oxymoron is this cooperative movement. It was not either a cooperative or a movement. So a lot of problems accumulated there, but when we started, we did not start it as a cooperative because no one wanted. We started as a non-for-profit company. There was no farmer that wanted to listen to such the term. I don't want to say that it was the members' fault or the political system fault. It was everyone's fault, actually. And up to a point, cooperatives gave money. They were like a public sector, a part of public sector. They did everything else than organizing farming. Now, this is a thing of the past. From now on, what can we do in order to create cooperative groups? It is very good, the fact that new young people start to work on this sector, and we have to use technologies and new machinery. Young people do not want to work at the field. It is not stable. For example, who is going to do this? In the past, people did that if they didn't have any other solution. Now, cooperative groups, cooperative forms should be companies, because cooperatives are more groups than business companies, business forms. Our share, our capital was 2,000 euros, but in order to introduce new members, we decreased it, and now the participation share is 500 euros. Let's say that we want to make an investment now, and we have 200 members, which is an excellent size. We will raise 100,000 euros. What can you do with that amount of money? Nothing at all. Are we going to invest in infrastructure? Are we going to educate our farmers? We can do nothing at all. So this cannot work as a business form, and now these times need groups that will be able to invest and look towards the future. So I like the idea of companies that will be working on the agricultural sector, but according to the law, they are considered as a trade business and not as an agricultural business. And I had discussed that issue with a previous minister. And the minister did not know that people cannot, let's say, found and operate agricultural companies. In my opinion, it is the right time to do new beginnings. We need another legal form for cooperatives that should look agriculture holistically. We cannot always sell expensively. If we want to go into a new market, we will sell cheaper, and our member cannot take into consideration only the price, because what is going to happen when when a difficult year is going to come? I don't know. Thank you very much. So you have you talk with a lot of people from a political level, business level, and academic level, and of course with farmers. You collaborate also with farmers, and this is a living lab by itself. Okay, since you have all four stakeholders, all four sectors of this chain. What do you think? How do you think that this can help us to allow precision farming penetrate to these dynamic crops? I don't want to talk about crops that do not have added value today, but for crops such as vineyards, olive trees, produce, and all that which have a great dynamic. This was a very good question. I think that we all agree. Right now we have a living lab, we have a representative of businesses, we have a representative from the universities, and also from farmers. Everything that I liked everything that we have discussed today. The problems, the challenges mentioned by Mr. Kokinos, the problems for the farmers groups, and the first slide of Mrs. Legaki. This was wonderful. Mr. Badzanas also said that we should not look only in technology, but also for the carbon footprint, the environmental footprint. However, this doesn't happen very often. All of us live in our bubble. We live in the labs, other people work on the fields and other on the businesses. I know that the businesses are closer to the farmers, but we should sit around the same table and discuss. Universities now are more open, and businesses try to approach both the universities and the farmers, but maybe we should have a mechanism in order to allow us to come together and to have this living lab. Technology is not the problem. Technology is available out there. We have listened to that from almost everyone. But how are we going to transfer that technology to the farmers? We should aim to the new farmers and young farmers. Those are our target groups. I understand that nobody wants actually to work on the field and labor their hard manually. I remember when I was at the USA, they said to us that when we bring kids from high school to talk about their professional future, we show them the drone which is flying. We show them the spraying drone in order to demonstrate how the spraying is going to happen, and we show them the robot that is weeding. Those are the tools that will attract new farmers and young farmers to this profession. I agree that we should organize a more formal living lab with those stakeholders. And I would also like to add my own experience from the existing curricula that we have in the various agronomy universities. We put emphasis on the traditional agronomy, and we do not work on the new technologies. And if one tries to introduce such an issue, you are considered to be, let's say, a radicalist. Nowadays, new technologies are part of the game. No one wants to go to the field, as we have said, and do manual labor. I had the opportunity to meet young farmers here in Ilia. Because our department is based here in Ilia, I have understood that young farmers embrace new technologies. They only want someone to introduce those to them. And now we have a presence of the American Agricultural and the Farming School. Since they have a memorandum with the University of Patras, we have a lot of questions. We have new requests from young people to be trained by this synergy. Thank you very much, everyone. I have a question from the audience. Do I have time, Mr. Balakakis? Because I have stopped looking at the watch. From a student of the University of Patras who is asking which are the requirements that would allow us to talk about the application of automated systems on greenhouses with hydroponic systems. I think, Mr. Barzanas, you are the right person to answer to this question. When and which are the requirements in order to apply those systems?
Νομίζω η ερώτηση απαντάται ήδη από θερμοκήπιο.
I think that the answer already exists because we have greenhouses which are fully automated, which use new technologies, and the automation is done in the best possible way. So the time is now. We don't need time. This already is happening. Now, do you ask me what about the rest greenhouses? This apart from training of the farmers, this is not a very serious or difficult target to be achieved. We just want to convince those farmers to adopt the technologies, and the adoption may happen very quickly. Of course, you understand that we need some time, 1 year I would say, in order to train the farmers to use those technologies. The already existing greenhouses in Greece that are fully automated could be a good beacon and a good consultant for the rest of the greenhouses. The secret is synergies. The secret and the answer is always synergies. Thank you very much. I understand that the time is shorter for greenhouses, so one could invest towards this direction, and the initial cost of investment is not very big. In my opinion, it is very easy to introduce new technologies, at least in the greenhouse systems. We don't have any other question. Now I would like to give the floor to the audience here that we have live with us, and to see if you have any questions. Have you understood everything that we have said? Do you have anything that you want to ask? Please raise your hands.
Ο κύριος Μπαλακάκης, μια και είναι chairman της οργάνωσης, παρακαλώ όνομα, διεύθυνση, επώνυμο και έχετε 1 λεπτό για την ερώτηση.
1 minute, Mr. Balakaki, for the question. Thank you very much. I have a question because now I am here as a participant. I'm not the chairman anymore. I'm wearing this hat, the hat of a participant. A question to Mr. Barzanas is the following. When we're talking about greenhouses, we are talking about very expensive structures. There is a very big initial cost for this investment in order to have the best possible production, best possible yield. I imagine that for a farmer, this is a great investment. Let's say that if someone wants to grow a very small plot of land, 1 sprema for example. Here in Agribusiness I have watched a lot of panels, but this panel on precision farming is something unique for me. This was one of the best panels ever. You have said a lot of substantial things, good information about what is really happening on the field. The real challenges as well as the other issues, not only on the academic sector but also on the business sector and on behalf of the farmers. Mrs. Gavra would like to congratulate you on moderating this session. And Mr. Barzanas kindly talk about the cost. Thank you very much for your trust and your comment. So, greenhouse crops is the most dynamic expression of the primary sector. So the investment cost for those system production is larger compared to other systems. Now, the cost may vary depending on the greenhouse that one wants to build. Depending on the shape, the form, one might start from 20,000 per strema, or as it happens in the Netherlands, 200,000 per strema. In my presentation, I have talked about those issues. You have seen that there was a diagram that talked on the one hand for the greenhouses of Spain, and on the other hand the reality in Netherlands with a high cost of production, 200,000 euros per strema for example, and of course with a higher cost of production. But you have seen that the yields and the profits are of course far better in the Netherlands. However, it is not only adopting the technology, but also the right use and the right planning of these greenhouse effects. In Greece, unfortunately, we have greenhouses which have a very good infrastructure and may produce 50 tons per week, but the greenhouse could yield even more because the whole system is not managed in the best possible way. So we have here an opportunity to do even more. Thank you very much. I know that a farmer may be surprised in the beginning, but I know that it is very difficult for young farmers to start. I know the Mediterranean basin has different needs compared to the Netherlands, but we can approach young farmers and allow them to focus on the greenhouse systems. Next question, Mr. Papagiannidis. I want to congratulate you on your panel. I am a journalist, but I have understood everything that you have said because you have helped me understood everything that you have said. I want to ask two questions. The first question is the following. You have talked about technology solutions on organic products. You have talked about on how we can mitigate the environmental crisis. But today, a few days after the 25th of February of 2022, and we know that we are in front of a real food security crisis, and we have talked also about olive trees and olive oil. My question is the following. Do you think that in the years to come, due to the food security, our priorities may change and we go back to the beginnings of the common agricultural policy to avoid food scarcity? And maybe we should focus on the on better yields. I know that pesticides and all those products are not good, but maybe we should go back to the goal to increase production. Allow me a second question to Mr. Kokinos, who talked about cooperative groups and schemes. We have young people with different rationales here. Nevertheless, the cooperative movement during the 80s and the 90s was destroyed due to political fights. However, now I understand that we also live in times of political intensity and political fights. Do you think that cooperatives may also be destroyed once again in Greece? You can answer, Mr. Kokinos, and then Mr. Barjanas and Mr. Foudas will be able to answer to the first question of Mr. Papagiannidis.
Έχω μία ελπίδα ότι αν φωλιάσει η επιχείρηση...
Well, I know that if entrepreneurship becomes a part of the agricultural schemes, then the bad aspects of politics will not enter and have an impact on that. When I'm talking about the bad aspects of the politics, it means that they made their way through the agricultural holdings and all the aspects. I know that now we're moving towards another rationale, In the past, we would want to have production, we would provide subsidies for those production because we want to be able to feed the people. And it is this rationale that led to the fact that we're no longer independent. Okay, when we talk about independence, I'm not talking about 100% independence, but we have abandoned specific crops. I'm talking about figs, I'm talking about raisins, things that were also supported by cultural background, and we kept investing on olive oil alone. To my point of view, farming should now become more selective, or rather multi-selective, meaning doing multiple things at the same time, laying emphasis on adequacy. And now we want to have agricultural schemes and individual farmers and the entire chain and course of the production process. They need to embark on the agritourism journey as well in order to have a more comprehensive and holistic approach. They need to address the entire aspect of our regions. In that way, they will increase their revenues. And let us now remember the old agricultural societies that relied on autonomy and circular economy. And before I give the floor to Mr. Badzanas and Fodas, Mr. Kokinos, you mentioned the key word, autonomy, independence. Our fellow Spanish colleagues say that if tomorrow morning our borders close, for any reason, we are able to feed our 50 million of inhabitants. If this happens to Greece, we don't have this luxury. Then maybe we need to focus on that. Greece right now is on an autonomous and independent country, food-wise. Okay, sometimes we keep talking about the cultural wealth of olive. That's there, it's true. But this does not mean that having olives being planted all around the territory a wise move, because Messenia and I believe that more other regions have lost their autonomy and independence in the production. This would have been better because they would have been able to capitalize the annual growth. We didn't need to have so many labor workers for a couple of months a year. We would capitalize both on our soil and our lives to capital. Mr. Barzanas, Mr. Fundas, now you have the floors. Okay, Mr. Papagiannidis, I believe that this question is a major point. And after the onset of the war, this has become an even more imperative issue to address, considering the chemicals and everything else that is being used in the agricultural sector. And when it comes to the European strategy, the so-called Farm to Fork and the Green Deal, we know that a substantial reduction in resources use, pesticides, plant protection, etc., are on the agenda. Okay, someone might say that right now we are faced with a food insecurity crisis. The Farm to Fork is a luxury initiative, but okay, nothing happened. The European Union insists on the farm to fork approach adoption. That's only fair, because no approach, no crisis can be dealt with unless we have the resources to produce the things that we need, the food that we demand. So I believe that a combination of the two is more important. We need to opt for the adoption of new technologies. Mr. Fodas will elaborate on that after myself. And we also want to increase the yield and the performance, and we need to opt for more alternative food production systems that can safeguard our production and our food security. Mr. Fodas, you can give your answer, and this will be the closing of this session. Well, yes, I must say that the European Union is monitoring developments, and They want to decrease the inflow of pesticides and fertilizers, and now they're discussing whether the goal for 2030 will be delayed, because it is true that we're being faced with a problem, and then we need to see what needs to be done in order for the situation to change. Digitalization in farming is something that is a sort of a buzzword in the European Parliament and all around Europe. This did not happen 5 years ago, and it is indicative of our need. This is no longer a luxury, it's a need. Using every tool that is available in order to produce more and produce in the best and environmental friendly way is now a need. That's the thing I want to add. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Balakakis, for the invitation. I would like to thank Mr. Barzanas, Ms. Legaki, Mr. Kokinos, and Mr. Foudas. And now we will leave the floor. Yes, of course, we will need to stay here for our photograph. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, όσο αυτή τη στιγμή η πρώτη συνεδρία...
Now, while the first session has ended and they're taking their picture,
Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά.
So, with a slight delay, with a slight 1 hour delay, we start with the second session of today's Agribusiness Forum. The previous session that focused on digital farming, precision farming, as we saw, all 4 speakers were absolutely magnificent. They gave so much food for thought. And this is the wonderful way to move to the second session entitled Innovation, New Technologies and Human Capital. The Deputy Minister for Development and Investments in charge of Research and Innovation, Mr. Dimas, is with us. When it comes to innovation, the digital tools, and tomorrow, the future of agriculture and the development of the agricultural sector, we heard a specific conclusion from the previous session. When it comes to the human capital, the labor workers, and we also have the Secretary General for Migration Policy, Reception and Asylum, Mr. Georgiadis, more competent than myself to address that. He's also accompanied by Mr. Christos Giannakakis. He's the Vice President of the National Union of Agricultural Cooperatives. And this panel also includes Mr. Dimitris Mitsopoulos. He will represent the National Bank of Greece in order to address issues that have to do with innovation and all the solutions proposed by this bank, because we know that they are a standing collaboration of Agribusiness Forum. So at this point, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister, Mr. Dimas. Please join us on the panel. I would also like to invite the Secretary General, Mr. Georgiadis. I would also like to invite Mr. Giannakakis. We have already installed stairs, so you can get on stage more easily. Anyway, then Mr. Mitsopoulos. And last but not least, I would like to invite my dear friend, the Vice President of the University of Patras, Mr. Skouras, who is going to be the moderator of this particular session. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Balakakis, for the invitation and the honor to be the moderator of this panel with so many distinguished panelists. Hopefully, innovation is something that is undisputed. And when it comes to the financial performance, financial effectiveness and sustainability of businesses, all those things are linked to the innovation. I believe that today we have also established another link to the environment protection. But can you imagine what would happen if we had the possibility as a state, as citizens, or even as regions or areas to go into major, vast technology supermarkets, buy technology, put in our carts, take it to our homes and implement it? Would then innovation be effective? Well, 15 to 20 years ago, I had the opportunity to be part of a European program, and we tried to give an answer to the solution. The answer is this. If there was indeed a magic wand so that we could take the entire Silicon Valley and transfer it to Calabria, what would the performance of those businesses be? Slightly higher compared to the Calabria businesses that have nothing to do with Silicon Valley. So we had come up with a conclusion that when it comes to innovation systems and environments, it's not so much a matter of what we see, of what we measure. I'm talking about the size of businesses, the R&D expenses, and so on and so forth. What matters is what we cannot see, meaning the invisible aspect of technology. And what is that? Well, of course, the environment created by politics. Are there incentives? Is there a culture for the adoption of innovation and technology in the businesses? Are there specific policies that can support this culture? This is something that you can never measure. No one will ever be able to demonstrate that. It's something immaterial. Now, human resources. Are there human resources that can maybe transform innovation and translate it into tangible things? And this means that they can be translated into tangible financial results. At the beginning, I talked about the culture of innovation, because we know that the propensity of a region, of a state, of a country to work synergistically in the innovation ecosystem, always in a competitive way, is important. So we want to combine innovation and competition under specific rules and conditions. If you combine all those things, you have today's panel. Seen under this perspective of politics, we have Deputy Minister Dimas. He's in charge of research and information and innovation. We also have Mr. Georgiadis, who will talk about human resources. And I'm talking about the human capital that has specific characteristics. He's the Secretary General for Migration Policy. We're also joined by Mr. Giannakakis, who is the representative of the agricultural cooperatives and the relevant movement. Well, I don't think we can talk about the cooperative movement. I believe that we talk about the collaborative movement. However, you may call it as you like, a cluster of businesses having the same purpose. Okay, it's all, everything means the same. And on behalf of the National Bank of Greece, we had a last-minute change. Instead of having Mr. Christoforos Hatzopoulos with us, we have Mr. Mitsopoulos with us. He will address the most sensitive aspect of innovation, because if you look into the barometer research and the most important things, then one of the three top-ranking, higher-ranking issues is the deficit in financing. So, Mr. Mitsopoulos will talk about this specific part in his capacity at the National Bank of Greece. I kindly ask the speakers and dear guests and participants to stick to the 15-minute time. I will try to give you notice in case you exceed your time. I will be as gentle as possible. And in that way we will be able to have a fruitful discussion among us and answering the questions that we will receive either online, by those who attend remotely, or directly by the participants in the room. And with those few words, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister, Mr. Dimas. He's the Deputy Minister for Development and Investment in charge of research and innovation. You have the floor.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Αρχικά θέλω να συγχαρώ τους...
Everyone, I would like first of all to congratulate the organizers for Agribusiness Forum for this event, especially Yannis Balagakis and of course all the partners and collaborators. I think that this is a very good initiative and I'm really happy that it takes place in the region of Peloponnese, on western Greece. I will talk about research and innovation, but before starting with my presentation, I want to say that this government strategy is to try and combine the research that is taking place at the universities with the entrepreneurship and innovation. And this is why the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation now is part of the Ministry of Development. We want to increase the funds of research and development in Greece to receive even more funding, not only from the public but also from the private sector towards R&D. And I would like to give you some data. The goal of the European Commission in 2010 was for all member states of the European Union to 2020 to invest at least 3% of the GDP. I'm talking about private and public expenses in research and innovation. In 2019, Greece ranked 19, since we have invested 1.28% of our GDP, but last year we had the larger increase of the decade, an increase of 17.2% for R&D expenses, and right now we have 1.5% investment of our GDP. However, our goal is every year to spend more on research and development. So how can we do that? The first measure is to increase the tax incentives on R&D. The money that is invested there have tax incentives. This is a very good motive, which is one of the best in the European Union. From 130 now we have increased it to 200%, and we can see entrepreneurship not only in agri-food but also in agricultural technology to invest more on R&D. This motive is already used by very important companies, but it has also helped us to attract investments on technology from Microsoft, Pfizer, Cisco, Amazon Web Services, Applied Materials, TeamViewer, and other technology companies. However, apart from tax reductions and incentives, we are doing a lot of work through the National Strategic Reference Framework. I'm talking about a program, Research, Innovate, Produce, and I will talk about that more in a bit. This project, this action tries to bring together research centers, universities, and businesses in order to take action together, and the so-called innovation clusters that tries to bring all stakeholders of specific in order to utilize the know-how that each of them have and to bring about common results, as well as the actions of the competence centers that help even SMEs to utilize R&D and expert knowledge that in other case they couldn't have access to, because one needs to invest a lot. Apart from the funding, we should not forget the institutional framework and the operation framework. Recently, we have changed the operation of those of the so-called spin-offs in order to give the possibility to those people to do more R&D, and the expert of the offices for the transfer of know-how, which is something that can be found at every university, helps the professors to receive funding. Now let's go to the agri-technology. When it comes to this action, to the research, create, innovate, you can see that the first and second cycle we had 225 projects, and 20% they are the 20% of the projects. 112 millions was the budget, the public budget, while the total budget is 132 million. Some examples, very quick. For example, the utilization of Greek vine varieties and the use of GNSS, the Global Navigation System, on telemetric stations on the fields in order to give high-quality data and high-quality services and precision farming. As you know, precision farming uses new technologies, even also satellite technology, and the analysis of data in order to allow businesses and use them in the best possible way. Now I will give you an example. There are companies that utilize satellite data on an everyday basis in order to understand how the agricultural production is evolving. When do I have to apply fertilizer and where not? Where should I irrigate now? Where there is a problem, for example, in leafy crops? All those practices are used abroad, but in Greece they are not so popular yet. But those techniques and those applications that may seem very futuristic to some of us already exist, and other countries, other neighboring countries already utilize them. Right now it is about time Greece to start using those applications. There is another project on the development of hydroponic farming system, and I know that in the Netherlands they do a lot of work towards this direction. So apart from the National Strategic Reference Framework projects, we collaborate with Agribusiness. This organization contributes into the development and modernization of the agri-food sector. We try to implement actions that promote R&D, while and we also try to promote Greek genetic material by using R&D in order to have even better results, and we give opportunities for training to farmers, and the Elgo Dimitra is doing an effort to modernize the training programs, which I'm sorry to say, but they were not really good, and they also the Ministry of Agricultural Development offers a lot of support in order to have a common fisheries and agricultural policy. However, which are the actions of the General Secretariat of Research and Technology? We are doing actions for aquaculture. We have two competence centers. This is the action that I have mentioned earlier, and from clusters, from this sector, we have approved 7 projects in the agri-food sector, showing that there is a lot of interest to utilize research and innovation. And we also have 3 iconic actions for olive, vineyards and honey. Now, let's talk about innovation. The Greek state, until recently, did not have a policy for the innovation systems and startups. We didn't know how many startups we had, how many people they have, and when you don't have data, you understand that it is very difficult to implement a policy that will be effective. So we have created Elevate Greece, that was a register of startups, but now it is something much more. It is not just a register for startups. through Elevate Greece, we have for the first time give motives to investors, to angels who invest on startups, and we have given motives to have stock options for the people who work on startups. And we have also done an action in collaboration with the NSRF in order to increase the liquidity of the startups due to the recent pandemic. But apart from public policies, we have also managed to attract a lot of official supporters. Banks, for example, the National Bank is one of our official supporters of Elevate Greece, and they offer specialized products, financial products, or give them access to a worldwide network of innovation, free cloud services, for example, or mentoring and business planning services, awards, or other things to the startups. So the agri-food sector has 42 registered startups in Elevate Greece and more than 265 workers, and they have they have taken more than 218 million euros as funding. So apart from the business model, you will see that the main business model is B2B, business to business. They sell to wholesalers, so to say, and the B2G, the blue part of that pie, which means that the part that they sell to the government is 8%, and which are the sources of funding. You can see here that we had a very low part of angels, investor angels, or venture capital funds, which are the main financial tool of startups. And this is a very important message that we can draw from those data. Compared to other sectors where the main financing comes from venture capitals, when it comes to the agri-food sector, we can see that the main funding are private equity. So venture capitals, let's say, are not yet convinced that they have to give funding to startups that work on the agri-food business sector. Now, when it comes to the income model, 1 out of 4 startups makes money out of a product. Then we have the charges for subscription. For example, contract farming with a lot of farmers, and they utilize the product and the company sells it to other companies, and those multinational companies approach startups to help them when it comes to the quality of their products. We have a lot of examples from Northern Greece mainly, businesses that utilize new technology, for example satellite technology, drones and sensors, or a combination of all the above, in order to understand which is the best possible way to apply the inputs. And they allow farmers to have their daily calendar and they can discuss it with the experts, the agronomists, on how to resolve them. Those examples already exist in Greece. When it comes to the technology used, mainly we talk about the Internet of Things. I understand that farmers have difficulties understanding those issues, but our goal is to be able to follow the future of the agricultural technology and to understand how we can utilize new technologies more. Last but not least, here you can see a slide that is really concerning. We have the allocation per region of startups. Of course, I'm talking about startups of the agri-food sector. One can understand that the region of Western Greece and the region of the Peloponnese, the geographical region of Peloponnese, if I may say so, has a zero. We don't have startups at all, not even one. I'm talking about the ones that are registered in our registry. This is a message that should concern us all in order to find measures. I know that most startups are based in Attica. I'm talking only about the agri-food sector, and then the region of Central Macedonia, Crete, Western Greece has 7%. The geographical region of Peloponnese has 0 startups registered. So this 0 is a very concerning message, if I may say so. We are discussing with the regions and with a lot of governors, Mr. Farmakis and Mr. Nikas included, in order to find ways to utilize funding tools from the regions that will allow startups, that will allow people that have the knowledge and the possibility to contribute towards this sector to keep the seat of their startups in their relevant region. I would like to thank you, and I'm at your disposal for any kind of question that you may have. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον...
I would like to thank the Deputy Minister Dimas. This is a highly enlightening presentation. And I might say that we see the special planning that is currently being formed. Our next speaker will be the Secretary General of Migration Policy. Mr. Georgiadis, you have the floor. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about an issue that's a major point of concern for the entire agricultural world. I'm talking, of course, about the need to have a human capital to address the needs of the entire life cycle of production. I'm talking about needs that should be covered throughout the year, especially in the time of harvesting. When Mr. Balakakis invited me to be a speaker, I was actually surprised, because the topic of this conference is none other than innovation. So I thought maybe it is irrelevant for a Secretary General for Migration Policy to address a forum that focuses on this topic. It is true that innovation could also be a part of lawmaking and the way in which the state tries to address the various problems that occur. For you, the deficit in human capital is, as it was also mentioned by the previous panel, widely known, especially after the arrival of numerous labour workers following the collapse of the former Eastern Bloc, but it was a problem that would never be discussed in the big cities. This is an issue that became a problem for the big cities' population, not only in Greece, but also in the rest of the world, when the COVID pandemic, came up. So, all of a sudden, in summer 2020, right before summer, we all came to realize that a big part of the human capital in our country it comprises seasonal workers that are residents of neighboring countries and elsewhere. We tried to adopt emergency measures in order to address the problem faced by those labour workers, meaning none other than their denial of entry. We capitalize on the legal acts that were available back then in order to address this issue. However, this reality made us realize that we needed a different legal framework, focusing specifically on seasonal work, seasonal employment. A challenge that we were faced with back then and we're still facing is the restoration of the legal ways of migration. Over the past decades, we are used into receiving migratory or refugee flows, irregular migrants, and in numerous cases, when those people have no other means to survive, opt for the so-called unregistered labour and employment. I'm not going to dwell on the numerous national and other issues, but I would rather focus on the fact that this whole endeavour is the cornerstone of our migration policy. Normally, we should start by asking for the drafting of a comprehensive common European migration policy. However, at the same time, we see that there are delays in Europe when it comes to taking down this path. So we realize that we're on our own. And we need to create the right conditions in order to reverse the irregular migration, with everything it entails in terms of their quality of life, their financial status, the society of reception, our insurance system, as well as the social cohesion aspect of our country. So, we have started doing some things, maybe many of you might know that. We try to lay the foundations that will lead us to bilateral agreements with their countries of origin. This means that we can pave legal ways for them to enter our country. The first thing was to create a new framework. We realize that it's one thing having a neighboring country labour worker and come to our country and being able to move in and out of the country freely. It's another thing having a labour worker coming from a distant country, a country that is very far, far away from Greece. Therefore, they don't have the possibility to come and go. We therefore introduced the 5-year-long residence permit for seasonal work. This permit can receive another 5-year renewal, and this is a decision that is up to both the employer and the labour worker. At the same time, this legislation had to comply with the European directives, something that would prevent future problems with the European Court of Justice or the competent committees. Having created this relatively simple framework, we started negotiating with other countries, countries of origin of irregular migrants. You do realize that those countries are very specific. I'm talking about Bangladesh, Pakistan, Egypt, India, and a few more countries that export migrants. And within a short time period, we managed to conclude to a bilateral agreement with Bangladesh, establishing a couple of things. The first is the acceptance on behalf of Bangladesh that there is this 5-year-long provision permit I described before in order for those people to work here. The second point is the acknowledgement that our country is currently accommodating a certain number of irregular migrants that are already working here. So we had to ensure that what we have in place is a way to make all these people lawfully residing and work in our country without having a permanent residence, a permanent permit for them, because that would lead to another entitlements of nationality, etc. And we also had to ensure that up to 4,000 labor workers could come to our country from Bangladesh for 1 year and for up to 5 years. At the same time, Bangladesh undertook the commitment that any regular migrant from Bangladesh who enters our country, considering that the country of origin is considered to be safe for them to return, those people will be returned according to the lawfully and legally provided procedures as set forth in the European and humanitarian rules. Pakistan is the second country with which we are discussing. We have signed a preliminary agreement, a memorandum of understanding, if you prefer. And right now, negotiations have progressed, meaning that we're at a point of reaching more or less the same agreement we reached with Bangladesh. We believe that there is broad understanding about this issue, and we're optimistic that within this year we will be able to sign a similar agreement with Pakistan. We're also discussing with Egypt regarding the expansion of the third country agreement we already have in place, because it's an agreement that had to do with fisheries workers in order to ensure a legal way of having these people migrating for work. And a third consultation that is currently underway with our contribution, but this is run by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is with India, a country of 1.5 billion people or more. This is a broader framework, collaboration framework that is not only relevant to migration, so this is a consultation negotiation that has been undertaken by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, to come to the more practical aspects, I would like to remind you that the agreement with Bangladesh will be ratified by the Greek Parliament within June. Let's now move on to more practical aspects. I know that agricultural holdings are concerned by the abolition of the so-called 13A. It is an article that allows the irregular migrants who are already in Greece to be able to work lawfully for a certain time period. Why did this happen? Because this provision was considered to run counter to the community law and the national law, so it had to be abolished. However, we believe that within June we will be able to bring forward an amendment to suggest that, to submit that for discussion to the Parliament in order to address this particular issue for a certain amount of time. This means that for the next year and up until all these things are in place, we will ensure the continuity of operations. Well, that's all I had to say. I wanted to be brief and succinct, but if you have any answers, I will be happy to give you an answer. It is true that we have an extreme shortage of labor workers, particularly in the agricultural sector, but believe me that this is something that also affects other sectors of the Greek economy. I'm talking about tourism, for example. This year we are faced with more similar problems. And we do hope that this will improve in the future. But this is also indicative of the problems that many sectors will encounter in the future. Many countries cannot attract an adequate number of employees. So we will also try to come up with a solution in order to facilitate the business world that try to return to normal back after 2 years of pandemic. We try to set up a comprehensive migration policy for our country. Since we now have taken over the control of our borders, and given that we have managed to avoid irregular migration flows, we have shifted our field of work on lawful migration, regular migration, that will be beneficial to the Greek state as well as everyone who will come to our country, without all the risks that might emerge in the case of regular migration. With those few thoughts, thank you so much for your attention.
Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο Πάτροκλο Γεωργιάδη, Γενικό Γραμματέα της Μεταναστευτικής Πολιτικής.
Very much, the Secretary General. I would like to thank you not only for informing us about all those collaborations, but also for the amendment that you promote, but for including the term of innovation in this legal framework. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Christos Giannakakis to come to the floor, who is Vice President of the National Union of Agricultural Cooperatives. Mr. Giannakakis, you have the floor. I am the shorter person of this group, so I will have to adjust my microphone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this very interesting forum, especially Mr. Balakakis. We have collaborated a lot of times. This is yet another successful event, and I would like to congratulate you, and I hope that you will continue and that we will be able to collaborate in the framework of the National Union of Agricultural Cooperatives. Before starting with my speech, I would like to answer to my colleague, Mr. Kokinos, who mentioned the cooperatives, and I would like to say to him that the law 4646 of 2019, Article 22, Paragraph 2, makes any legal form company, and they are the same as the cooperatives if they are a recognized group of farmers. So if your own Société Anonyme is registered at the registry of the Ministry of Agricultural Development, you have the same tax benefits, and you also have 5% of taxation if you give if you allocate the earnings to your members. And I would like to say that all the cooperatives of Greece have the same framework. We care to see that our farmers are included in those legal forms and find the best possible way to collaborate, no matter what their name is. So, this is what we did when last week we have passed a new bill the farmers that are included in various collaborative schemes that are registered in the ministry, either Société Anonyme or anything else, if they give 75% of their production to this cooperative, have tax reductions 50% to their income. This is a very important measure that helps all those collaborative groups and does not have the black market, which of course was something that damaged the healthy private trade. So, with this new bill of law, we give the opportunity to each and every farmer that collaborates with a private business, with contract farming in this framework, to have the same tax benefits. So, if you are a single farmer and you have a contract with Mr. Taktikos, a private business, in order to give 75% of their production there, at least for 1 year, they have the same rules regarding their taxation with a farmer which is part of a group of collectives. I think that this will give a new push for the creation of cooperatives or through private organizations, because we want to bring together our forces, because this will give us new perspectives to the primary sector. And when it comes to what Ms. Legakis said, she mentioned a new weeding machinery, which is of course expensive, but it is very effective and protects the environment, and it has a low cost of operation that a single farmer cannot be bought, but a cooperative is able to invest and buy it. So, since through this market we are able to cover 80% of this cooperative, that can be included in a program and receive 100% funding from the European Union. I'm saying that because I want you to know that now, since the cooperative movement has been revamped, reorganized, we are trying to find solutions in order to promote innovation, precision farming, smart farming, in order to reach our goals. One of those goals is to reduce the need for labor force and also to reduce the labor cost. I cannot forget when my family, I come from Veria and we grew cotton, and I also worked in the fields manually and we weeded, or when it rained before the cotton emerged, we tried to allow the crop to come from the soil, and when we irrigated and one by one the series, and we did that manually, and then when we were carrying the pipelines, and you understand that through all this mud it was very difficult, very arduous, and when we harvested cotton with our own hands, hundreds of workers harvested cotton by hand manually. And later on, we needed only 2 people. Now, with the use of technology, innovation is leading to needing less people, less human labor, less human capital, and this is the only way for farming in Greece to go forward, in my opinion. And I'm saying that since now we have difficulties in finding people to work on the fields. Patroklos Georgiadis, who is a person that we collaborate with, that in 2020 we did a huge effort in order to open the borders and bring workers, because the national production could have been destroyed. And I want to congratulate myself because I was among the people who managed to solve this problem and lead it. I was one of the leaders. And when I wrote the letter as the president of the cooperatives, and we sent a letter to the Republic of Albania inviting workers to Greece, we were going to go to the hotspots and to find labor forces, and the Albanian government said, okay, yes, we are willing to open the borders, and the communication between Rama and Mitsotakis was successful and they agreed. So, with a special memorandum, as the cooperative of olive growers and the Albanian government helped towards this direction, we brought hundreds, thousands, if you wish, workers. 32,000 Albanian workers came to Greece. So for the first time, we had the opportunity to register how many people come from our neighboring country, because they came with a tourist visa, they came on a legal basis in Greece, but they worked on the black market. So legally we have opened the work market for Albanian people in Greece, but we also found a problem, a challenge. Bulgaria, as a member of the European Union, did not have workers. They brought from Moldavia and other countries. And of course, Northern Macedonia has the same problem, and Albania now went to the countries of the Western Europe, because the money that they get there are much more compared to the money that we give them to Greece. So we have to find more sources. We discussed with Mr. Mitarakis to go to Ukraine before the war, but unfortunately the war did not allow us to complete this effort. Ukraine sent 1 million workers every year to Poland with more or less the same wages that we give in Greece. So this is how we started the communication with Bangladesh and with the other countries. And at the end of the month, I will go to Vietnam because I heard that people from Vietnam go to Spain in order to see if we can also bring people from there. So the actions of the Ministry of Migration Policy are on the right track. When we do collaborate, things go really well. Unfortunately, sometimes red tape does not allow us to collaborate. And we will continue working together. However, the issue today is not the migration issue, it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After the memorandum with Bangladesh, we don't have an embassy in Bangladesh. We don't have a diplomatic representation in Bangladesh. So the people from Bangladesh who wants to come here and work would have to travel really a long way to New Delhi. How is this going to happen when the New Delhi embassy are only manned with 1 or 2 people? They are not enough to issue visas for Indian people who want to come to Greece for various reasons. So they cannot meet the needs of Bangladeshi land workers who want to come here and work. So I think that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should find a solution, because they create much more solutions to the people who bring over fishery workers from Egypt. So Egypt should be looked with a different perspective from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the same goes for India and the New Delhi embassy. Therefore, now we have to ask more of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they have to find solutions. Nevertheless, we should not depend only on foreign labor forces. We should try and in such a way that will allow us to need less workers and to reduce the costs, the labor costs. shortly, the program for the recovery of economy for the primary sector that will give the opportunity to natural persons to buy infrastructure and tools, and they will receive 50% subsidized. So farmers, natural persons, can use this program in order to buy tools, to allow us to modernize the primary sector, especially in my sector, peach trees. We are considering to buy some machinery in order to be able to cut down the branches of the trees, to buy special machinery in order to also help our trees, because in a branch with 7 or 8 peaches we have to leave only 2. Apart from the pruning machinery, also hydraulic platforms that will give us the possibility to move inside the farm as a production line, and the farmers will have to work in a specific way, reducing thus 50% their working hours during harvesting. All these have to be done in an organized way, and the only way to do that is through collectives and cooperatives. Now, let's discuss precision farming. During the last years, we have been listening again and again, innovation, drones, robots, and that reminds me the effort that we have done in 2007, 8 and 9 with the so-called other farming, when we try to include new crops to the farming sector, to leave the traditional crops behind, and we said that maybe we should introduce goji berries, blueberries, but not in an organized way, without a specific framework. And therefore, a lot of people were destroyed because they didn't know the crops they produced without having a network for the distribution of those products, and we still have the last victims who try to find a way out to the markets, and this is not possible. Nevertheless, so every effort for the modernization of the farming sector using new technology farming can drones heavier than 25 kilos fly? No. So what should we do? We should change the legislative framework. Can I get vehicles, unmanned vehicles? No, this is difficult. We should promote line cultivation and line crops. This is why we have proposed, and Mr. Helakakis have accepted it, all modernizations to become in lines. Because those trees, then it would be easier to cover them with specific meshes for extreme weather conditions, to install anti-freeze systems, and to implement any new application in order to reduce the cost and have the best possible yield. So, the academia, research experts, and big cooperatives should sit at the same table and discuss which would be the way forward. We should not continue without a plan. And last but not least, we should understand how we can utilize our products in the markets. I am the vice president of the second biggest cooperative after the Pindus with the chickens. We are exporting. We have 350 members, and we have been founded in 1964. We have 2 factories and 1,600 workers, which means that cooperatives, when they do not steal themselves, is something that works perfectly well in order to find a way to the foreign markets, because today in fresh products we are nowhere to be seen. We are non-existent. Especially in peaches, we are a minority. We export to Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, and now we have lost Ukraine, and a few fruit that we are selling to Germany representing only 3%. So last but not least is to promote our products to the international markets through cooperatives and collectives, both of the public and the private sector. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο.
Wish to thank Mr. Yanakakis for this connection he made actually between the so-called collective farming and the different ways he proposed that we should continue farming, and at the same time the lack of coordination sometimes, but still we see a better image as far as coordination is concerned now with a more structured scheme, let's say an umbrella under which things could be, things move forward. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Mitsopoulos because we all need money. I wish to thank Mr. Balakakis for this kind invitation. I wish to thank the organizers of the conference. Normally Mr. Hatzopoulos should be in my place, but unfortunately due to an adverse circumstance he is not here with us, so I will try to replace him as best as possible. So what we shall try to discuss about the next 10 minutes is how the bank is related to innovation, because sometimes, let's not be honest, you might think that these two things are incompatible. But still, before going to that, allow me to start discussing about our vision, the vision of NBG, of National Bank of Greece. Now, our vision is for us to be able to be a bank of first choice for the clients, the investors, and of course, even for farmers. Yes, we do understand that sometimes we probably are not the choice par excellence for farmers, but I believe that in the midterm, we shall become the choice par excellence for farmers. So what are our values, the 4 A's as we call in National Bank of Greece? Now we wish to become a human bank, a bank that stands by to every possible farmer, to every possible person, to be an efficient bank, a bank that is in a position to respond via flexible and good solutions, to become a sustainable partner, something that I believe we have managed to acquire. We're a bank of 170 years old, and I believe as far as the indicators, it seems that people believe in the robustness of NBG. And of course, we are also a developmental bank, a bank that is there to sustain and promote prosperity and, of course, progress and development. Now, as far as sustainable future is concerned, allow me to say that this is something that we truly believe in. So, the priorities, as far as corporate management is concerned, rely on the so-called operational strategy of NBG Greece. So, what is called by ESG in National Bank of Greece, we implement that as part of our transformation project. So, what is this ESG project? Well, we're dealing with 3 different pillars. The first one is environment, the second is society, and of course the third one, corporate governance. Now, when we refer to environment, we are here to finance sustainable projects, green projects, of the green, so-called green economy. We wish to move forward to a sustainable new financial model and to be able to have innovative practices and responsible practices. Now, as far as society is concerned, allow me to say that we're here to defend differences between people. We're here to promote well-being, public health. We are also interested in questions and issues related to Greek heritage, Greek culture, and of course what we're also focusing in is to be able to have a prosperity via a lifelong learning and of course a digital transformation of the country and the people. Now, as far as corporate governance is concerned, what we have in NBG is that we try to have the best possible corporate governance standards, and of course we truly work in an open way with our clients. Now, the question is how we're in position to do that. Now, nowadays, we have a prominent position as far as green economy and, of course, sustainable energy. How? Well, we are the first bank as far as financing in renewable sources of energy, where we talk about small micro PV projects, as well as major projects related to sustainable development. So we're here to implement such practices. And of course, always at our epicenter is humans, and of course humans who try to innovate. So what we do want is our contribution to be able to have a sustainable footprint to our people. That is why we evolve continuously. And of course, we always consider the different new status and situations that do take place, and of course, we further wish to promote entrepreneurship and innovation. So, how do we implement all that? Because yes, we present our vision, but let's now see in tangible terms how these do materialize. Now, NBG runs a program since 2010, which is called NBG Business Seeds. So, allow me to explain a little bit about this project, and if you wish more details, I believe we can have a discussion afterwards. So NBG Business Seeds is a project which is a holistic project which is there to support innovation and, of course, extroversion in terms of entrepreneurship. In other words, we have various enterprises, companies, societies, and we are there to implement along with them actions to promote, to offer training, guidance, networking and funding to these companies. Emphasis is delivered by NBG to the support of implementation via funding, and of course have such business plans which will have at the heart extroversion and of course innovation. So we are here to promote the so-called startup and SMEs by offering, of course, financial support in collaboration with the organization The People's Trust. Secondly, we fund or we participate in the share capital of the company in order for them to be able to grow and implement their business plan. And of course, mainly we provide guidance and networking. Networking is key. Networking with any given person, any given people who could actually support their entrepreneurial endeavor. So we thus create new jobs, and of course we further promote extroversion, which of course is of paramount importance. Now, some figures and numbers about the project. So the program started 12 years ago. We have been able to disburse 539,000 in money prizes, investments and loans of 5.5 million euros. 41 startups have participated in this scheme, receiving funding or via our participation in the share capital. 2,000 new jobs were created, and of course we have participations in 3,720 in an open competition that takes place between September and October every year, where proposals can be submitted, and we have a specialized team of people by NBG and of course along with other institutions and universities and the academia, and we offer such prizes. Now, as I said earlier, is the following. Now, it is equally important, in order to implement such a project, we do not simply need NBG. We have a participation of Greek and foreign institutions, venture capital funds, universities, research centers, hubs, advisory and consultant companies. So what NBG does is an emphasis on mentoring who transform steps. And at this place, NBG, National Bank of Greece, via its own people, its own executives, or by bringing into contact these new entrepreneurs with the people who are knowledgeable in the field, they can help them implement their business plan. Now, allow me to give two examples of such initiatives that have taken place in order to be able to understand in tangible terms what I'm actually talking about. So, one of these projects is a device which is called F-Water. This is the name that was attributed to this device by its founders. So, via electromagnetic radiation, and of course due to the physical and chemical capacities of water, the water can get back its initial status. So, which means that we manage to economize water resources. We have a less duration of the depot of such plants. We have less use of pesticides, and of course an upgrade of the production in the primary sector. Now, the second project I wish to present as an example is a second effort by NBG, with the support of NBG. Now we're talking about a coffee capsule like the Nespresso one, which has Greek herbs. The company is called 12 Gods. So these herbs can help you make a beautiful tisane, and you can buy this capsule, and you have a very qualitative project, leaving aside the coffee that of course we all know and most of us drink. So NBG helped the whole process, the whole business scheme for this product to be able to be fully recyclable, to have a minor environmental footprint, to use renewable energy sources in its production. So we have different types of herbs that are used in various capsules. There is a special, capsule that manages to capture all the flavors and ingredients of these herbs. And in this way, we have the production of a very, very healthy project based, of course, on the new nutrient, let's say, guidelines. So as I have quite some minutes ago, allow me to offer another example from my own and personal experience as far as innovation is concerned. In 2010, the Adjunct Minister of Electronic Governance, Mr. Georgakis, had other institutions, and we had two venture capital, one from the United States and one from Israel, in order to be able to see how we could finance such entrepreneurial endeavors and initiatives. So I remember the US guy told me that when I have a person who arrives in my office and has a business plan, if I manage to easily understand what he's talking about, I'm going to shut the door. If I don't understand what he's talking about, well, I'll say, okay, well, first stage is okay, let's move forward to the second stage. So allow me to say the following. The issue and question of innovation is very, very important. Don't be afraid to express your ideas, to say the bold ideas you have. Because we as banks sometimes, we could have let that client go because we didn't understand what he wanted to do. So in any case, what I want to say is that things have changed. Data are different, era is different, NBG as a bank needs to operate in such new ways to accept new ideas, and I believe that our executives can help you via funding solutions, and I guess that Ms. Yemelu in another session will discuss about the different financial and funding tools of NBG, but I would like to leave the floor by saying the following. Please be bold. Visit our premises, present your ideas, and hopefully this particular idea will be then put into tangible terms and actions. Thank you. Mr. Mitsopoulos, thank you very much. Well, let me keep from the presentation the role of NBG as a mentor, and not just as a financer of innovation. So we shall start a discussion about innovation in the whole agro sector with Minister Dimas. Mr. Dimas, I have a question. You presented some financial tools. You talked about taxation, about investment projects. You talked about a reform of the institutional framework. Now, taking into consideration the background, let's say, of our country, the Article 16, previous efforts as far as the agriculture sector is concerned, why you remain ambitious today and you believe that we expect even better days in the agro sector? And you expect also in terms of manufacturing, greater growth via your initiatives, of course, and under your auspice. Now, as there was a reference to Article 16, Article 16, ladies and gentlemen, in order to be able to be altered, in Article 5 says that we need a change in the Constitution. So, of course, I understand the revision of the Constitution is a concrete process that, of course, according to the rules, we need two parliamentary sessions, consecutive ones, and of course a majority vote. Comments of microphone cannot be translated, unfortunately. because once again, Article 16 and paragraph 5 has another reference. The Speaker. So, allow me to say the following. We are obliged to, let's say, abide to global developments. What the state has to do is to be able to offer the appropriate funding tools, the institutional framework. So for the private sector, whether we are dealing about cooperatives, we're talking about producers, single producers, so for them to be competitive at the global scale. Time has passed and we cannot remain simply competitive in terms of Greece. We should see the global market. So I guess that we should try to be able to provide even more tools. Needless to say that there are many difficulties. But through the provision of tools, arsenal, actions, EU actions for funding to support innovation and research by the program of agriculture sector. There was a reference previously about active protection, the incentives that are offered to cooperatives, which are rather reinforced against some others. But if we do not take advantage and utilize these tools at the EU level and, of course, the state level, we shall remain stagnant, we will lag behind, and we will also lag against competition. So I believe that this is a condition sine qua non if we truly wish to become even more competitive at the EU and global level. Now, I don't want to say whether I'm ambitious or not. By nature, I'm ambitious, but I believe that there is an urgent need to be able to use and apply into practice these tools. That is why we try to become as hospitable as possible in terms of entrepreneurship is concerned. And of course, that's why we provide such taxation incentives, needless to say, but of course we also need to calculate the real data and of course the real overview of the economy. And let's be honest, the last decade we've been constantly facing a crisis in Greece, whether you're talking about the financial crisis, a banking crisis, an immigration crisis, especially 2019-2020, or the coronavirus pandemic, and of course, today we are dealing also with an energy crisis. So, still, we must to respond to reality and see what happens in other countries, apply those tools, utilize those tools in order, as I said, to be competitive. Still, despite the limitations, we saw for the first time the money that is distributed to research innovation in Greece for the first time. That's very important. So it is, of course, we will not have this Swedish paradox to have more money for research innovation and no patents. I hope one day we can arrive at this moment, but still, I wish we could offer more money, more funding to research innovation. Still, we try to do our best to be able to support our research innovation in Greece, all research centers in Greece, via programs for the promotion of basic and applied research, projects for the projects of excellence like Thorax, the collaboration with Elgodi. So we try to see how we can utilize the EU funding projects and of course state funding and from the Recovery Fund in order to be able to support research innovation in every possible field of the economy, including, of course, the agriculture sector. Thank you very much. Now, you made a reference to immigration policy. We are standing together in this podium. Let's hear your own experience from the negotiation of our country with one of the three countries that you negotiate and you debate, and present, if possible, what were the most crucial stake in this agreement, when you felt that the agreement would fail and when actually you thought and you believed that the agreement would be concluded. Thank you, thank you. So the most crucial part of such a negotiation is to be able to understand that there is a common perception of things and a common understanding. In other words, both sides should be able to understand that we're dealing with a term that, though I don't like to implement an English, British term, both sides should understand we're talking about a win-win situation. Because there were three things that we needed to take into consideration. The first one was that we should follow the initial direction, in other words, to be able to open up a road in order to be able to have legal working personnel in Greece. Secondly, we had to acknowledge the fact that there were already illegal immigrants from that country residing in Greece and try to find a solution along with the country of origin, how the status of these people would be managed in order to become legal residents of the Greek state, which of course does not mean a full legitimization. And having, of course, the status of an EU citizen, that's another question. So the third thing had to do, as Mr. Giannakakis said, with the fact that, yes, we do need manpower all over Greece. But how this can take place? Well, we do know that there is no embassy for the moment, and there New Delhi is 7,000 kilometers far away, so you need to agree on a certain type of flexibility and accept the fact that many things, as far as the operation level is concerned, take place differently, should take place differently. So Greece, as a country of 11 million people, cannot fund embassies all over the world. We cannot afford doing so. So the main element of this particular debate and discussion and negotiation was to see things holistically. On the one hand, the country of origin should understand that it is beneficial to be able to sign up such an agreement and agree on these terms for these people who reside in Greece, to understand that it's beneficial for the country of origin not simply export people in third countries, but expect that these people, via the currency they will get, they will one day return to Greece. And of course, this will further support our economy also. And so we are here to protect what we call national. Now, having understood these things, we started discussing about numbers, figures, data. So you need to negotiate on data. That is why we try to do with other countries. Because the difficult part is to be able to start. And if you have an official text signed by both parties, can be used as, let's say, a roadmap for future negotiations that shall come. So I believe that this initial text was the most difficult one in terms of its stipulation and drop. Thank you. Indeed, what you said is quite revealing. It resembles with the intergovernmental agreements, but still, there are the FAO projects where the short-term immigrants, upon their repatriation, they have the so-called return migration status, where in the countries that send people, they can start working with the money they made, for example, in Greece, and open up a new business and bring the new skills they acquired, for example, in Greece, to their country of origin. Mr. Yanakakis, my question is rather clear and it emanates from your own speech. You talked about the importance to have a framework, a strategic framework, in order to be able to have coordinated efforts to adopt innovation via concrete goals and objectives and pre-decided production decisions in order to avoid any fragmentation of efforts and, of course, of disbursement of funding tools, and, of course, a fragmentation in terms of production. So, which should this coordination unit be in order to be able to implement this project along, of course, for example, the Ministry of Health? So, who should coordinate this effort? Who should planify this action plan for innovation and agricultural production?
Clearly, the choice of the Minister of Rural Development is the natural choice, considering that we also have the Elgo Dimitra project with all the research institutions. We also have the agricultural schools and universities and the Union of Agricultural Cooperative, which, through the natural persons as well as the legal entities, will help us determine the solutions thanks to the research that will be carried out in order to establish the relevant framework. So, we have a tripartite collaboration without excluding privately owned companies that cannot be directly involved to realize that. Sometimes there's conflicts of interest among the various companies. However, it is clear that their opinion, their contribution, their feedback would be valuable. So would you call that a hub of innovation contributions? Well, actually, yes. The main goal is to boost innovation. I believe that it's the most effective way to go. For example, in the case of citrus fruit, what should we do? Should we use drones, unmanned vehicles to spray the crops? So we need to set a framework so that everyone follows a specific line, rather than having everyone following their own leads or following the leads given and tips given by the various companies. Okay, but maybe the strategic development plan should also include the guidelines. But let me ask you this as well. When it comes to the agricultural production, how would you prioritize the most innovative sectors today? I realize that funds and resources are not endless to support innovation, so which are the sectors you would focus on first? In light of the current situation, I believe we do have an issue with food adequacy. We need grains, we need maize, we need such products that will support livestock breeding as well as meet the food needs of the population. At the same time, we should also consider the export needs when it comes to fruit. We are a country that can produce vast amounts of fruit, although we don't do that, and even if we do so, we have a hard time exporting them. In the case of Crete Island, when we discuss the case of greenhouses, they export only 20% of their production. Why? Because they don't collaborate with each other, and this means that they cannot produce and grow the critical mass that is required for more mass exports. We're interested in groceries, for example, because we want to increase what we produce, considering that the weather conditions allow us to permit us to do so. And when it comes to the cost compared to our competitors, our cost is reduced compared to the competition. This is what we should prioritize, because this is something that will generate revenue for the country. Thank you. Mr. Mitsopoulos, let me ask you a question asked by the Deputy Minister. Which are the reasons why the agri-food sector is not attractive investment-wise? And what can a big bank like NBG could do to address that? Well, I think that this was true in the past because banks were very concerned about that, and they weren't so much willing to enter the agricultural sector. But today we have more countries, and sometimes the producers, the farmers, would not resort to other countries because they thought that they wouldn't be accepted. Today things have changed. Why is that? The mindset of both the producers and the banks has changed. Now banks are more interested in the agri-food sector, not only talking about the subsidies and the aids, because those things have been a main point of interest for the banks. Focusing on the part of financing and in line, or rather in combination with the numerous financing tools that are currently available, we do realize that the landscape has changed. Given that banks work for profit and they operate for profit, have seen that the private sector offers big opportunities, business opportunities. Okay, maybe this happens with a delay, but currently as we speak, I'm here to represent the NBG, and the NBG stands by the side of the agri-food sector. Our ambition is to become the top-ranking bank among the producers' choices. Thank you so much. Before giving the floor to the audience for questions, I would like to ask a last question to the Deputy Minister. I believe that the map you showed us, the special planning map, was impressive in the new legal framework that you referred to. Are there any provisions regarding the combination of this new special planning law with innovation, how we can support innovation on the basis of special criteria? Well, in the context of the new partnership agreement and the new development law, yes, we do have that. As you know, the PA funds aim at supporting the regions. When it comes to what I presented, those things are independent to the PA funds or the development law. What we try to do is to discuss with the regional administrations in order for the innovation funds that are currently available to them, and sometimes in the past they didn't have the opportunity to make the most out of them. Now we want them to capitalize on them to the maximum on the basis of innovation and proper entrepreneurship. Mr. Ilianos. Well, I'm very well aware of your questions or points of concern. Anyway, I know who you are, but before asking your question, please introduce yourself. I am Ilianos Dimitris. I am part of the 2023-2027 programming period strategic action plan, and I have been part of the teams that design the co-funded programs. Either we talk about the cohesion fund or the agricultural funds or other funds. I have a question. Over the past 2 years, I have traveled all around Greece to attend the various events presented by the Ministry of Rural Development for the design, for special planning design. I see that there is a shortage of human capital in agriculture. This is something that was on the agenda even before the pandemic. I had attended meetings back in 2019 at Veria, Thessaloniki, prior to the pandemic, and they kept talking about the fact that they didn't have labor workers. Well, it was very interesting for me to hear that now there are some collaboration agreements or memoranda of understanding with Bangladesh or Pakistan, but let me say at this point that we have a significant number of people that find themselves in this grey zone, irregular, semi-regular, legal, illegal. Maybe we should make an effort to include or integrate those people who are already in Greece. Why can't we capitalize on those people in order to give them let's say, primary sector orientation. We have people living at Vathi Square, and you can see the demographics over there. You can see how many people are there, young people who just wander around without doing anything. Rather than having them in the big city centers doing nothing, we should rather opt for a different solution. A new program that had been proposed for funding by the Migration Fund that had to do with the training of foreigners, and this training would focus on the primary sector. It was designed but never implemented. So instead of looking for new ways to sign a memorandum of agreement to import new human capital, why not focus on the existing human capital? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. First of all, when it comes to our design, the third country agreements, and maybe I wasn't clear in my presentation about that, there is a provision about this process on how we can make the already in Greece people legal. And this memorandum with Bangladesh will be ratified by the Greek Parliament, and we want to legitimize, let's say, 15,000 Bangladeshi people who are already in Greece under the conditions I mentioned before. This is what we also want to achieve with all the other countries of origin. However, on the other hand, we don't want to opt to this legitimization only for financial reasons of everyone who's in the country, because those people might have been living in our country for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And you talked about the social integration, social inclusion programs. Back in 2019, we had the Asylum and Migration Fund. Normally, social integration programs should have been organized, but I am afraid that we didn't have this money because we came across an 128% overbooking, meaning that we couldn't afford anything new. And like you said, yes, the fundamentals of this program had been designed, but there were no funds. Anyway, we were lucky enough, and apart from the new fund under Law 2127, and the European Union has not disbursed the money yet, so we cannot launch that. Anyway, things were unfortunate back then, but we were fortunate to be the only country that received 35 million euro to run social integration policies and programs, and those programs have already been submitted to the committee for approval. The amount has been approved, and it is in this planning that we have also included a dedicated program for language, for training of those people in all aspects of training, language, social integration, employment, and 1/3 of the overall amount will be dispersed to this direction. At the same time, we are waiting for the new programs. We have agreed to run integration programs for those who already reside in our country, and those programs will fall beyond the Asylum and Migration Fund policies and programs. In order to do so, we are currently discussing the issue with the Content Ministry in order to run it to ensure that this will run through the regional development operational programs, so that the regions that are in more direct contact with the problem and the content authorities can collaborate with their partners, and we can also draw funding from there as well. That's all I had to say. Hope I answered your question. Do we have time to take more questions? Hello, my name is Fanis Papanikolaou. I am here to represent a Northern Ilia Strawberries Producers Association. I believe that this discussion is really relevant to us, and we're interested in the labour workers issue and how we can make them legitimate. We believe that in Northern Ilia we employ 15,000 people to address the needs of a 20,000 strema area. And out of those 15,000 people that have approximately 4,000 to 5,000 people available, this year has been the first year that much of the production was left unharvested. We know that strawberry is a crop that is directed to be exported, and I believe that this is a model crops for Greece. And over the past 15 years, we have seen an exponential growth. Because back in 2003 or 2004, we had only 2,000 stremas. But within 14 years, we managed to grow strawberries across 20,000 stremas. So, the human capital is one aspect. In their vast majority, they come from Bangladesh. They have been working with us for many, many years. And another major problem is the fact that there are numerous obstacles, many obstacles that don't allow things to run smoothly. I was impressed by what the Secretary General said regarding innovation in lawmaking. I believe that is something that we utterly need today, and this innovation should happen in collaboration with stakeholders of this critical sector. If we don't sit around the same table, if we don't reflect on the actual needs that we have, then everything we do will be unsuccessful. Okay, we might make laws, draft more laws, but the obstacles will be there. And let me give you two examples. Mr. Giannakakis talked about the northern Greece peach labour workers. And when those people wanted to become regular in order to work there, all of a sudden they were not 15,000, they were 32,000. So it's a matter of how we measure all those people. You talked about 4,000 people. Yes, that's important. 4,000 people are not enough, to be honest. Those people need to be able to come to Greece. If they're able to come to Greece, we need to facilitate this process. Thank you. I kindly ask you to be very, very brief. Yes, of course, I will try to respect the time constraints. I will be very specific. I would like to talk about two things. Okay, you talked about the fact that it should be registered. Okay, that's how things should be done. Because we don't want to have irregular, unregistered people in our country living in the conditions that we're all aware of. The collaboration with Bangladesh will be implemented, and this means that at the capital of Bangladesh, a dedicated office, dedicated service will operate. People will submit the papers there, their documents, and then the relevant visas will be issued. When it comes to your second point, we realize that the people that you already have here, and we know that they come from Bangladesh, you will have the opportunity, once this bill of law is ratified, by the Parliament, by the Greek Parliament, you have the opportunity to make a solemn declaration, and then those people will have to go to their embassy and get the legal papers so you can keep working with them for the next 5 years. More announcements will follow. Okay, so if there are any other questions, I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to thank the audience for their participation. But I would like to conclude the session. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I would like to thank the Secretary General, the Deputy Minister who joined us, and they came today for the conference only. Please join us for the group photo of this panel. In the meantime, I would like to say that we will have a break, a 15-minute break. Please be back at 20 to 4. And please, those of you who will participate in the field visit tomorrow at Bridzik Estate, please register at the Secretariat of the conference outside. Now, the lunch will be offered at the main restaurant or the hotel. You will go to the reception building, and on the left you will see the restaurant for the lunch. We'll be back to start at 20 to 4.
Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Ποιες θεϊκά. Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά. Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά. Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά. Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά. Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά.
Καλό μεσημέρι λοιπόν από την...
Good afternoon from the beautiful Skafidya in Pyrgos, in the Department of Ilias, with very, very heat, very warm day, in a beautiful atmosphere. We are arriving at the third session. Unfortunately, we are 1 hour behind schedule. So we would kindly ask for apologies for this fact, for those who watch the conference via video. But a live event where participants can, leaving aside their presentations, to have a dialogue between them, and of course via the interaction with other people. So let's move forward, as I said, with the third chapter, third session, related to financial instruments, the agribusiness assessment. A panel that is made up from the most designated person in this thematic of the conference, people that I would kindly like to invite. First of all, Mr. Alexandros Dimitrakopoulos, who is the regional manager, mandate manager of the European Investment Fund. Mr. Dimitrakopoulos, please, I'll kindly invite you to the podium. Moreover, Ms. Tatiana Gemelu, Head Business Development Sector at the National Bank of Greece, that once again I need to thank for her continuous trust and support to our forum. And of course, Mr. Xenophon Kappas, he's the General Director of the Captain Vasilis and Carmen Kostadakopoulos Foundation. Mr. Kappas, please. Moreover, something that is being discussed in such events and panels relating the agro-food chain and sector is that, of course, we need to do things and we want to do things as producers, as manufacturers, but we want money, we want support, we want. So let's hear, in many different ways, the financial instruments available, and of course the conditions or preconditions required in order for farmers, agriculturists, to receive such funding and support. So this particular chapter of the conference shall be moderated by a great friend of mine, that during 5 years he has coordinated any possible financial agribusiness forum and panel, Mr. Adonis Papagiannidis. Adonis, it is up to you to open up the third chapter of this conference, to be able to see what happens in this particular field. Thank you. So, Adonis, the floor is yours. Hello. 2 minor introductory notes. First of all, I truly admire those of you who are still in the room. A chapter that should stop right now, but we are in Greece, it's June. Leaving aside the heat, there's also a beautiful sea outside. All the pleasant occasions to not attend the conference. Still, there is a buffet, so I truly admire that you are still in this room. Secondly, another introductory remark that was already being said was by the municipality and the mayor of Pyrgos. As far as the financial sector is concerned, it seems that people believe, and of course the agri-sector believes, there is a so-called SOS, help, but there is also a certain distrust. A distrust that the panelists and all people who are related in the financial sector must, yes, I do know that this might seem rather tenacious, they should try to do the best, in other words, to explain what they need to do. They need to face things. Especially when Ms. Yemer will take the floor, I would like to say that NBG Bank, what is actually doing for the so-called distrust on behalf of citizens, on behalf of farmers, on behalf of the business sector. We talked about investment previously, but investment without support of the financial sector is, let's say, rather non-existent. So, last introductory remark, you shall see that the panel will not talk about the banking sector or the financial instruments per se, but they will also talk about support and assessment. So, I guess that assessment is important, but also we need to say that you will receive money. So we need to see both terms, support and assessment. It is not as we used to say back in the past that my parliamentarian will call at your office or the minister and you will get the funding. It is going to be a truly assessed business plan, let's say. So these were my initial comments. So, unfortunately, we won't have Yorgos Stylios from representing the state. He's a politician, so I believe he's somewhere in Arta, in Western Greece, because the needs of the profession of being a politician had to take him away from us, let's say. So normally that you have a politician in the panel is not something that we can afford right now. So, before getting my seat, I would kindly address the invitation to Mr. Alexandros Dimitrakopoulos, that I do know since Brussels. We both were in Brussels at a certain moment, so in this platform between Athens and Luxembourg, and he comes from the European Investment Fund, in other words, the smallest but the most dynamic and more interesting brother of the European Investment Bank. Always, he tends to say how things work. So I shall leave the floor by saying that you need to convince all of us that the EU arm of funding is real and focuses on such issues as the one debated today. It is not something, in other words, which stands remotely pending somewhere. So, those of you who participate in the conference, you know there is a watch over there, so we need to respect the clock, so we need to be as brief as possible in order to offer appropriate time for discussion afterwards. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Dimitrakopoulos from the European Investment Fund. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me in this conference, once again, in the Agri Forum. It's Agri Forum number 4 or 5, I guess. So, let me jump into the response to your question. Indeed, the European Investment Bank is the offspring of the European Investment Bank, and it is responsible for all EU projects that can be manned by its people, especially in all the member states of the EU. So in order to start by saying, for example, that personally as representative of the European Investment Bank, I have Greece and Cyprus. So I have already 3 projects in Greece and 2 in Cyprus, and we try to do what you just already said. In other words, how we can offer money to the primary and secondary sector. How we do that? Of course, via the banks, because we are not a bank. So allow me to explain what I'm actually talking about. So a few words about the European Investment Fund. EIF is an EU institution which is at the heart of the EU, dedicated to facilitating access to funding for all SMEs. Our objective is, of course, to reinforce entrepreneurship and innovation by offering a varied spectrum of support, starting from microfinance up to social economy, major funding, and of course some other projects and programs that I present here in Greece, because SMEs, of course, is the backbone of the European economy, and of course it is a large part of the EU policy. Now, allow me to say 99.8% of enterprises in Europe are SMEs. There are 24.5 million SMEs in Europe, which employ 95 million employees. So these 95 million people manage to generate 4.16 trillion euros, an amount equivalent to the GDP of the 27 member states of the EU. So we fully believe in the importance of SMEs, including, of course, agribusiness and their role in the EU economy. That is why we support the way funding can be improved in these small businesses. And of course, we also see how banks behave and how banks are willing to support these kind of enterprises, because we do know that they play an important role in the local economy, and because via the banks we can, of course, offer our funding products. So let's see how we can help financial institutions. Well, in some cases, whenever an agribusiness company or any given business does not have the appropriate credit worthiness, and of course people cannot calculate the expected cost and expected loss, or it might have a low credit worthiness, or which would have a high risk of a non-performing loan. So we have EIF, which says that via our projects we can cover and share the risk of the bank, and of course support the lender to get the appropriate funding, conduct his investment, and help both sides of this agreement. But of course, via this product, once again I need to stress, we are not a bank. We promote our products all over Europe in order to support all SMEs, not just the 3 out of 4 as our study suggests. Whether we're talking about startups, whether we talk about agribusiness, whether we talk mid-cap or SME. And of course, I'm not talking about the typical solutions, but of course we also need to consider something else in our projects. I'm talking about social enterprises. I'm talking about all enterprises that the EU, via its projects and programs, tries to encourage in order to enter in a loan process. Because we still live in the era of having €1 of public resources is equivalent with €1 of public €1 grant. So via this financial instrument we can at least be able to generate €5, so 5 times more investment, and of course to SMEs and agribusiness. So the benefits of our approach: we of course want to offer solutions whenever there is a funding gap. We wish to nurture existing and new ecosystems. We want to collaborate with the local lending partners, and of course developmental banks, private entities, governments, in order to be able to increase the number of financial institutions who can lend money. We understand, and I believe this was something which was already mentioned in a previous session, that there are always obstacles. There are many things that we need to consider, that we need to see things in place. So I guess after the COVID crisis, we have the financial crisis, we have the natural disasters last year, so we have the Ukraine. So I believe farmers and any given person suffers right now, but still we try to facilitate these problems that a person might have by offering a product that can truly help a farmer, for example, who has a lack of financial resources. So we come and we say what we can do. Well, we can help you at a level of 80%. So we can support this particular investment by offering at least 80% of the guarantees in order to implement such an investment. That is why, via the Greek government and the Ministry of Agricultural Affairs, we have created a new financial tool, an innovative tool, which is there to support by 80% the access to funding via the EAFRD. And of course, this Rural Development and Guarantee Fund is an innovative financial tool developed by the Hellenic Ministry of Rural Development and Food. And of course, we support farmers, manufacturers, and via this tool, we are here to reinforce and ease the access to finance through loan guarantees, strengthen the position of farmers in the supply chain. We support the promotion of environmental goals, added value, of course, we help the support and creation of new jobs, and of course, also, we have a few operational costs for companies. This particular fund supports funding in various sectors in actions 414 for investments in agricultural holdings, and of course for investment in processing, marketing and development of agricultural products, action 424. And of course, as I said, EAFRD offers via this process a portfolio volume where the risk is retained by the F1. Moreover, we managed to support any other costs related to each bank, and we have a guarantee rate of 80%. So via the €5 generated for every euro spent, we can today finance loans up to 480 million euros. And of course, this is very important because we multiply by 80 and we can offer additional loan resources. And as we come with an investment scheme, when the risk is covered, where there's a guarantee rate of 80%, well then, the entrepreneur can go to the bank and ask for this particular product. So he is covered at a level of 80%. And I shall provide some examples because, for example, in a year, we have managed to offer 228 transactions, loans to 226 agricultural SMEs, and we have supported 753 jobs. 11.5 million is disbursed to SMEs out of the 15.5 agreements that have been signed. So we're just at 21% absorption. So people have not yet understood that there are ways that they can be helped and support in order for them to be able to get a very good funding. Now, out of these 225 loans that have been disbursed, 82% on the agriculture, forestry and fishing, minor percentage in wholesale and retail. And let's have a comparison with Portugal, which is exactly different. So manufacturing is 80%, where the lending takes place. My next slide. This is the average loan. 66,000 is the amount of loan, so it's very low. Whereas in Portugal it's more than 250,000. So the producer gets a simple loan of 60,000 just to cover a small investment he has actually conducted. But this is not the way to go. When the smallest loan is 10,000, the minimum loan, I do not have the median figure actually, but I do know that the highest is 1 million, and this was from a cooperative bank, it was not Piraeus Bank actually. And it was not a productive case, so it was, a manufacturing company. So, and you can see the employees per SMEs, 214 loans who have 0 to 9 employees, whereas despite the fact they have received 66% of the disbursements. So you have tangible investments, and the rest is in working capital. So the question is what we can actually do. Actually, allow me to say the following. As at the end of the day, somebody asks us, so what is interest rate? What is interest rate? So I shall give you the figure. Now, the lowest interest rate in one of the banks is 3%. 3% interest rate for a loan. And the highest interest rate is 6.1%. So this is if you wish to see the distribution. By December 31st of 2022, they can receive a loan of 200,000 euros without an investment program submitted to the bank. This is valid until December 31st, 2022. They can get such capital in order to pay, I don't know, the electricity bill, whatever, OTE, to pay his or her employees. And of course, refinancing, I'm not advising to opt for refinancing. This is quite difficult. That's a rather strenuous procedure. So I always try to capitalize on my experience, saying that EIF manages 1.1 billion. We have 9 agri programs in 6 countries. All rely in national funds and, of course, EU funds. These are the latest ones that we have signed lately. You can see once again Portugal 315, but committed 315 leverage to SMEs, 315 million, excellent. And Portugal is 3 months ahead of us. I'm not going to talk about France, as we cannot compare ourselves with France because we will start laughing of tears. EIF, generally speaking, has delivered more than 23.5 billion euros in companies and enterprises which present an agricultural risk, let's say. It has provided 294 SME support to SMEs, 391 financial receipt transactions signed, and 60k euro average funding. So we understand that actually they're giving money to us and we say no. So banks should do more than that to promote our product, because I guess we can all profit from this situation. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο Δημητρακόπουλο που όντως μας έδωσε στοιχεία για να αξιολογήσουμε.
So much for giving us the data in order for us to assess and evaluate your work. However, we didn't say what we should do in order to address the misconceptions. You also shared the interest rate that one could expect. Some comments from Ms. Gemelu, which are off the microphone. So I guess that they are going to guess what they should expect and at what interest rate would they think that they would be able to get a loan over the next years. I'm not saying that this is the only thing that might dishearten the farmers, but anyway, those things are lying ahead of us. So normally we should be able to ask for more details and clarifications. Anyway, I would like now to give the floor to Ms. Tatiana Gemelu. She represents the National Bank of Greece and she's head of the business development sector. So we live in Greece, we know that the concept of sales or development in a traditional bank is something very demanding. I would like to ask you again to step out of the shoes of Ms. Gemelu, the representative of the NBG, in order to get in the shoes of others to see how NBG is perceived to deal with farmers and their financing needs, especially in the current conjuncture. Ms. Gemelu, you have the floor. We have a ruthless clock in front of you. So, let's start. Well, hello everyone. I don't know how Mr. Balakakis convinces me to keep talking about financial instruments and the National Bank of Greece. I don't know. Okay. The comment of Mr. Papagiannidis was off the microphone. Anyway, I really enjoy your question. Prior to starting my presentation, in order to talk about financial instruments, I would like to say that over the past year, a major change has happened. We were rather introvert over the past years, and this means that we were moving away from the markets. We didn't support numerous sectors. I'm not only talking about the agricultural sector, I'm talking about SMEs, I'm talking about cars, etc. So, over the past year, we have made a radical turn outwards. So, our goal is not just to achieve the results or get the figures we want. We want to re-mentor everyone who's out there, to explain to them why they need to make the most out of those financial instruments. We are there to get the possible solution for everyone. Greek farmers are my personal bet. Because 1 year ago, we were wondering whether to continue on the same path or not. So the Greek agricultural sector is my personal bet. We want to boost it, we want to highlight it, we want to promote it and give as much money possible as we can. So what do? We keep standing Greek farmers, financing sustainable agricultural holdings, manufacturers and livestock breeding. Today, we have an extensive action plan in order to ensure that all those involved in the agricultural holding will get the financing they need. We have developed specialized services and products specially designed for the Greek producers. For example, we want them to be able to have performing credit. We want to boost livestock breeding, the so-called farmer's card, as well as involvement in various programs that are provided in collaboration with numerous credit banks, the European Investment Bank, for example, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, and other bodies. Now, when it comes to contract farming, Mr. Mitsopoulos is here. It's our favorite program. It is a specialized program that can modernize and upgrade the entire agricultural and processing sector. We finance part of the production costs, and those products are going to be bought on the basis of a contract by a commercial or processing unit. This means that farmers can have the necessary liquidity in order to better schedule the next programming period. It means that the terms are specially designed for this particular product. It can also offer the possibility for direct payout, as well as the producer can use the liquidity in order to further improve their production process. And the financing given to the producer is paid out directly by the revenues given on the basis of this sales contract. I have 2 examples here. Next year, I hope that I will be able to offer you 3 examples. Now, the first example comes here at Skafidia, the well-known Kiknas company. So it is a special company. We have been running this contract farming program since 2015. And normally this is something that covers the majority of all producers who sell to Kiknas. And the bank finances the biggest part of the production cost for industrial tomato. This means that farmers can continue doing what they know best, produce top quality products that we all enjoy in our table. Well, the next one is something I don't want to share because someone might not like, but I'm talking about Komotini. Over the past decades, we have mainly producers who until recently have been working the tobacco crops. Due to the vaping devices, currently we need 1/5 of tobacco compared to the past practices. So Philip Morris collaboration with Stevia give a privileged subscription in order for those producers to operate in the tobacco crops. So they have participated in a contract farming program so that this transition can happen as smoothly as possible. And this means that these tobacco growers can be further empowered, and we can also empower a sensitive part of the Greek state, part of the population of the Greek state, who feel like they're being marginalized. Now, the farmer's card. We're very happy because this year we had the opportunity, and some other banks did so, to offer that earlier on. I know that you all know how useful this instrument is. In collaboration with the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, has helped a lot the producers. One of the first conclusions that we already know is the highly increased interest on behalf of producers all around the world. The fact that they can levy 80% of the main and green rural aid in the form of financing, as well as direct liquidity, and the beneficial and very low interest rate is only a few of the reasons why this has been preferred by all the farmers. And this interest rate applies only to the financing amount throughout the maturity period. There are no other additional charges for this loan, no advance payment is required on behalf of the producer. Well, now, in all those things combined led us to the financial instruments that we can offer. I believe that we have other executives here who are more competent than myself to answer your questions. On NBG's website, you can find all the information you need. What is very important, I would like to highlight, is the fact that for the first time we have an investment portfolio that's created specifically for the support of the agricultural sector, offering an extensive range of solutions and tools provided by both national and international tools with low interest rates, low assessment charges, and increase the process for the expedited approval of those financing tools. And those programs can address the long-standing problems encountered by SMEs and the Greek farmers, because when they were asking for financing by a bank, they wouldn't have necessarily all the collaterals they would need. All the bank needs to know is the specific business plan that has specific costs, specific revenues and income, and all the aspects that everyone should know about the investment required. But there is more than that. We have new actions that are being announced, and I would like to indicatively talk about the modernization of the primary sector, Farmer Resilience and Recovery Fund, the improvement plans, the fund for small loans for agricultural holdings. And the combination of those acts, in collaboration with those instruments, can allow Greek farmers and their holdings to enjoy a comprehensive package of solutions, meaning that farmers can further extend their production, can better package their products, and of course achieve their goals. Our bank, our National Bank of Greece, with its specialized executives, will stand by the side of farmers to provide consulting, to support them in order to succeed, because this is how we can move to the next day. Thank you so much. And I wasn't wearing my glasses. Thank you, Ms. Yemelu. I would like to warmly thank you because you also spared us 5 more minutes, which is very interesting, so that we can dedicate this time to the Q&A sessions. And I must say that rather than sales, she tries to show that there is an effort to provide mentoring, so that someone who is big and great and well guarded can help someone who, let's not fool ourselves, in order to resort to the bank, needs something. And what they need is to find out what they need. And I'm afraid that one of the questions that you will be asked has to do exactly with the way in which agricultural holdings or even industrial small holdings can open up to the world. At some point, you said that they need to know what they're asking for. They need to know how much you can help them. They need to know that they're able to receive the support they need in order to get where they want to. So, Mr. Xenophon Kappas, he has the floor next. He's the General Director of the Captain Vasilis and Carmen Konstantakopoulos Foundation. I say, Mr. Kappas, that there is a long history behind your name, because back then my boss had introduced me to a weird gentleman. It was Mr. Vasilis Konstantakopoulos, Captain Vasilis, who was dreaming big, who wanted to create something big. So, what did he aspire to do? Actually, he had a background in shipping, and this something big that he was dreaming about was implemented in the Peloponnese. Okay, so he said a few things. He shared some parts of his vision with us. His father Marino said that he should be cautious because he had to receive a number of licenses and permits. And if you multiply them by 100 are the ones that he needed throughout the years in order to move forward. Anyway, I don't want to start a discussion here. Anyway, later I was attending a board with another Mr. Konstantakopoulos. And I saw that he was progressing, he was moving forward, he was describing it as something that would be more than just a tourist attraction. It would be something that would further boost the local production, because that was the dream of his father. It would be something that would be environmental friendly. So he was bringing forward some concepts that made me wonder, could someone achieve all these things? So you have the floor in order to guide us through his visions. Many things appear to be impossible. Let's see how they relate to today's conference, because this is an agri-food systems conference. So you have the floor.
Hear me? Yes, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for this kind invitation. So I guess we are the answer to the previous question you asked, how you can attract investment, etc. So a few words as far as we are concerned and where the foundation is entangled in this case. Of course, we don't have the know-how, we don't have the funding instruments of the previous speakers. So we are a foundation which is rather young, especially in the agro-field sector. It was founded in 2011 in honor of Captain Vasilis and Carmen Konstantakopoulos. Our original purpose was to establish Messinia as a model of sustainable rural development, supporting and implementing corresponding actions. Since then, we have managed to quite grow up. We work in the cultural sector, environmental sector, in societal matters. So it means, in other words, we have a holistic approach. So I guess that we can combine agriculture with culture, environment. So we have, as I said, a greater understanding of what is us and how we can see things differently. So our own approach, even today, it's going to be rather more general, more open. I hope it's not going to be seen what I'm going to describe as a utopia, as a dream, but I hope that as we are members of this foundation of the captain, the late Captain Vasilis Konstantakopoulos, I believe we can navigate in uncharted territory sometimes. So let's say where we stand today. Allow me to start with the negative aspect. So what are the risks, the dangers in agriculture, the things that we face And of course, what we try to face, not just ourselves, but I mean, generally speaking, people who are interested in agriculture, if I dare to say. The ones who try to support the field, generally speaking. So, one of the most crucial problems in agriculture is the low level of training, which creates additional problems on how we use the land, how we see the different investment opportunities, how we sell, how we conduct transactions. And I believe that everyone can actually understand that if you try to communicate with a farmer, you see that there is a lack of knowledge, a lack of training. Another problem is the aging population. We're not talking just about aging population, we talk about lack of population, especially this year. We are in serious need of manpower, of working hands, as we say. So there is a labor shortage, and we see how things work. And of course, the primary sector faces serious problems. Of course, low prices, the high production costs, that becomes even higher, lately at least, the attractive professional alternatives for young people, and last but not least, under the umbrella of the so-called climate crisis that farmers felt on their own skin, let's say. So what shall we do? Of course, I guess that there are still opportunities. There is a new generation of farmers, hopefully, a small new generation, smaller than the one we've been dreaming of. We talk about new people who try, who do the best with the tools they have, with the skills and the knowledge they have acquired. We have the new CFP, a huge financial tool. Yes, I do know that we had also financial tools in the past, but I believe that now farmers are more mature and the new CFP is more mature, so I guess that the Common Agricultural Policy, Common Farmers Policy will resolve problems of the past. So I believe we should see things differently and not just in rationale, go get the money and stop. So we have the self-sufficiency policies, the pandemic, and of course the invasion of Russia and Ukraine has opened up the discussion about self-sufficiency of the different countries. So when we used to import goods from Pakistan, from India, for example, now there is a dialogue whether we should try to have a better self-sufficiency as a country. So this is a discussion that is rather live. And we see that there are some first actions, reactions and measures. The past 2 years we started talking about these things during the pandemic. I believe that such actions will be implemented in a more aggressive way. Still, we have an increase of tourism in Greece, but if we manage to have a correlation of tourism with the primary and the secondary sector, well, I guess there are many things that we can expect. You should think that it is a market that every summer, or every 6 months actually, we have people who come, consume, ask for qualitative products. So if we are ready to provide such products, people will not be simply satisfied. It's something they will ask for. They don't want to eat the same food they eat at home. They need something different. They need the so-called Greek experience. Qualitative products, something which is also very important. We see it's something in great demand. In terms of course, ingredients, in terms of recipes. Of course, we do know that the enemy of a qualitative product is high prices, but I believe there is a policy right now that can support such issues. And of course, new technologies, precise farming, and new financing that can deliver solutions to different problems, like technical ones or questions of self-sufficiency of farmers. So, what we do, how we can see and support which actions should be funded and how we can help farmers, generally speaking. I'm sorry, I missed a slide, said the speaker. So what else should be considered? Agriculture is not a dinghy, and you say that I will just navigate from one side to the river to the other. So if we need to take any given decision, if we want to change things, if we need to adapt, well, it takes a lot of time. So let's be honest, we need a concrete and robust planification, because if you do things hastily, well, you do not take good decisions, especially as far as farming is concerned. So this is not the way to go. Unfortunately, as we are in a period where things go very, very fast at a rapid pace, so we see that the question of self-sufficiency is an important parameter that needs to be seen in the near future. And something else, we do understand that the current support for farmers is rather income-oriented, and therefore I believe that these people have learned under this rationale, under this tradition, let me just get the money to be able to work things out in 2022, and I shall see what I'm going to do in the next year. So this does not provide a permanent solution. We're dealing about a vicious circle that should be interrupted. So we need to find permanent solutions to problems. Otherwise, we cannot simply continue under this rationale. So let us try to see how we try to address things. Well, of course, we need a long-term planification. We cannot resolve problems by, just simply trying to work on a particular fire right now. We need to find solutions to avoid fights in the future. So the question of the locality, very important, because this has to do with the quality of the product, etc. But because each area, each region, each farmer has his or her own problem. So if you do not focus on this local aspect of problems, on the local issues, let's say, it's going to be very difficult to find a horizontal solution which will be applied across the board. So you need to be able to adapt. So you need to see what is happening on any given region, what are the positive things, the negative ones. So, and you should try to see how you can resolve those problems. So you need also to be able to have an inclusive approach and focus on solving the cause of the problem. The most easy thing is to say, well, yeah, you have a problem over here, and let us try to see how we can find a funding just for the year to pass. But this is not the case. You need to identify why is there a problem. You need to find, as I said, the cause of the problem. And of course, this is not the work of funding tools. So we need to adapt ourselves and find ways how we can identify the real solutions that can provide tangible answers. Moreover, we need to have a sustainable approach. What we are suggesting, what we're promoting should be financially viable, should be environmentally viable, and of course it should be also socially viable. So we talk about a tripartite sustainability. And of course, we have the so-called triple helix, interconnection of the words, between the different actors, between the different interested parties, in order to see how research can be an applicable research, how society can be combined in all these efforts, and of course how entrepreneurship plays an important role in this aspect. And of course, whenever we have all this huge EU financial and funding tool, which is the Common Agricultural Policy, well, whatever we do, it should be in accordance with the three pillars, which is innovation, greening, and digitalization. So you cannot afford moving forward without having this tripartite, let's say, agreement. Now, how we, as Konstantakopoulos Foundation, try to implement these criteria? Well, of course, we do not adopt a passive role or simply sponsor. We try to learn and be at the same table, share information, and to be able to see how we work with these institutions. And this is where we talk about the question is that the answer is and should be that there are some people who talk to farmers, talk with banks, talk with the civil society, talk with other people. So this should be a common objective. So if you wish to promote this rationale of dialogue and feedback, to be able to see what the farmer actually needs, well, you need to establish a true open dialogue. So this is the way we should actually move forward. So what we're trying to do is to be a hub, a catalyzer that tries to combine those people who wish truly to achieve and change and to be able to interconnect private, public sector, NGOs, and any other given interested party who has a saying. And of course, we do not hold every possible knowledge. So we need to work together. We have learned to believe that farmers accuse banks, the state accuses farmers, the banks accuse the state, etc. So at the end of the day, nobody can arrive at an agreement. So we should try to see how finally I can deliver solutions, how can be able to offer solutions to the people who are in great need. So this is the way to go. Now, why we do this is because we're good people. It's a question of ethics. No, it's not a question of ethics. It's a question of morality. It's because we need to deliver solutions. If you do not change the way you proceed, well, you're doomed to fail. Because if you used to work as in the past, in a parallel way, without seeing what the other did, well, the outcome was not the desirable one. So we see that via this new approach of us of the last 10 years, and as far as we are concerned, at the level of Konstantakopoulos Foundation, we have arrived at the results we have all been expected. So let's see some of the examples of the things that we've been doing, of how we work. Well, the first thing that we do, and we started in 2013, we did with the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research. There was a study, questionnaires, many things. So we want to see what happens in the area, what should be done differently, and they arrived with a so-called to-do list. In other words, things that should be done, and of course, some simple solutions via 3 different steps. In other words, via concrete prioritization, how easy things can be done or not. So there were questions related to legislation, to state policies, but there were some priority issues that could be easily resolved, and we focused on these particular issues. So I believe this is how we moved forward. Now, we also have different seminars in order to see how things take place on the field in Messinia. So we try to listen what people want. So it is very important to be able to be open to this dialogue, because at the end of the day, nobody talks to each other. We also work a lot on training and education. This is what I start saying, that there is a lack of knowledge. There's a great knowledge deficit, especially to farmers. So that is why we have the creation of the seminar research project for training in Messinia. And from that particular point, we have already 1,500 people who have participated in training seminars. We have counseling. We have 10 programs running via a collaboration which is established with digital farming on olive oil and olive trees. We have different agronomic meetings with the aim of disseminating scientific information, talking about practical matters, things that should be applied on the field without having, my cousin said that I should use X pesticide, or my brother said I should do the other. So we do also some applied research. In other words, we wish to promote all the positive aspects of our work. So we did we do the research with USDA as far as polyphenols, how they're used in a clinical study in the United States. Also about the black resin, which has 15,000 greater nutrient value against sultanina resin. So it is something that's only produced in Greece. Also Khodorkatsari, which is a type of tomato. We try to have an interconnection also with the local companies, because we want to have this local type of tomato that will be grown in Messinia. We also had some forums about extroversion, so how we can promote products, how we can have a network with producers, because we want the people to see things. Many of them manage to, via these network sessions, to seal deals with international companies in order to export their products. I'm not going to enter into all the details of our project. Still, we also have the Museum of Messinian Diet, where we have all the old recipes, the new recipes of Messinia, in once again rationale of interconnection with tertiary sector. Thank you. That was all. Well, allow me just to give a few minutes for the dialogue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kapas, for all this great information you provided. And I believe things that we'll hear also tomorrow by Gabriel. So we heard about the so-called triple helix via a Greek perspective. It might be kind of banal, but if you try to do something like that in Greece, is something important. But still, I guess let's start our discussion. It is the right moment to see things together. And I shall once again go back to ladies first. And I will leave the floor to Ms. Gemelu, not for a good reason, to be honest, because what I want to ask Ms. Gemelu is, first, whenever people come to NBG, to National Bank of Greece, and I'm referring, of course, to farmers, and I'm talking about the low-income farmers, or in other words, farmers who do not have a high demand for money. So how trustworthy they believe you are? Do they believe in you? Do they trust you? Or they just come so for instance, they can get something additionally, leaving aside a microloan, for example, or, you know, the documents that you demand to be submitted in order to receive a loan. In other words, this so-called mentoring against sales, is it something that farmers feel? Moreover, you talk about different products. So how these products you have are customizable? How can I adapt them in my scenario? In other words, are they tailor-made, ready solutions? There's a problem with the microphone of the speaker. Okay, great question. So people do not come to us. They go to the Agricultural Bank of Greece. No farmer comes to NBG. Nobody will arrive at our doors. Nobody. So that is why we try to do. They do not go to Piraeus Bank, they go to the Agricultural Bank. So what we try to do is mentoring. We need to convince them why they should come to NBG. What we have to offer, what is the added value. So farmers will not change easily their habits. They will not go digital boarding, they will not go to a branch to open up an account. So we need to talk with big companies, with cooperatives, get into contact with these authorities, these institutions, and explain that we do not simply have the farmer's card. We don't simply provide a funding of 80%. We can provide a tailor-made solution to each and any given farmer. So against their own willingness, we can provide a tailor-made solution. We want to see that as a bank, we want to see financial data, of course, but via major companies, via cooperatives, by getting some types of guarantees, we are there to identify the best possible solution. That's why we visit places all over Greece, we visit companies, we go to farmers. So we want to see on the spot, on the field, how farmers behave, how they work. So we try in this framework to explain what we are in a position to do. We do not want, of course, to get all the share of the pie, but we need to get the fair share. In other words, at least 25% of farmers should knock on the NBG's door. So I guess people shall receive a more niche treatment on behalf of NBG. So this feeling you just explained, do you believe that, does it change the mentality of people? Well, things improve. We have a growth of market share of around 8%. It might be a minor percentage, but against our previous percentages, well, it is quite high. Next topic. As we all know, the big white hope of Greece is the Recovery Fund and Resilience Fund. So can we be included the NGU, which is its, let's say, maiden name. So this aspiration, this high hope of self-marketing of recovery fund, is it usable for you? Well, it could be useful, to be honest, but it's not the same for a company. Well, it has to do with how we can see things. We don't want so many details. They don't want to hear what the recovery fund has to say. They want to hear whether they get 100% funding, whether he or she shall receive guarantees, that his tractor will still be on his field. You know, one of the persons I was talking about said that I don't want my tractor to be taken. So they do not really care what is the recovery fund, who's going to give the funding. So they need to think that we are next to them, that we can actually Now, going to Mr. Dimitrakopoulos, just a final word. Have you been attracted by the products that EIF brings to the bank, to FBG? Do you see a greater growth? Well, let's say I see a rather growing trend. Okay, so let's start with you, Mr. Dimitrakopoulos. I don't know whether NBG is familiar, but generally speaking, are banks becoming familiar So we try to see whether banks can incorporate your products. So the EU Investment Fund, the last 5 years, has distributed various products in the market. We had the Cosme, Inofin, Jeremy in the past. So banks are rather familiar with the characteristics of these products, how products should be. In other words, 8% guarantee is not something they hear for the first time. But to corroborate the evidence submitted by Tatiana, yes, indeed, NBG suffers in terms of agricultural loans. Me, as a former banker, I fully understand that NBG should get a greater market share, that it is in contact with the farmers and the new products, but we do not see farmers going to this new trend of loans, so they want to get the upper money from the EU. But we say that, listen, of course, you can get a tractor, but you should get the new tractor that is 30% more efficient. You can economize 4 jobs get 4 people from Bangladesh. So the land will become even more arable. So, and you will get 80% guarantee. Still, people have not been convinced about that. They simply work on the so-called subsidy rationale they had. So we try, along with banks, to explain that, well, please make a post, explain to people that you have the Ministry of Agricultural Affairs. You need to be able to go outside to cooperatives, to farmers, to the bottom line, because our product is a horizontal product, is not a vertical product. So we can support a startup with the sensors you said, but of course, but we can equally help even a large cooperative. Of course, along with RRF and COSME and the different other programs, and of course with our other products. So we have a spectrum of services and products, but of course the problem is that the farmer does not enter the branch because he says, I need the subsidy. So I cannot enter into a loan agreement, and though he does not know that he will receive an 80% guarantee on the amount. So the mentality is archaic and it should change. At least new farmers who work with drones, so they identify innovative ways to be able to increase productivity. I believe it's what we had in the first session. We talked about the so-called horizontal culture of land. So we saw what happens, first the classic image, and we obviously see a new one with 15 layers of of products, so you can come to IF and get the appropriate funding. Go to NBG, that is with us today, and proceed to the investment. So, to continue, is there another question for me? No, there are two actually. Let's start with the so-called polite question. Do you say to banks, guys, please, create a banner, create a post? So, if Mr. Stilios was here, I would say, the former Ministry of Agriculture that we met in another agribusiness in Ceres. So, what do you know about these things? Says, a politician knows everything. And I believe that that was true because he learned quite some things. But the so-called public interest is different. So, can the public help in explaining things to farmers? Or is it something that the Greek state should not intervene? Well, no. Allow me to say that the Ministry of Agriculture does quite some seminars to inform people, have some, informative sessions, but a product cannot be promoted via a concrete bank. The money is at the hands of the Ministry of Agriculture. We take the money, and of course, we generate the money to the banks who have concluded the due diligence process, they have moved over the next step, and we collaborate with these banks. So, it is not the classic 4 systemic banks. And in this product, we have only the 3 systemic banks out of 4. So we also have cooperative banks. And this is very helpful. We see a certain interest in cooperative banks, but of course the amount is very, very small. And this is rather worrying. Still, we have the green card, we have the global loans by NBG, so there are quite some products outside. So, and sometimes we see that there is a cannibalization, if I dare to say, products. So the ministry helps towards this perspective. Now, allow me to share a secret. In all the memoranda with these banks, we have a special section which says that they should do some kind of marketing and promotion. And of course, it should not be, a sustainable process of 4-year marketing. You can do it at any moment, the moment you find most appropriate in the implementation period, in order to further promote these products. You can make a poster, a conference, a special posters for farmers to be informed. Last question on my side. Now, what about interests? You talk about the interest rates. So, what is the perspective of interest rates? So, in other words, I'm quite worried, to be honest, because 3% is very nice, as you said. 3 plus 2 is 5, and 5.1 is more, and then go to 6 and 7. So, we're talking about a macroeconomic model, which is not part of this panel. So, when Ms. Lagarde will change interest loans and they become higher, we cannot expect that, and it has to do also with inflation. So it's a question that it is beyond our area of discussion and expertise. So allow me to say that as Christine Lagarde has still the power and still interest rates are low, banks should and will continue to deliver good loans. So I'm not talking about the 80s period when we get loans with 15%, and we got a loan by ETVA with 21%. I hope we won't arrive at these things because, the market will be distracted. So now, Mr. Kappas. So, when you started working in the framework of these initiatives, so do you believe that you managed to get the trust from the people around you? I mean, how easy people trusted in your efforts? Because we are in Greece, especially we're in Peloponnese. Peloponnese is in Greece. So, how the local community trusted you? There was a certain reluctance. I'm not going to talk about jealousy. Konstantakopoulos bought a lot of land. So did you overcome these problems? How did you overcome this problem? But how? Yes, I guess we managed to overcome these issues. And I believe we managed to overcome these problems rapidly that I was initially thinking. That is why we, worked step by step. And we followed this rationale by listening what people had to say. And this was very helpful. And of course, there is always the question of mistrust. You need to, explain yourself about your duties. We hear people saying, okay, 80% guarantees, 20% is going to pay for the rest 20%. So who's going to do it? That's what I used to hear. But if you start this type of discussion, you're going to lose that person. So this is a problem, as I said, of mentality which must change. But of course, I'm not that ambitious as far as Mr. Dimitrakopoulos, because mentality really is difficult to change. The first step, of course, is, as I said, information. You know that this project exists, but in order to be able to understand what happens with the next 20%, there's another 10 steps. Will you still continue to invest? The advantage of your foundation in your vision, did you see that via your actions you can continue investing? Yeah, well, this is what we do. As I said, we do not work simply with Messenia, with all the Peloponnese and all over Greece. But of course, we focus, as I said, in this field because we're rather specialized. In other words, we know a lot Messenia. So yes, we're interested in working with other areas of Greece because we see tangible results. 3 years ago, we got a social return investment study, and we saw that for every our investment, there is 12 euros generated in the area. So the area study was revealing. So I guess we got some substantial feedback. So it seems that what we're doing is actually worth. But we want to see that there is a future. So it is a difficult, we're talking about difficult times for agriculture, and especially we talk about farming agriculture in Greece. There are many different problems, the problems of the developed world and the world which is underdeveloped. So, it's a difficult status for the Greek farmers and Greek farming. So sometimes we lack the proper equipment and knowledge. So that's what we try to do with other stakeholders, in other words, to support people. So we're talking about really in-depth issue that needs to be addressed. But still, I guess we have encouraging messages from the market itself. Who wishes to ask a question?
Σας ακούσαμε, σας γνωρίσαμε, σας ξανακούμε.
Σαν αντιπρόεδρος τώρα της Εθνικής Ένωσης Αγροτικών.
President of the Association of Cooperatives, I would kindly invite you to visit our offices and try to explain. It will be a true pleasure to be able to hear your products because, of course, competition and, of course, flow of other, influx of other institutions, tools, and, of course, banks. I'm more than happy, and I will give you my card. Well, we're more than happy, more than happy. Okay, so you received an invitation. Again, it's the question, right? Okay, nice. Anyone else?
Τόσο σαφείς οι τοποθετήσεις ώστε δεν γύρεται κανένα ζήτημα.
Questions, I guess, or people are rather tired. The weather is still better inside than outside. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to hear, listen, understand what people had to say and coordinate the discussion. So let's move forward with the next session. Thank you very much, all the organizers, and of course the participants of the agro-food sector, specialized in funding and finance, who talked about the future of the agro sector. Let's take a family photo, and then we have a 10-minute break. We have the fourth session afterwards, which is rather long as far as the list of participants. So, and after chapter 4, session 4, we go to chapter 5, and afterwards we have our cocktail reception in Thalassa. So a very long program that hopefully will be finalized around 9:30, 10 o'clock in the night. So let's start in 10 minutes with the next session. Thank you.
Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά.
Τατιάνα. Λοιπόν, πρώτη τελευταία συνεδρία της ημέρας.
The fourth session for today, and our next session is with the ministers. So this is the fourth session, energy, environmental protection and risk management. This is the panel with the most speakers. And I would like to ask the panelists to join me here on the panel. And of course, the moderator of this panel. So I would like to start with our first speaker, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, Dr. Konstantinos Bagineta, my personal friend, who is first. Then I would like to ask LKN Analysis General Director, Mr. Dimitris Lianos, someone who has got 30 years of experience when it comes to strategic planning. Then the president of the Agricultural Cooperative of Western Greece and vice governor of the region of Western Greece, Mr. Theodoros Vasilopoulos. Later, Mr. Nikos Doukas, who is vice president of the Hellenic Agricultural Insurance Organization. And Dr. Dionysia Vigerinopoulou, the chair of the Environmental Protection Committee of the Hellenic Parliament, will join us shortly. And of course, the moderator of this panel, the vice rector of the Patras University, Professor Panagiotis Dimopoulos. Professor, the floor is yours. Hello. Thank you very much for your participation in Agribusiness. I'm really pleased that I am coordinating this session, and I'm really glad that I have this excellent panel. We have been waiting, Mrs. Avgerinopoulou. I want to say a few words in order to start our discussion. So we will talk about farming, agriculture. It affects natural resources, water, soil, but also biodiversity, and it also impacts climate change. So the primary sector and the farming industry has a lot of issues relating to the irrigation water, since the consumption is always increasing. At the same time, there are a lot of issues with the increase of nitrogens in our soils. We have erosions. More than 50% of soils in our country have erosions that decrease the efficiency of our crops. And at the same time, we don't have management plans for our pasture lands, and we have a lot of issues regarding biodiversity. You understand that all these coexist. They coexist in the same area, so the natural resources have problem, and we want to harmonize the various uses at the same land. Of course, we need to take measures in order to mitigate the impacts of climate change. The first plans were not good until now. Nevertheless, now the new climate law that has been passed by the Parliament means that we have to take measures more intensively in order to and to start implementing them. So, after this short introduction, I'm really happy because this panel includes stakeholders from every level, from the central government, from the Ministry of Rural Development, the Secretary General, Dr. Baginetas, from Hellenic Parliament, Mrs. Avgerinopoulou. At the same time, Mr. Vasilopoulos as representative from the region, and the agricultural insurance that are related with how ELGA could implement protection policies on the one hand and risk management on the other hand. And Mr. Lianos comes from the private sector, which means that his contribution is also very important, because we have the decision makers, we have those who implement the policies, and therefore we should try and understand the challenges of farming. So we should prioritize the measures and the policies in order to increase the agricultural production and to reduce the problems that exist. Having said that, now I would like to start with Dr. Konstantinos Baginetas, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. Dr. Baginetas, you have the floor. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Balakakis for this invitation. And let's hope that we will keep coming together. I would like to greet a lot of friends and colleagues and other stakeholders of the agri-food business. You will allow me to talk about the environmental measures, and I would also like to talk about the financing tools that can be used in favor of those measures and in order to mitigate the effects of climate change. First of all, we have talked about the Common Agricultural Policy. This CAP is something that all member states should adhere to. The European Commission has set very high goals in order to reach a zero carbon footprint and zero emission footprint in order to mitigate climate change. So, in the framework of our strategic planning that will be given for approval and will be start implementing by the 1st January of 2023, we have to prioritize some strategies apart from our general goals and that are based on the 3 pillars of sustainability, on society and environmental crisis. So the umbrella of policy proposed by the European Union, which applies to every policy, is the European Green Deal, which includes specific strategies, 2 of which are implemented also in the agri-food systems. And member states should make specific interventions and include them in their strategic plans. First of all, farm-to-fork strategy and biodiversity strategy. they have some quantified goals, ambitious if you wish, and all member states should find ways and interventions in order to prove that they can reach those goals, and all member states together should contribute to this effort. More specifically, I want to talk about those goals. A basic goal that should be achieved by 2030 is the 25% of the used agricultural land to be used for organic farming. This is a rather ambitious goal, and the average right now is 8% and Greece has 9%. There are member states that are ranked better than Greece, but there are also others that are doing worse. I imagine that Mr. Llanos maybe will talk more specifically about those issues. So, the main goal is 25% for organic farming. The second goal is to reduce 50% the use of plant protection products. And the third is to reduce to 50% the antibiotics given to animals, to livestock. And we should prove those the achievement of those goals with figures. We should also reduce the use of nitrogen and phosphorus, and we should include in our strategic plan quantified measures and comments. So the land that we used should be also used for 10% to non-productive issues, which means that we should leave land uncultivated in order for flora and fauna to grow. All those are very difficult issues, but since there was a deal, an agreement on a European level, all member states should prove that they can achieve those goals with the interventions that they are planning. Right now, Greece has received the first remarks regarding our initial strategic plan that has been submitted timely on December 2021. So at the end of March, we have received the first remarks, and we are communicating. We have a channel of communication with Brussels, and we also discuss with other stakeholders and other ministries in order to codify those remarks, and we also communicate with the European Commission. So, starting from the last panel, because there was a discussion on mentality and on rationale, this is a very difficult endeavor, because all those things should be translated and should be understood by our farmers, because at the end of the day it is them who have to implement them every day at the farms, and based on their implementation our plan will be either successful or unsuccessful. Therefore, we are preparing specific interventions, not only on this transitional period. Digital investment and environmental friendly investment are on the focus, and those are very important, a very important part of our investment plans for the farmers, and it will allow them to receive funding by the measures. I will focus on the investment part and not on the first part, on the subsidies, because according to the Green Deal, an important part of the immediate subsidies, 2.9 billion annually when it comes to Greece, 25% of that should be given to targeted ecosystems. So the 25% of 2 billion euros should be chosen by our farmers based on environmental protection. And right now we have created a list of practices written in a simple way, practices that are already used by our farmers in order for them to be able to use them. However, in this conjecture, and I think that from 2028 we will have really a plethora of measures, focusing always on digitalization and on environmental friendly investments. Those could become very useful tools for farmers in order to boost their competitiveness, and a tool that will allow them to tackle the new challenges, for example, the war. We have also talked about financing tools earlier in the previous session. And from what I can understand from my participation in the Council of Ministers of Agriculture, that this programming period from 21 to 27, it might be the last period with subsidies. Then we will talk only about loans and not money that will be given to the farmers. The DG Agri has started issuing recommendations for the creation of such loans, for such banking institution to create those products, and therefore now we have the microcredits funds, and step by step our farmers start to use it, to get to know it and use it. Right now there are investment programs for this transitional period until 2027, such as the improvement plans, the land reclamation plans, and other interventions that are prepared from 2023 and later on. Agrotourism, young farmers, and all those have a high percentage of subsidies, and if our farmers will work together, they may get even more money, even more funding, that in some cases, for example in the islands, may come up to 90%. Therefore, a first call, if you wish of the ministry is to understand that this is a unique opportunity to utilize those financing tools. The NSRF and the development law haven't started yet to give away money, and those targeted measures apart from those measures, there is the Resilience and Development Fund. Now, our ministry, the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, we have also a large amount of funding. Our package has got 4 actions, includes 4 actions, and the largest is investment measures for the agricultural sector with 5 actions, and they come up to 520 millions, 200 millions for public irrigation works with public and private cooperations, and also actions regarding the digital transformation of agriculture. For example, to collect data for precision farming. I would like to mention that the first 5 actions, the action for the reinforcement of green use, the genetic improvement, and the restructuring of crops, are already on the go. We already have open calls, and we have adapted them after a public consultation with the public and the European Commission, and we have also given an extension to the deadline for applications, and this is a very important package that is happening for the first time. And now we are also launching an open call for investment on aquaculture, and along the investment plan for sea and aquaculture gives the opportunity to all those investors, not only when it comes to farming but also livestock breeding and fisheries, to use those tools. Therefore, if I have to focus on something today, is that this conjecture may have some facts that we have to tackle. Talking about the war of Russia against Ukraine, but on the other hand, there are a lot of important investment measures that, with the help of us all, the farmers, should utilize them at the best possible way. And on our behalf, and on my behalf as Secretary General, I'm always at your disposal for any kind of collaboration for the best possible result, because we all want the same thing. We want all that money to be used in the best possible way and to see, let's say, a plethora of investment in the agricultural sector. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Νομίζω
Much. I guess your last wish is the most important one, because as a political institution we should be able to resolve problems, and we should be able to identify objectives and how these objectives are achieved, because as you said, this might be the last time that we get such subsidies. So the floor goes to Mr. Llanos. I wish to thank Mr. Balakakis for this kind invitation to be able to participate in this conference, despite the fact that we had great difficulty in identifying the actual topic of our presentation today. So normally it should be an intervention related to what has been already been discussed, leaving aside the different tools, as Dr. Baginetas said, who talked about specific farming, and of course there was also an incentive for the discussion that should continue afterwards between Mr. Stylianidis and Mr. Triadopoulos as far as natural disasters are concerned. So my intervention, my presentation tries, generally speaking, to cover the following topics: energy, environment, climate change, risk management in the Common Agricultural Policy 2023-2027. So risk management in framework of CPE is a topic of paramount importance that we should be able to identify and of course discuss. So each of these topics is via greater emphasis addressed into the new CAP. So environment, climate change was already discussed, but during the new programming period, due to the so-called Green Deal, things that were discussed earlier today, and especially during the morning session, I dare to say that we have a more severe type of conditions as far as farming is concerned, in order to be able to promote a resilient farming, a contribution to the condition of climate change, and of course the adaptation as a production system in the consequence of climate change. We also have the question of, as I said, resilience of the farming income, and when I'm referring to resilience of farming income, this is related with, of course, with risk management, but we should try to understand what do we mean when we refer to income in farming, generally speaking. So especially risk management in farming is something difficult, and there are two different parameters. We have, of course, natural disasters and the consequences or negative consequences of natural disasters on agricultural production. And of course, it's something that we feel in a dramatic way, especially lately. And of course, the great fluctuations that we see in the prices of agricultural products. And of course, these fluctuations have two different parameters. On the one hand, the one related to the cost of influx, in other words, the money that the producer has to deliver in order to produce. And there is a second risk, which is related to the rapid decrease of the farm product. So allow me to start by rapidly presenting the three objectives of CAP, which are, of course, we talk about fair farm income, we talk about support of climate, biodiversity and actions, and of course strengthening the socio-economic fabric of rural areas. These are the three general objectives of CAP, which can be seen in 9 different sub-objectives, and a so-called horizontal objective, which is related to digitalization, to promotion of innovation, the transfer of knowledge, and the simplification of processes. So I guess it's a way to simplify things and especially help the farmer to alleviate himself from the administrative burden. Now, as far as the horizontal objective is concerned, to corroborate what I said with the first presentation, is the utilization of ICT technologies at 2 different levels. On the production side, at the production level, we talk about smart farming or specific farming, and in another dimension that has not yet been addressed, and it goes, under the table, is the utilization of ICT technologies in public administration. So in order to be able to work in a more efficient way, to be able to monitor indicators, to rapidly take decisions, and especially the documented decision-making, because in other words, an informed decision is what it is demanded. Because in the past we say, yeah, the politicians wish X or Z. This now goes to the side, because any given decision, if it is not based on solid figures, number, data, and information, it cannot be implemented. So let us try now to see, out of the 3 objectives, the ones that are related to the environment. The 4th is, of course, the question of risk management, on protection of natural resources, and, of course, risk management. Now, parameters. Now, to be even more concrete, what do we mean when we talk about environment? Well, as far as CAP is concerned, and of course the strategic plan and ourselves, we refer to the situation of the protection of environmental resources. We talked about quality, in other words, quantity of water and quality of water, whether these water resources is sustainably managed. We also talk about the characteristics of the soil. We also have parameters like corrosion, salination, the organic substances on the actual soil, and of course air, the quality of air, with of course greater pollutant, the ammonia emissions. Now, as far as climate and energy are concerned, once again, along with climate adaptation, we also need to refer to the energy which is produced through renewables, and of course from farming, and of course from forest. Moreover, we also have the carbon management. Of course, we have forests who absorb all this carbon. We also need to refer to the protection of biodiversity, and of course the minimization, the reduction of emissions, of greenhouse emissions, and of course the decrease of energy consumption per hectare. Now, as far as risk management are concerned, of course, we need to refer to natural disasters. the plant pathology, we talk about animal pathology, and of course price fluctuation. So if we want to see that in even more detail, as far as agriculture activity is concerned and forests, we have of course fires, floods, tornadoes, hail, high-low temperatures. I'm not going to get into the qualitative parameters related to Green Deal and the farm to food, farm to plate. We talk about biodiversity, etc. So the question is how all of these parameters can they be interpreted or translated as part of this way that how indicators are produced. So we all start by the status of the country, in other words, where it stands at a particular moment in some crucial frame indicators, the so-called CODIS indicators, which are common for any given member state. We're talking about indicators that the EU Commission at the end of the program period, in other words, by 2030, will measure the failure or success. We want simply to talk about success, of course, of the strategic plan. So how they're going to qualify and quantify that? Well, by assessing the positive or negative fluctuations of the different prices. Don't worry, I'm not going to read all these figures on the slide. Indicatively, I can refer to bio-cultivation. We talk about the percentage of Natura areas and the different fluctuations of these Natura areas. Arable land, the quality via different indicators, starting, of course, from surplus of phosphorus and ammonia, corrosion by an erosion from water or other substances, production from renewable energy sources, the use of energy, in other words, the energy intensity, greenhouse gas emissions per category. So these are the different indicators, that are the basis in order to be able to draft the strategic plan and the effort that we as Greeks and as Greece should implement in order to be able to showcase what the EU constantly demands, which is, in other words, an ambitious strategic plan, and to move forward with the third part, which is risk management. Let us see what happens with risk management by using concrete figures, because we all feel that, okay, we have natural disasters. Last year we had problems with fights. Is there climate change or not? So on this map, you can see the different regions of Greece which are in an emergency status from 2014 to 2020. Now, with the dark purple color, you can see the regions. Over 60 regions are in an emergency status. So the region of Western Greece and the region of Peloponnese are at high risk. In other words, they can easily be integrated in the emergency status. So this is another territorial indicator that we need to consider ourselves, and of course the insurance for farmers. Of course, we're not dealing with the same areas and regions in the whole Greek territory. It depends on the region. Now, if we want to see things in more greater detail, we can actually see on the map the reasons why we have the emergency status in various Greek regions. So we have rain, we have snow, we have winds, we have coastal corrosion, many different factors that contribute to the emergency status of different regions. Now, Another important aspect as far as Western Greece is concerned, I don't know whether it is visible on the map, is the different colors, which means that there are many different reasons for these catastrophes, these natural disasters that do take place in Western Greece. Now, to see things even in greater detail, we can see in 2014 we had 25 regions in emergency status for reasons of civil protection in 2014, whereas in 2020, 120 regions. So we see every year a growth in the regions that are in emergency status. In the second graph, you can see the reasons for these. In blue, you can see the so-called hydrological phenomena, in other words, flooding. In yellow, the so-called meteorological reasons, hail, snow. In red, climate, in other words, fire. Yellow, we talk about earthquakes, and of course in blue we have the biological reasons. So this is a total, let's say, description of the different risks. But now we saw that this is one of the parts of risk management in agriculture. The other phase has to do with the fluctuation of prices. Now, you can see on the graph different data from the 60s till 2018 from World Bank, how prices fluctuate in agricultural products. In green, the prices of pesticides, the price of energy, and the prices of metals. So we see in fossils. So we see the great fluctuations because pesticides and energy are two of the most important flows in the agriculture production. Another dimension, and if it's not considered in the graph, is the fluctuation in energy and of course in pesticides during 2022 and to 2021. But let's see also the fluctuation of the prices that the farmer receives from the sale of his or her products in this graph. So this graph is with prices of 2010, starting in 2005 up to July 2020. So you see the fluctuation of agricultural products in blue, in other words, the price that the farmer gets as a producer. In red, you see the manufactured product and its price, and in yellow, or green, I'm sorry, the speaker, is the price the consumer pays. So we see that the greatest fluctuation takes on the farmer, the producer, in other words. The other part of the distribution chain have much lower impact, so they are in a position to absorb that fluctuation. Is the situation the same in any given product? Of course not, and of course fluctuations also differ from product to product. So indicatively, we see the different changes between bread, in meat. As far as Greece is concerned, the fluctuation is smaller. Now, oils lesser, and of course dairy products, higher fluctuation against bread, but of course higher against meat. So this is the framework under which we need to be able to planify things and see things forward. What tools do we actually have? What CAP has to offer? So we talk about a single strategic plan. So the reform is here, and the two main pillars are included into a single document, a single plan. So we have plans by pillar number 1, and of course we also have the plans that are offered by the second pillar, the so-called agro-environment issues, which cover the 4 sub-categories. In other words, we have actions for the environment, for the climate, for risk management. So what are these tools? So we have the different ecological schemes. We talked about them before, Mr. Baginetas. Just to give you some figures, we're talking about 425 million euros per year as far as Greece is concerned. We also have the agro-environmental measures, which are of course imposed by the new CAP, and we need at least 35% of resources of the second pillar going to such agro-environmental measures. We also have the, in the second pillar, we have equally investments, and we shall see them in detail. They cover a great extent of interventions, and of course, the last tool of the first pillar is the sectoral programs. We have 4 sectoral programs: olive oil, wine, and of course produce. So there are many interventions in the first pillar. When we talk about ecological schemes that are included, of course, we have the use of resilient varieties in 3 different actions. We have the expansion of the implementation, the different ecological focusing. We have an implementation of zones of ecological interventions. We have also preservation of different ecosystems. Another measure which is quite ambitious, but I believe is the main tool if we truly wish to be able to have a more accessible to the producer implementation of specific farming. This is very important, precision farming, I'm sorry. We also have environmental management and improvement of permanent pasture, preservation, protection of crops and terraced land, and use of organic farming. And when we talk about the sectoral program interventions for risk management, we have the early harvesting. In other words, when there is a decrease of prices, or it's difficult to observe, for example, the wine production by the market, we have the early harvesting, we have the replanting of olive groves, but of course just for phytogenomic reasons. We have actions to withdraw from the market for free distribution of products or for other destination in terms of fruit and vegetable produce. But of course, we also have in the second pillar protection of wildlife within protected areas, aid for the protection of the countryside, protection and conservation of resources, the organic farming, aid for convention, of course, new measures that include the question of the decrease of use of antibiotics, and of course welfare, food producing animals, and afforestation and creation of woodland. Now, talk about investments. Well, we have either public investments, when we talk about land improvement, water resources. So, of course, also we have investments in the prevention protection of livestock against communicable disease. And, of course, we also refer to the importance of producing energy from biomass. Thank you very much for your attention. And exceed the time limit. Apologies. Thank you very much. It was very important to see the 2 parts combined when we talk about the specific objectives and targets and how they combine the different pillars of the CAP. Now, at the regional level, Mr. Vasilopoulos.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, dear guests. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today in Ilia, this Olympian land, such an event of such a magnitude. I would like to thank the organizers and all the participants of this conference, which is hosted here in Olympia village in the beautiful area of Skafidya. So, through these events, we want to communicate and inform as much as possible more productive forces so as to aim to produce products of maximum nutritional value and ensure the adequacy of goods. It is a call to all that dealing with the agricultural sector can only have positive effects. We are located in the fertile area of Ilia and, of course, the region of Western Greece, where for generations it has contributed greatly to the production of products of the agricultural and livestock sector. As a member of a rural family, I have experienced all the great changes that have taken place in the way products produced are cultivated and distributed. Changes that prompted me to engage even more actively with the earth, to be active after having received valuable knowledge from the Department of Organic Agriculture in Kefalonia and later in my studies, and graduating from the department I returned to Amalliada to be able to pass on logic in the consumer-producer relationship. I dreamed of an agricultural sector where the producer would offer the consumer and his fellow man the highest quality product with the maximum nutritional value. Of course, the consumer should also reward the producer by giving him the added value. But in this relationship, it is the farmer who will take the first step. For this work, the consumer needed to be trained to seek and to identify organic products. The global community has been making moves since the 60s, and in 1972 founded the World Federation of Organic Agricultural Movements, the IFOAM, in order to educate and raise awareness. Over the years, this has largely been achieved on the global market. What we have not yet achieved is the production cost and the final disposal price to balance the difference with the conventional products. There is a 30% discrepancy between conventional and organic products, which is currently covered by the market itself. This 30%, we should not think about it since we avoided it from not covering costs in the event of possible outbreaks of pathogens. However, we should finance the system in order to achieve its goal of maximum success. In this planning, however, we should take into account the current situation at a time when there is a visible problem, this problem of the food crisis, adequacy, and the difficult economic conditions for households. We need to find real solutions. Solutions that will make this challenge an opportunity for the penetration of organic products in all households. This goal that will be achievable as by pressuring the production units to increase production, we will not make discounts in quality. And this is very important. Today's know-how and the various financing tools allow producers to make the shift to quality productions. And of course, the next CAP will help towards these directions. Those farmers have been rewarded since they ensure better sales price, and of course, they have the opportunity to go abroad to reach foreign markets. It is a small step, but it is a sign of optimism for us all. We need to do a lot more so that we all live in a better, healthier world. And this is extremely important. But what is it that we need to do? We should take advantage of the new possibilities that will emerge from the large-scale penetration of technologies that will allow real-time crop productivity to be recorded. As Mr. Baginetta said, input to be automatically applied, farms to be better managed, and closer links between farmers and consumers to be established, which will be able to monitor information regarding the product's characteristics and its path from field to fork. Scientific research promises significant improvements in the protection and uptake of plant nutrients and thus in the profitability of agriculture, while big data will make this knowledge available and in a practical form, and therefore will lead to the development of more diversified and specialized agricultural supplies. Moreover, those new developments aimed at addressing long-term challenges, such as the greater use of renewable energy sourcing and the production of fertilizers within the European Union, we should not depend on other states on a large scale from domestic organic or secondary raw materials. For example, by transforming waste into crop nutrients and thereby contributing to the circular economy that is something that we should adopt. Farmers should focus on significant new investments and not on the continuation of traditional farming practices, since in the future, in addition to knowledge, skills will be needed, such as the ability to use technological equipment, understanding the regulatory framework, which is something that we need, and business management, innovation management, marketing, as well as sustainability know-how and other skills. Farmers will increasingly rely on advice, planning, and new tools and technologies with a greater focus on the efficiency of the use of agricultural supplies. Precision farming, that is very popular, can lead to an improvement in the quantity and quality of the agricultural production, while the use of inputs such as water, energy, fertilizers, pesticides, etc. should be used according to the needs of the soil, since our aim is to save costs, reduce environmental impacts, and produce more and better food. And we should not forget this. We also will have the ability to combine data in real time with the machinery, as we have laid the foundations for using agricultural supplies accurately and according to the needs. Moreover, with the guidance of that agricultural machinery, it is equally likely to develop in the future, and we can see that in other states. So the challenge is the provision of nutrients and active ingredients, as well as propagating material that will meet the needs of organic farming and the regulations governing the organic sector. The better understanding of nutrients and the other mechanisms and protection of crops will generally become an integral part of knowledge and the advice that we give to farmers that they need it. And the design of the application of the appropriate supplies will also be based on scientific knowledge. Knowledge that is available but is not disseminated. And knowledge itself will become a competitive factor and will be very important for the relations of the agro-supply industry with its customers. And last but not least, the regulatory framework in relation to the impact of the use of agricultural supplies in the environment will become more strict, with restrictions on the incorporation of certain raw materials and active substances in the production of fertilizers and PPPs, and additional regulations on storage and transport, stricter limits regarding the overall application of agro-supplies on farming, and the balance of inputs. Those programs will support the reduced use of agro-supplies, etc. And the next CAP will include the reduction of plant protection products. The Greek agriculture in the coming years is called upon to incorporate the huge changes taking place internationally in order to become more competitive, transform itself into a knowledge and technology-intensive sector, and contribute to the sustainable development of the Greek economy. A key role, therefore, in this process is played by the entire agricultural supply industry, which is called upon to support this transition in many ways. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this goal is achievable. Organic farming is here, and it has to take the lead at the table of consumers allowed and all. Thank you very much. Mr. Vasilopoulos, for everything that you have said on behalf of the region. I do hope that in collaboration with and in conjunction with the national policies and the European policies should be implemented now. I would like to ask Mr. Doukas to take the floor from the on behalf of the Hellenic Agricultural Insurance Organization.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Κύριε Υπουργέ.
Afternoon, Mr. Minister. I wish to thank the people who follow the conference remotely online, and I believe there are quite a few. I wish to thank for this invitation, especially Yannis Balakakis, the whole agribusiness team. I believe that such discussions, such interventions, such events should take place in order for people to be able to discuss and see things together regarding the agro sector, to be able to talk about new interventions, new actions, new things that take place, and of course to be able to work towards the same objective. In other words, to have the so productive part of the economy in a new journey towards growth. Today I will talk about innovation, about ELGA, which, believe it or not, is the most innovative agricultural insurance organization in Greece and in the world, because it is the sole state insurance organization in the world. Farmers are obliged to be insured in the Agricultural Insurance Organization. It is a unique insurance organization that works in prevention of a destruction, of a catastrophe, of a crisis. We are here, in other words, to proactively support farmers. In the Agricultural Insurance Organization, we have also agronomists who follow after an event and can see what is the extent of the catastrophe, and these agronomists are once again unique people all over the world. We also have meteorologists. We have the CEMET, the Center for Meteorological Studies. And the only protection against hail via air and state-wise, it's been offered in Greece. So we're talking about an organization which has a great importance for the farm sector, especially today that we talk about the whole problems. And of course, it is a trustworthy organization. Maybe this might seem quite difficult, despite people that have problem with ELGA. We discuss all these things, but allow me to say that no one has ever thought that he can put aside the output of this particular institution. And as I will say, we have seen that it has been working with other institutions for its trustworthiness to be able to contribute to the management of other disasters. So what is ELGA? What is the Hellenic Agricultural Insurance Organization? So, as we know, we are an organization, I'm not going to get into the details of the organization. The new ELGA now works according to the new law of 88. So, today the ELGA works under the law 3877 of 2010. Now, in this new ELGA, in this new Hellenic Agricultural Insurance Organization, the main partner in its finances, ELGA works with the contribution of Greek farmers. In other words, it belongs to the Greek producer, the Greek farmer. And of course, 20% of the contributions that the state should offer to this organization is still there. So it is important to understand how we work the last 2 or 3 years when we manage ELGA. This is a different structures, a different director of insurance, director of studies, management director, director of finance, director of ICT, and we have different branches in the different Greek regions who have another role against the insurance one. They also play a societal role. So what are the challenges? What are the things that our organization shall face in the future? So one of the questions is how rapidly, and everyone says that we need to do more, is how rapidly we are in a position to assess a disaster that took place. And of course, how rapidly we manage to provide the appropriate money to the producer in order to be able to survive and, of course, reinvest. Because this is our mission, to help the farmer to reinvest and, of course, survive. Trustworthiness and, of course, justice. So what we offer as results, how they can be corroborated that they're correct ones. In other words, how a producer can see, can think, and understand whether what we offer are real, are tangible, and they truly depict the actual disaster, climate crisis. Well, I'm a physicist, I'm not going to talk about climate crisis. So this climate crisis evolves via phenomena that used to take place very frequently nowadays. So we have seen such problems in the past, and of course they have their own brand names. So what about the sustainability of ELGA? So you will see the figures afterwards to see what I'm actually talking about. And of course, efficiency of its human resources. In other words, as a so-called public administration, public organization, we have problems with, in terms of the people working. We cannot have new people. We try to find solutions in order to be able to identify solutions. So let's hear the 5-year overview of the different challenges. Allow me just to say, on the left-hand side of my slide, you can actually see the income of the insurance activities for 2021. Still, 2021 has not yet closed, so we first do the declaration of insurance, then we have the disasters, and then we pay via the contribution. So that is why we do not reward farmers rapidly. So I need to say that there is an extension, and there's going to be probably a second one or an additional one. So it seems that 160, 170 million are the contributions by farmers on an annual basis. Now, as far as disasters are concerned, it seems that it goes beyond the budget of the institution. So especially they have more than double. So we need an institution that should be in a position via its income to be able to cover the compensations that unfortunately were more than double. And of course you see that we always exceeded the budget. But the order we got from Kyriakos Mitsotakis and for the Ministry of Agriculture was to be able to compensate every single euro to any given farmer, which means that this government, and of course there are significant data that corroborate this event. So the previous government, no 20% of social contribution were not dispersed. So today's government, the New Democracy government, every year since year one, gives 30 million for the operational cost of the organization, and for previous years we were able to cover to the last euro all the compensation to farmers. So we need to understand that during the negotiations, discussions, and with the effort by the president of Mr. Likourentzos, and of course all of us, so we need to see things differently. Farmers should understand that this volume of compensation means twice, triple work on the field, and all these disasters, Zorbas, Llanos, hail in 2021, which was not an urgent need because we didn't have the appropriate structures, but as a figure of compensation, it was double, triple against others. So, and as volume of business, that was a lot of work. So in special programs, like for example that, for the first time, we have money that is given beforehand. So we need an immediate support to local economy that in these cases, there was this preemptive approach, and via decision of Prime Minister, money was given in advance as cash payment to support farmers. So if you visit the areas where all these things took place, how this money was dispersed in advance, and people had to restructure their arable land and open once again the business. That was very important for that particular region. So via these disasters, we also have the state support. With the support of Christi Triadopoulos, we created Ianos, So whenever the state intervenes in questions that the organization could not deliver a solution rapidly, there was this new state institution that was implemented in fires, in forest fires, etc. So we managed to cover also that need, and I need to thank the people of Elga, the scientists, agronomists, and all of its structure that in a rapid manner, in just 4 months, in Ianos, we managed to deliver the studies, the overview of what happened with hail, immediate money that was given to people who suffered from the fires, and of course Elga is utilized to deliver results. But of course this is evolving, this is continuing, so the question is what we'll do in the actual future. First of all, when we started managing, I have just 2 minutes. As a new management of the Elga, me and myself and Mr. Likouretsos, we worked on many different plans. First of all, we need to alleviate the problems of the citizens on a daily basis, and especially farmers, I mean. The second axis was to be able to restructure the organization, to transform the organization to the new digital era. Since the 80s, few things have changed in Elga. How it assesses things, how it delivers results, how things take place, how the whole processes regarding compensation are structured. So we planified the digital assessment. We collaborated with Mr. Pierakakis. And of course, we include this in the current EU funding. But of course, we need to work in a more rapid way in order to be able to include all the steps of preparation for the bids. And we expect that the call for a process where assessments and our assessors will be able to use all the digital tools in order to provide rapid outcome, rapid results, and rapid assessments, and of course a digital file for each disaster. So the producer can come, ourselves, local authorities, and see tangibly what happened in an area. So we'll go even more rapidly, says the speaker. Well, of course, this new organogram, new people, trained personnel, new specialties, people from the ICT divisions who can support this project, reinforcement of the different branches, reinforcement of the whole structure of the organization in order to be able to deliver such results. Of course, challenges are multiple because we have disasters ahead of us, and unfortunately we need to see things differently as far as the sustainability of the organization and see how our organization can sustain against the contributions that farmers offer every year. So we need to see how we can find new ways to finance the agriculture insurance sector in order for the farmer to be sure that if a disaster occurs, he will get the appropriate compensation. Yes, I know I'm out of time. And of course, this is not a condition sine qua non in other EU countries, because we visited a few months ago in Saint-Emilion in France, in Bordeaux, where the best wines are produced, because we want to see the new anti-hail infrastructure, devices, and innovation that are used in France, in Bordeaux. Well, people there in Bordeaux who cultivate wines and so that the value is 1 million per stram, they saw insurance. We do not have any kind of insurance because no private insurance company is willing to take the risk to insure such a very expensive land. So your anti-hail system that you use, the land ones, well, we finance them by ourselves to be able to protect ourselves from hail. So after that visit, we came back with the agricultural chamber of Lyon, and they wanted to have a teleconference 15 days after our visit to discuss things together and explain how the Hellenic Agricultural Insurance Organization works, because they wanted to, let's say, mimic the model. So allow me to wrap up by saying the following: there are many things that can be done. So this anarchy in insurance should stop. We cannot anymore insure and of course support any kind of cultivation. We cannot insure cultures that and farms that have the recent year. We cannot cover people who do not pay their premiums. So as I'm out of time, so allow me to reiterate that it's a great chance and opportunity for the Greek farm, and I'm saying that not as a Vice President of ELGA, that ELGA exists under these conditions of climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ για τα...
Very much for this wonderful information, but also for your passion, since I think that this is the natural continuance of the discussion about risks. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Dionysia Theodora Avgerinopoulou, Member of Parliament from Ilia and Chair of the Environmental Protection Committee of the Hellenic Parliament, to join us. Thank you very much, Professor. Hello, dear Minister, dear Secretary General, dear Vice Governors. First of all, I would like to welcome in Ilia Agribusiness Forum. Thank you very much for responding to our invitation. I would like to thank your team. But since we are almost out of time, and I think that the speakers have mentioned the basic points, I want to start from the last point that you have mentioned. As chair of the Environmental Protection Committee, I have talked with Mr. Likouretos, the president of ELGA, and I'm really pleased about mentioning this topic here, how to tackle the climate crisis and how to protect the agricultural production of our country, which is the only one that can secure our food safety. It is very important. So, on behalf of our committee, I would like to mention the preventive measures that you have said, since Greece should take even more measures, both on a public and on a private level. I think that this is where we lack, and I think that we should focus there. And if we combine that with a recent environmental law, the first environmental law of this country, which mentions the adaptation measures, I'm talking about the adaptation that the agricultural industry should make, and we should combine it with the resilience of our ecosystems, our agricultural ecosystems included not only on a regional level with the regional adaptation and resilience plans against climate change, but also on a national level with a new strategy. And since the minister is here, I think that we should discuss it even deeper about resilience and adaptation, and about the extra funding that Greece should ask along other countries of the Southern Europe from the European Commission, and utilizing the financing tools for climate. So that means that we should ask for extra funding and of course to start discussing insurance in the country. This is something that we started discussing it in the recent environmental law, but we did not continue it as far as we should. So it is necessary, and not only for the economy of our country, but also for the food security in an era where this issue is rather critical due to the war of Russia against Ukraine. Greece and Ilia, which is a paradise for farmers, should protect the agricultural production. Now we are in Ilia, and let me tell you that Ilia is a blessed land, if you wish. It is the second largest plain field of the Greece. We have excellent production, and it is very important, and 80% of the income of the local population comes from the agricultural production. Therefore, I would like to welcome Agribusiness Forum once more. It is our pleasure to have you here with us. We want you to help us intensify these sustainable practices, to have more income, to use new technologies and help young farmers. And of course, attract investments mainly on the manufacture and export efforts. I just want to mention a raisin, which right now cannot be used, and I know that the local economy should do a step further. Therefore, before saying some basic points on behalf of the Environmental Protection Committee, I would like to ask businesses who participate at this forum to invest in ILIA as well. So let me tell you that which is the great message from Stockholm, the Stockholm of 50 years. Yesterday and today celebrated the 50 years from the first environmental discussion that took place in 1972, and today in 2022 humanity faces the same issues and the same challenges. Those of us who work on environmental issues, we have read the book Silent Spring, one of the books that made us understood that the agricultural development with the use of chemical products affects the environment. Since we know that a professor of chemistry wake up and heard not one voice, no bees, no insects, and she asked herself, if this planet can move forward towards this direction, what will happen with pollination? What about the local biodiversity? What about new varieties? So she said that the main issue nowadays is the agricultural production. So from that day till today, we have started this dialogue that goes hand to hand with the environmental protection and the protection of biodiversity and forests with the agricultural production. And this dialogue has brought about some results, but not necessarily effective results. So nowadays, we want to use less pesticides, less chemical products to be able to protect the health of our farmlands and at the same time the health of the population. We know that the UN has this issue, One Health, this program, because we all interact with each other, so human health is based on the health of this planet. Therefore, we should be very careful on what we use. Greece and other states are against genetically modified organisms because they also affect the environment. Nevertheless, we have consensus regarding the fact that with the right management, soil management, which also is sometimes has desertification, and with the right forest management, with the right energy management, and with a good water management, we can increase our yield and at the same time protect the environment. Therefore, there is a range of issues that right now are at stake, and the European Union and the international community try to regulate them with the best possible way. So towards this direction, towards the new regulatory framework, not on a European but also on international level, we call upon all stakeholders of the public and private sector to bring their proposals in order to have the best possible legislatory framework. Stockholm sends us this message that all stakeholders wish for regulations, but those regulations should express the interests of all the stakeholders. I don't want to repeat what we have already heard by the previous speakers. about the new tools of the Common Agricultural Policy. However, I would like to put emphasis on one or two issues from the European Union, mainly on the Next Generation EU, which is the financing framework that we have and which gives us much more money than we used to have with a Common Agricultural Policy. I would like to mention, of course, the European Green Deal and the EU Rural Action Plan, which has as a goal to make agricultural regions more resilient and more prosperous, and the other measures that are related to agricultural innovation, agricultural community and social innovation, because this is also important. Social innovation is also important, not only technological innovation. And last but not least, I want to focus on the fact that all these issues that are open for discussion right now can be funded by the Resilience and Development Fund, which gives more than 38% of the total budget for energy, environment and agricultural production issues. So our agenda can receive funding. Our agenda can receive funding not only with loans but also with direct fundings, subsidies that should not be returned. So farmers should utilize them in order to be able to produce biodynamic organic products, and of course young farmers. And last but not least, I want to say the following, that the Environmental Protection Committee, we are taking two very important initiatives regarding the agricultural production. The first initiative, in collaboration with the Euro Parliament, is about funding a methane fund. The agricultural sector is one of the three sectors, along with waste management and energy, that produces methane. The second most harmful emission after carbon, and therefore we should be careful, but we need important technological innovation and funding. So the Hellenic Parliament and the Hellenic European MEPs have proposed the creation of this fund. And the second issue is about the recycling of agricultural plastics, because this is a very important problem when the production is not well regulated. The plastics. Therefore, we have invited a very important innovation by the Imperial College of London, and we want to create the first pilot program for the creation of self-recycling plastic that at the end of its life cycle is absorbed by the soil without leaving any waste. Therefore, we want to find solutions to the problems, and I am very optimistic that we will be able to make it. Welcome to Ilia. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και την κυρία Ευγερινοπούλου.
Very much, Mrs. Eugenopoulou. All the interventions were excellent at all levels. What I have to say, as an ecology professor and as a president of the Committee for Protected Areas, is that we have a multi-level administration, but we don't have a multi-level governance. We don't have the collaboration that we need, and we don't know our responsibilities. We have a lot of restrictions about the various levels of administration, and if we don't resolve them, we won't be able to resolve our problems. Biodiversity, climate change, compensations are good, but we should work towards prevention, because as we have seen from Mr. Doukas' presentation, we understand that we keep having the same problems again and again. Secondly, we have huge issues. What about the pasture lands management? You know what is happening right now. Greece do not have specifications about the drafting of pasture land plans. And Greece does not have specific environmental studies and management plans. We are going to receive letters by the European Union since we have these problems. The agricultural land goes hand to hand with those protected areas. And we are going to find those obstacles in front of us if we're not going to tackle them. Therefore, this is all I wanted to say. Because we don't have a lot of time, I want to leave room for Q&A.
Γεια σας και από μένα. Είμαι ο Παύλος Αντολιάς, πρόεδρος της Εθνικής Ένωσης Αγροτικών.
Hello, I'm president of Association of Agricultural Cooperatives. I'm in the National Association of Product. I'm also... So, Mr. Vice President, rather a remark, if I dare to say, because you stand next to us and we stand next to you. Of course, I'm for the existence of a single agriculture insurance organization. Instead, we are the only country that we have a state insurance organization. But after your discussion and your presentation, I'm not 100% sure that this is gonna remain. So I saw a similar organization in Austria, which is a mixture, an amalgam, in other words, with state supervision, but also with private criteria. And from what I heard, the organization, the Austrian one, against ours, and I believe that the actual footprint of the Greek agriculture organization is positive, the Austrian one seems that they exceed their role and they invest in R&D, in promotion via local products. So they have done a step forward. And I'm saying that because we talk about the reform of ELGA, of the Hellenic Agriculture Insurance Organization, because we want a modern organization, a rapid one, flexible. We hear what we're expecting. So yes, we need to discuss about a new type of ELGA. And I have two minor remarks. First of all, as far as the budget of ELGA is concerned, I believe that the operational cost, as it is a public institution, the special operational cost should weigh on the state. Now, I'm worked for 26 years, and of course I contribute as I should to ELGA, but I haven't received a single euro from ELGA. So, you know, as a farmer, I need to see things differently also. As a livestock farmer, that I worked for many years, 26 years, and we have many parliamentarians also in the room. So we pay 166 million, I guess you said, on an annual basis in terms of contributions, right? So we, as farmers, pay and we do not have a saying. Because as you very well know, and I don't know who farmer participates, but institutionally, the role of farmer in the decision-making of ELGA, where we pay the money, is inexistent. So, at the end of the day, we need to institutionalize the representation at the BOD by farmers. And I'm not just a farmer who is a friend of the minister, whatever. Mr. Papagiannidis. Rapidly, 2 comments/questions. The first one, if not, I was touched by Miss Avgerinopoulou because we resemble to Rachel Carson in the 60s. I don't know if she had thought how life is today. I heard Mr. Baginetas earlier today, and I had a kind of Greek and European pride. 50% decrease of pesticides, growth in terms of organic products. And then I said to myself, okay, now, as we're dealing with the so-called crisis, or they say that we're in a food crisis, and due to the fact that Europe was born from coal, are we not talking about a new food crisis, maybe with the new things, the new order? Maybe we can say, okay, just move on and produce things, and maybe afterwards, in the future, you might stop using pesticides, etc. So, I don't know. So is the pink color of the expectation might become more gray in the years to come? That's my honest question. And allow me also to say that by listening people, and especially, for example, the insured in Elga, it seemed like 80s, not 60s. So there was always a dual answer. There was a political will and budget. Now, the last line of Elga was political will and budget. So maybe are we going towards another no-go? So many different topics. So, first of all, right from the moment you heard and talked about the fact that you are a livestock farmer, you always say that you pay more against the compensation you receive. So allow me to start by saying you need to be 100% easy. In other words, I mean that we will always stand by you, by all farmers. So nothing to be worried of at this level. We managed to compensate any given disaster, and we shall continue working in the same way. So the question of insurance and insurance coverage should not be discussed. Now, as far as the R&D innovation of Elga, I said that Elga is paying for an aerial anti-hail system that I was president of the committee that tried to find new anti-hail systems in order to be implemented in other areas, and we do the same thing with the anti-freeze protection. So Elga is investing in prevention. We always work in a proactive manner. We also are working on the anti-hail nets or the wind mixers. So the fact that you pay a high contribution and have not received the compensation, this is perfect for us. Yes, it is perfect. In other words, that insurance organizations that cover, for example, cars, insurance companies, they want people that they do not crash. In order to be able to pay the other ones to crash. Comments of microphone cannot be translated. So, of course, insurance contribution cannot cover all such cases, but of course they're good and bad insured. So we have people who have suffer from no disasters because we want to have products in the market. That's the main question. Of course, that's a question for livestock farmers, that their contributions are higher against compensations. But we're talking about a system that should be able to support, because it belongs to all producers. There are issues, there are matters, but of course there's a question of some types of farming that have quite some problems, disasters and risks, and they should be limited. I dare to say, I'm not talking as a vice president, but also as an EU MP. So we need to have the zones of culture when we can actually have an arable land. So we are an open market. You can do whatever you want on it, but what is insured and what will be compensated should be scientifically documented. That's my answer. Representation. Well, there is a representative at the BOD of the cooperatives that it is designated by you. It's Mr. Giannakakis, by the cooperatives. If you can find a process where we can have a representative of farmers elected by all farmers, it's up to you. But of course, there is a representation of farmers in the BOD, and of course, a representative from the employees, and of course, a representative of agronomists. And Ms. Avgerinopoulou, because we're out of time, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your remark. Beyond any doubt, in times of crisis, as the geopolitical crisis that we are dealing with today, we are at a dilemma on what we should do and whether we should retreat from the sustainability measures and we should go to methods of intensive farming, or whether we should go to non-alternative energy issues, or whether we should focus on the agenda of sustainability. I believe that the sole answer is to remain focused and engaged in sustainable development and, of course, have a healthy production, because it's the sole answer in geopolitical crisis and climate crisis. And when we have the green infrastructure, when we have the conditions of sustainability at times of peace, we should be able to address issues even at times of war. So this is the only way that we can actually safeguard our planet. This is my answer. So allow me to refer to the new study conducted by CP from Sweden yesterday, which talks about peace and environment, which shows how important it is to support these conditions. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I have to wrap up the session. That was a very, very creative panel, an environmental energy bioclimatic panel. So if we can have a group photo, please, with all the panelists. And then we continue with the last panel. We have our minister, Mr. Stylianidis, in the so-called one-to-one.
Ερμή, μήνυμα. Το νέκταρ πια το απολαμβάνουν και οι θνητοί.
Δηλαδή τώρα το βρίσκουν παντού.
Θεϊκό.
Αναψυκτικά νέκταρ.
Yes, θεϊκά.
Μετά λοιπόν από μια μαραθώνια, μετά από ένα μαραθώνιο συνέδριο, το οποίο έχει ξεκινήσει από τις 10 η ώρα σήμερα.
After this really long conference that has started at 9 o'clock in the morning, we are reaching at the last session of Agribusiness Forum in Peloponnese in 2022. And I have the great pleasure, I'm not a journalist first of all, I don't know a lot about agriculture, but I have the pleasure to host Mr. Stylianides, the Minister for Climate Change and Civil Protection, who, unfortunately, Mr. Triantopoulos, the Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister, could not be here with us due to an emergency, should visit Evia today. However, our topic for this session will still be discussed, will continue as planned. I want to start by saying that I feel really good that I am here with the Minister, since this meeting is not our first. I had the pleasure to have him at the Balkans and Black Sea Forum conference when he was a commissioner for crisis management, a portfolio relevant to the one that he has today as a minister. A person who was the architect, if you wish, and one of the forefathers of rescue of the European Commission. I'm talking about the initiative that upgraded the whole European civil protection system. He is a politician from 2006 until 2014. So, I have met a person with a European air, if I may say so, a very well connected in the Brussels systems person. And today he is Minister for Climate Change and Civil Protection, and we have invited him here at Agribusiness. And one might ask, why should the Minister for Civil Protection visit Agribusiness? And after all, we have understood that the Ministry for Development and Investments and the Ministry of Migration however, all those ministries are relevant to our discussion. So, I want to start by something that has been said today. For example, that we do have money. We do have money, 2 million euros that coming from Europe, from NSRF, from IAEF, 2 billion euros. There are enough money to support the sector. At the same time, we have discussed issues regarding to the farmer who wants to get subsidies, and we have listened that this model should change. What do you have to say about those issues? I want to thank you for your kind words. It is true that we have met sometimes under different circumstances. Of course, I did not expect to be invited at an agribusiness conference. The Juncker Commission discussed a lot about the common agricultural policy, a very difficult discussion. Mr. Papagiannidis is well informed about those issues. I know that he was an employee of the Commission, for those of you that do not know it. We should express our gratitude, so I want to express my gratitude towards him. I don't want to start discussing about the common agricultural policy because it is not to my interest. And I know that this is a discussion that sometimes should take place. Therefore, coming here, I received a call from a friend of mine and I told him, you know something, I'm heading to Ilia because tomorrow there is a very important exercise with the Ministry of Culture about the organized removal of population from Olympia. Those are necessary exercises because we should get accustomed to prepare ourselves and not just improvise when something happens. This is my opinion when it comes to climate crisis and civil protection, and I think that this is what brings us together. We should revisit the issues of the agricultural sector, not only when it comes to exports, but also when it comes to protection of the agricultural income after a natural disaster due to the climate crisis. I have listened very carefully to what the previous speakers have said, but the question of Mr. Papagiannidis was the following. He expressed his concern, since we do know that an organization with such a large deficit is an issue, and those are critical matters But what is happening in Greece is something really innovative, and we should safeguard it. And when it comes to insuring houses in Greece and are related to climate crisis and civil protection, should also be discussed. We are here, and if you allow me to introduce the framework that I want, because sometimes we cannot understand the complementarity of the Ministry of Climate Change and Civil Protection and the Ministry of Environment. In Stockholm, we have seen a lot of things taking place, and it is a critical also issue in Europe on how we should tackle those challenges. The idea of the Prime Minister to create a climate crisis and civil protection ministry is not innovative, but responds to the needs of and the requirements of the effects of climate change. And I don't know if journalists have understood that this is why DG Reform have supported the creation of this ministry with a flagship project. It is the first time that they gave 1.5 million to support the foundation of the ministry, to support its structure and its resources. So we are starting this project on the next days, and we have received this excellent support, which means that already this innovative idea is adopted as a pilot program for the whole European Union. We will do our best. We believe that Greece has the right human capital in order to support this great challenge, and why not to become, to set the example, if you wish, for this innovation. Now, when it comes to your question,
δεν έχει ήδη παρέλθει χρόνος από την περιβόητη διατύπωση.
I guess that we have the actually impressions from the former US president. We know what happened in the United States. You referred to Trump. Yes, I referred to Donald Trump, who said that climate crisis is fake news. It's not fake news, and what happens in California today, the most prosperous side in the United States suffers. We saw what happened last 20 days. From the governor himself we heard, and from scientists from Stanford, UCLA. So we're not talking about fire seasons, we're talking about fire year. So it is a climate change. Our physicist previously said that we're dealing with such a problem. So we're not anymore talking about climate change, we're talking about climate crisis. So the complementarity of the two ministries, despite the fact that most people cannot really understand the thing, I guess it can offer to the Greek political system and the Greek society and to the Greek citizen. In 2021, it was a year that was characterized by many different serious and adverse events. So I guess it goes without saying that the Prime Minister had to found this ministry. So I guess there are many different duties, obligations, priorities, and I think that the discussion is rather, uncomfortable, because when we talk about programming, scheduling, and as far as disasters are concerned and proactive measures, it means this is the ministry that receives most of the fire, let's say, when something happens and they say that you didn't take things seriously into consideration. So, as Mr. Elianos said earlier, that 80% in the last 2 years of disaster had to do with natural disasters. I guess that these disasters of high intensity and unfortunately quite frequent, it seems that they need a robust planification on your side as far as your effort to minimize consequences and the preparation of teams that you need to manage in order to respond to this type of disasters and crises. So, what are you going to plan for the summer that is still on, let's say, is already on? So, first of all, we need to understand that such a ministry in terms of climate crisis is very difficult. So you need to understand what you have to face. So it is also a ministry that, as Juncker, you said, nobody will actually thank you at the end of the day. You just receive critique when something happens. Tassoulas, the president of the Hellenic Parliament, quite some years ago told me that you know, though, that you are here as an organ donor. So let's move forward to the next topic, is how you can manage things, how you can manage a disaster after 10 years of deep-rooted crisis with severe deprivations in many different fields, especially as far as public administration is concerned, and especially as far as prevention and readiness in civil protection. So what we try to do nowadays, without, of course, certainty, but with all our efforts, because you cannot, of course, be certain, because in natural disasters, you know that you can be proactive, but you cannot predict. So we try to implement a new dogma, a new motto, which relies on the triptych: prevention, or readiness and preparedness, because preparedness as a term, I guess, is not equivalent as readiness. And of course, resilience. This is the triptych. So we started via the guidance of the Prime Minister since January with interministerial discussions, debates and meetings, because you need a collective effort. We had ministers from the Ministry of Interior, Mr. Stilipreta, from the Ministry of Protection of Citizen, Mr. Economou, Mr. Ramirez, Ms. Mendoni, and of course we had the head of the armed forces. So such a collective effort demands all forces to be used. Because it seems, according to the latest meeting we had in Rome, that it's going to be a really tough and hot summer. So we're dealing with a difficult summer. We're expecting adverse phenomena. Well, listen, already we have a very hot season. This is something rather unexpected. But of course, we cannot have a prognosis, as we say, in the long term. Generally speaking, we believe that climate change, especially in the so-called hotspot of the Mediterranean, creates such a heatwave phenomena that must be addressed. So we start with prevention, preparedness, readiness. Altogether, in terms of prevention, for the first time in Greece, we delivered 100 million euros disbursed for forest management. When I went to Cassandra to have an evacuation exercise, and we went to the forest, it was a jungle. So this starts with 65,000 hectares streams via projects by Yorgos Samiras, and of course the support of firefighters. 65,000 streams in Greece. So it's just, a drop in the ocean, but still, that's what the money that we could afford. We got 50 million from the RRF, and the rest from the state budget, of course, in partnership and collaboration with municipalities. Now, in this budget, we have also forest roads for the vehicles to be able to cross. Mr. Papagirou remembers when he was heading the fire department. Unfortunately, firefighters couldn't have access to their vehicles into the fire because, of course, the forest road was in existence. So it is a great effort, and I believe that we're just starting these preemptive and proactive measures that, as you understand, demand, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of effort. So at the same time, we try to operate at another level. And of course, we try to prepare countries with surveillance, with the support of the army, 100% growth of surveillance, in order to be able to have an immediate intervention. An immediate intervention that we hope and we expect via the air surveillance, which of course means response. How you can talk that you can use these things for prevention readiness. No, in this case, you can have the surveillance by air. Of course, they belong to prevention, but if you have some special liquids that we're going to use that was not used so many years, and you have also foam or water, and whenever you see the fire in 10-15 minutes you can react. Well, this is a combination between readiness and, of course, preparedness. So we also have surveillance, as I said. We try to utilize the new tools, drones. So we also have programs in Parnitha Mountain, another one in Mr. Minister, allow me to say the following. I'm not going to enter into other details. No. I just wanted to present an overview, or rather indication, that despite the fact that we know that we're not in the prevention level where we should, we try to change our dogma. So we are here to prevent, to work preemptively and proactively. Still, we need to combine measures this year and in 2023 probably towards these three axes in order to find the appropriate mixture and balance between the most efficient solutions. Still, allow me to stress the following. 3 issues, 3 points. First of all, fires we had, we will have, and this cannot change. And of course, the intensity is even more accentuated due to crisis. Firefighting is not a panacea via air. They do help better conditions for the firefighters to be able to work on the field, on the fire itself, in other words. So finally, we need to recognize the role of firefighters who, via their heroism, try to put away fire. And the third thing that I wish to say, via this comprehensive approach, we try to minimize risks. So mitigation of risk is key. So if we manage to have a greater report of the different efforts, things will be better. But of course, due to the greater readiness, if you consider what has happened in the previous years, you should see that something went better. And I hope that we will continue the same way. Okay, these are things that are actually related to the portfolio and the agenda of the ministry. But what I would like to ask is the following. It seems that we wait everything from the other. And actually, sometimes we see that problems start from ourselves. Behave as human beings, what happens in any given municipality, what happens in any given region. So my question is, if you wish to provide the most comprehensive answer, is all this polynomy and the different obligation duties between institutions, between regions, between the central government, and we see that there is no recognition of authority. So sometimes we talk about, when we talk about what happened in Evia last year, that is like half of the territory of the island, when we talk about Thessaly, where we have the problem in Karditsa, Trikala, I don't know actually which other areas were affected. So leaving aside the greater scale, which has to do with your own strategy as ministry, there are all the other factors. So have you resolved all these issues? You're absolutely right, especially as far as Greece is concerned. We have multiple legislation, we have many different state authorities between regions, local authority, and of course the central state. So this is an issue, this is a problem. And we see that every year you face similar problems. We have bureaucratic issues, red tape issues, but allow me to say that, on the other hand, we cannot have civil protection without the participation and collaboration of the local authority. So at the level of municipality, if you do not have a collaborator partner, if you do not manage to identify, in other words, an efficient coordination between volunteers and all the equipment and all the local authorities, unfortunately, the system will not be able to deliver. So, as there is a problem in terms of roles, and even as far as administrative burden is concerned, so we work under this new framework. So that is why we started a true new initiative. We have more surveillance and monitoring against the past. We have volunteers who will stand next to us, civil protection volunteers, firefighters volunteers. So it seems that there is a long road ahead of us if we want to arrive at a robust, coordinated effort to be able to support this project. So, beyond any doubt, we shall ask and demand the heroism of volunteers, and of course we will stand together. That is why what we're doing in Olympia tomorrow, we did it in Cassandra, it happened in Afea in Aegina. So we implement actions related to the major objective, in other words, to avoid having any lives lost. Just imagine the evacuation exercise tomorrow in Olympia, to have 10,000 visitors and at the same time have a fire, which will happen out of the blue. I'm sorry for the English word sometimes. It's a Cypriot phenomenon. I come from Cyprus. And then imagine that you are, as I said, in Olympia, as it was the case in the municipality of Corinthos, in Pefkali and Amoni. So we create new protocols of behavior for all interested parties at the time of the crisis, so that everyone knows what has to do. The police, fire department, the municipal authorities, who should work as a family, as a team, as a structured team, in order to avoid any lives lost. So, unfortunately, fires take place due to human errors. So we're starting a campaign that, fortunately, it's financed by the Onassis Foundation, which refers to concrete examples that human fault might be destructive, like barbecue, or like beekeepers. So For example, in the island of Samos, we had to send Canadair from Thessaloniki. We had ships delivering firefighters on the island. And that was from a neglect on behalf of a citizen. And of course, also much money was lost. So we should also see our own responsibility and of course the collective responsibility, especially when something takes place. We need to be able to respond to that problem and say, what are you actually doing? Are you setting a fire in an anti-fire period? So we need to say things in real terms, because we all have responsibility to avoid such cases. So we should talk to each other. So as we talked about natural disasters previously, allow me to say that, do you know that 95% via statistic data, it seems that fires start from a human error. Of course, there are sometimes problems with the pillars of the electricity or dry hail. So, but 95% are human errors. That is how I started earlier when I talked about ourselves. Of course, it's a question of education, but allow me to start from what I said earlier. In other words, yes, it's going to be a difficult year. There are still issues pending regarding overlapping of responsibilities between the different entities. So, once again, a rather difficult year. You are leading this effort, leading this initiative. So there are things that did take place in Evia, and that is why Christos Triantopoulos is not here with us, that at the same time sent something. So it is an abstract resume of what he wanted to say. So if we can hear, dear Kostas, Mr. Triantopoulos is doing an excellent job under adverse conditions. The speech cannot be translated. We apologize, the sound is poor.
Είναι ότι τα νέα δεδομένα και τους κινδύνους που απειλούν τη χώρα μας, έχει αναπτύξει μια στρατηγική που εδράζεται σε 3 πυλώνες. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας περιλαμβάνει τη διαμόρφωση των απαραίτητων συνθηκών για την επίτευξη της πράσινης ανάπτυξης, προκειμένου να αντιμετωπιστούν οι παράγοντες που τροφοδοτούν την κλιματική κρίση. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας καλύπτει την πρόληψη, την αντιμετώπιση και την ανθεκτικότητα έναντι των φυσικών καταστροφών, έναντι των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής κρίσης, με βασικό παράγοντα και συντελεστή το νέο Υπουργείο, το Υπουργείο Κλιματικής Κρίσης και Πολιτικής Προστασίας, υπό τον Υπουργό, τον κύριο Στυλιανίδη φυσικά. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας είναι αυτός της στήριξης και αποκατάστασης μετά από μια φυσική καταστροφή. Είναι το κομμάτι της κρατικής αρρωγής. Και εδώ έχουμε κάνει τον τελευταίο καιρό πολλά βήματα προς τα μπρος, εξυγχρονίζοντας το θεσμικό πλαίσιο, με σκοπό να φτάνει η βοήθεια γρήγορα και αποτελεσματικά σε αυτούς που την έχουν ανάγκη, ενώ έχουν επιταχυνθεί και οι διαδικασίες αποκατάστασης των ζημιών σε υποδομές αλλά και σε δίκτυα. Ειδικότερα για τους αγρότες, η κυβέρνηση, σε ένα πλαίσιο στενής συνεργασίας με το Υπουργείο Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης και τον ΕΛΓΑ, παρέχει πλέον ένα διευρυμένο πλέγμα προστασίας, ενώ παράλληλα έχει επιτύχει ρυθμούς ταχύτερους όσον αφορά τις αποζημιώσεις σε σχέση με το παρελθόν. Ας πάρουμε για παράδειγμα τους παραγωγούς της Ηλίας που επλήγησαν από τις μεγάλες πυρκαγιές του περασμένου καλοκαιριού. Η κυβέρνηση λοιπόν και τα αρμόδια υπουργεία, συνεπής απέναντι στη φιλοσοφία της που σας περιέγραψα πριν, κινήθηκε άμεσα και ουσιαστικά για τη στήριξη των αγροτικών εκμεταλλεύσεων. Έτσι, ενεργοποιήθηκε για πρώτη φορά